Chapter 542. Of the 7 families' reinforcements, the Chiu family was led by Chiu Yiming while the Hua family was led by Hua Stars. The Kong family's Kong Zhan and the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng were also present. Even the central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, was here, leading a group of masters from the Lu family, standing silently in a corner, not communicating with anyone. Looking at this spectacular scene, Hua Stars couldn't help curling his lips. Ridiculous. It's quite ridiculous. Chiu Yiming gently nodded. The 7 families are targeting Yang Kai, but they still sent their younger generation to lead them. Obviously, they want to use the stage of the Yang family inheritance war to fool the world. Hui Xingchen shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing that can be done about it. Those who know the inside story know that the 7 great families are here to deal with Yang Kai, but for those who don't know the inside story, the inheritance war isn't over yet. The Yang family's inheritance war needs to come to a perfect conclusion. We can't just say that Yang Kai was knocked out of the inheritance war without knowing what was going on. Just as Yang Wei saw the situation clearly, Chiu Yiming and Hua Stars also saw the situation clearly. What happened next couldn't be called the inheritance war anymore. Instead, with the help of the inheritance war, the 7 families would join forces to perform a shocking show. The secret conversation between Chiu Yiming and Hua Stars didn't escape the eyes of the other young lords. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng hesitated for a long time before approaching Chiu Yiming and Hua Stars. Hui Xingchen stared at the 2 people who were walking over and chuckled lightly. Young Master Kong, how are your injuries? Many thanks for Brother Hua's concern, my injuries are no longer a problem. The little lord's actions were very discreet, he didn't hurt my bones. Kong Zhan looked indifferent and nodded lightly, not showing any resentment towards Yang Kai for injuring him. That's good, heh. Stars Hua smiled wryly. Seeing his rejection, Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan also felt helpless, the former saying, Brother Hua, although Brother Kong and I were enemies with the little lord before, that was only because the situation forced us to. The 2 of us still admire the little lord's methods and personal strength. If possible, we would like to make friends with him. Is that so? Hua Stars looked surprised. I really didn't expect young Master Gao and young Master Kong to be such generous people. Yang Kai treated you so badly, and you still want to be friends with him. Haha, is this sincere or not? Brother Hua, if you're still wary of us, then I have nothing to say to Brother Kong, Gao Rangfeng said with a serious expression. Hua Stars stared at him. Gradually, his smile faded and he became serious. The latter looked at him with a calm expression. What do you want to say? Chiu Yiming, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly asked. Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked in a low voice. Brother Kong and I are very puzzled as to why the 7 great families want to deal with the little lord while the Yang family hasn't done anything. The 2 of you have always been with the little lord, so you should know more than we do, right? Yes. Kong Zhan also nodded. This time's matter is really confusing. I was still recovering at home when I was sent out by my father. When I asked him, he wouldn't tell me anything. Young Lady Chiu and Brother Hua, if you know something and it's convenient for you to reveal it, you might as well tell us. If it's not convenient, just pretend we didn't ask. Hua Stars remained silent, and just stared at Chiu Yiming. Although he had spent as much time in Yang Kai's house as Chiu Yiming, he didn't intervene in Yang Kai's affairs and didn't have much contact with the Yang family. On the other hand, Chiu Yiming often discussed matters with Yang Kai in private, and knew a lot about the house. The question Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan asked was exactly what he wanted to ask. Facing the 3 of them, Chiu Yiming gently shook her head. I don't know, you're asking the wrong person. Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. However, although I don't know the exact reason, I can roughly guess. Chiu Yiming suddenly changed the subject. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng's eyes lit up. For Yang Kai to be targeted like this, it must be because he has offended the public and violated some taboo of the 8 great families. Chiu Yiming's expression was indifferent as she calmly explained. For example, the information that has been circulating. cultivating an evil secret art, coming from the same sect as the demon lord, taking an evil sect disciples, showing signs of becoming the demon race. These things could be big or small, but now that someone wanted to make a fuss about them, it was a big deal. We can also see that the family sent us here to reinforce this place with the same reason, but we always felt that things weren't so simple. Gao Rangfeng frowned and said in confusion. Is there another reason? Kang Zhan hurriedly asked. If it's not because of this, then Yang Kai has something our 7 families want. Chiu Yimeng sneered. After saying this, her eyes also lit up, her beautiful eyes trembling, suddenly realizing something important. Her brow furrowed deeply as she pondered. All of them suddenly felt enlightened. The world was bustling, it was all about profit. The world was bustling, it was all about profit. If this was the case, then it was reasonable. Looking at Chiu Yimeng's expression, the 4 of them suddenly understood that she probably knew the reason. But since she didn't say anything, Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng didn't ask anymore. However, the actions of the 8 great families this time made them feel like they were playing the fool. Since they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, with the heritage and strength of the 8 great families, they could have just dealt with him in an open and above-board manner, but now they were actually using the inheritance war as a stage. All of them were young and full of vigor, so all of them suddenly had a subtle feeling. While these people were talking, Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed, seemingly not paying any attention to them, but no matter who it was, they all noticed that a faint divine sense had enveloped them. Obviously, Lu Qingyao was also paying attention to the conversation between the 4 of them. The 4 of them didn't guard against him. At the same time, inside the house. Inside Yang Zhao's room, second young Lord Yang Zhao sat motionless on the edge of his bed. In just a dozen days, the once high-spirited Yang Zhao had become haggard, his face devoid of blood, his eyes sunken and bloodshot, giving him a terrifying appearance. Yi Xianro gracefully walked back and forth in front of Yang Zhao, while explaining the current situation to him in detail. Gradually, Yang Zhao's seemingly lifeless face regained some color, and his 2 red eyes slowly began to move. Second young lord, now that the 7 great families have sent people here, each of them has sent at least 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters, many of them peak Immortal Ascension Boundary masters. The 7 great families hope that you can take command and defeat Yang Kai as quickly as possible and win the inheritance war. Why did the 7 great families send so many people to participate in the inheritance war? Yang Zhao asked. After not speaking for so long, Yang Zhao's voice had become hoarse and weak, as if he was terminally ill and on the verge of death. Yi Xianro giggled. Didn't I just tell you? Yang Kai is a dangerous person who is very likely to become the demon lord. The Yang family will not allow such a person to inherit the position of patriarch. The 7 great families and the Yang family share life and death in the central capital. Naturally, they won't just stand by and watch. Right now, they are all gathered in the house, waiting for you to give the order. Second young lord, the position of patriarch of the Yang family is beckoning to you. Is it really just for this reason? Yang Zhao's eyes became cold as he stared at the young woman in front of him. What other reason could there be? Yi Xianro asked. A look of impatience appeared on her face as she stepped forward and hugged Yang Zhao's arm, coquettishly saying, Second young lord, don't just sit there, let's tidy up our clothes and go out. It's not good to keep those people waiting for too long. I'm not going. Yang Zhao still had a disheartened look on his face, not excited by this shocking news. Saying so, he shook off Yi Xianro's entanglement. Yi Xianro was startled, not having expected Yang Zhao to not be happy at all. She couldn't help wondering. Second young lord, what's wrong? Yang Zhao shook his head. The inheritance war is a battle between my Yang family brothers, a battle of wits and courage, a battle of connections and personal charm. I've already lost this battle, a crushing defeat, there's no need to continue. How could that be? There are still many people in the house, and now there are even more masters. They're all here to assist you. Now is the time for you to make a comeback. Yi Xianro tried to persuade him. The 7 great families, haha. Yang Zhao sneered. If I use them to defeat ninth brother, even if I sit on the patriarch's seat, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. Second young lord, what are you saying? Yi Xian Ro couldn't help spitting disdainfully. If you only rely on the people in your house, you won't be able to defeat Yang Kai. Now that such a good opportunity has been placed in front of you, how can you not grasp it? Pausing for a moment, she sneered. Could it be that second young lord is afraid of the world's criticism? Second young lord, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. History books are written by the victors. Once you sit in the position of patriarch of the Yang family, who will dare criticize you? Yang Zhao remained expressionless, not saying anything. Yi Xian Ro suddenly lost her patience and coldly said, Second young lord, I hope you can consider the overall situation. This is something the Yang family has tacitly agreed to. If you don't do it, it's the same as defying the family's will. Humph, the dignified second young lord of the Yang family is now acting like a stray dog. What a joke! Yang Zhao suddenly raised his head and stared towards Yi Xian Ro with his red eyes. Yi Xian Ro panicked, but before she could react, she felt her neck being gripped, causing her to feel dizzy. By the time she could react, she had already been thrown onto the bed by Yang Zhao. The two's faces were almost pressed together, and Yi Xian Ro could clearly smell the hot breath from Yang Zhao's nostrils. It wasn't because he was aroused, but rather because he was angry. His big hand was like an iron hoop, firmly gripping her neck. Yi Xian Ro suddenly panicked, suddenly remembering that she wasn't Yang Zhao's opponent at all. Second young lord, what do you want to do? Yi Xian Ro's expression was pained as she bit her red lips and looked towards Yang Zhao weakly. Chapter 543. Although I, Yang Zhao, am insidious and cunning, I will not use such disgraceful means to defeat ninth brother. In the inheritance war, I fought a battle of wits and courage with ninth brother, using every conceivable means possible. Even if I lose, I have no complaints. Cheap slut, you're not qualified to judge me. If you dare say such words again, I don't mind making you the first young lady of a super family to die in the inheritance war. What ninth brother dares to do, I dare do too, and I'll do it even more ruthlessly than him. Yang Zhao's hoarse and low voice was like the summons of a demon from the depths of hell, causing Yi Xian Ro's beautiful eyes to fill with panic and horror. Looking into Yang Zhao's eyes, Yi Xian Ro was really afraid. She could see that Yang Zhao wasn't trying to intimidate her. If she continued to speak rudely and irritate him, she would most likely die here. This young lady was wrong. This young lady won't dare. Yi Xian Ro immediately admitted defeat. As a woman, she wouldn't feel ashamed. Yang Zhao coldly snorted and released her. After getting up from the bed, Yang Zhao said, Those people gathered in my house just to borrow my name. Without me, they can still borrow Big Brother's name. Since my Yang family allows them to do so, I can't resist. However, it's impossible to lead them to deal with ninth brother. Go, from this moment on, you will be in charge of all the affairs of the house. Yi Xian Ro, who was still in a state of panic, heard this and couldn't help breathing rapidly, trembling as she said, Second young lord, there's no need to doubt, from now on, this house is yours. The masters of the 7 great families will also be under your command. Aren't you also a woman who pursues power? If we weren't birds of a feather, it would have been impossible for us to get together. Now is your chance. Yi Xian Ro didn't care about the sarcasm in Yang Zhao's words, her cheeks flushing red as she seemed extremely excited, hesitating for a moment before asking, But how should I explain this to those people in the house? Do I need to explain? I'll agree to let them borrow my name. As for the explanation to the outside world, it's up to you. Yi Xian Ro smiled like a blooming flower as she sweetly said, Second young lord has suffered a blow. He's not discouraged, but now his aura is unstable and he's on the verge of a breakthrough. He needs to enter secluded retreat. Very good. Yang Zhao sneered. It looks like I'll have to thank you for giving me such a good excuse and taking care of my face. Families. Yi Xian Ro. Young lord, perhaps in the future, this young lady will be willing to submit to second young lord. I only hope that after second young master becomes the Yang family's patriarch in the future, he can take care of my Yi family. Yang Zhao sneered. If you can survive against ninth brother, then we'll talk. Yi Xian rose. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in her eyes, but soon, she calmed down and said softly, with the current lineup in your house, Yang Kai won't have a chance, right? Yang Zhao closed his eyes and no longer spoke. Yang left. Walking out of the house, he raised his head to take a look. Yang. And Yang sky. Yang. Yang. She hadn't expected Yang Zhao to make such a decision. However, since he had already handed over the command authority to him, he could really let loose and do whatever he wanted. Her face filled with excitement, Yi Xian Ro's giggles quickly echoed, causing those who heard them to feel creepy. Not long after, the leaders of the seven forces in Yang Zhao's house gathered in the main hall. Yi Xian Ro sat at the head of the table. Below her was the Lu family's Lu Qingyao, Kong family's Kong Zhan, Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, Qiu family's Qiu Yiming, and Hua family's Hua Stars. The Meng family's Meng Shani all stared at her with complicated expressions. Yi Xian Ro's expression was indifferent and graceful, without the slightest uneasiness. Sweeping her pair of peach blossom eyes around, Yi Xian Ro spoke first. Brother Meng, did eldest young lord not come? Meng Shani, who was called out, couldn't help getting goosebumps as he quickly replied. Eldest young lord said he's likely to break through in the next few days and is currently in retreat. This time, this Meng will be fully responsible for representing the eldest young lord's mansion. Yi Xian Ro looked surprised, covering her mouth as she giggled. What a coincidence, second young lord is also about to break through and is currently in retreat. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for a long time. The Yang family is really interesting, two brothers breaking through together. Sure enough, they're both dragons among men, worthy of admiration. Hearing her say this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing. Hua Stars asked, Sister Yi, if second young lord doesn't come out, who will be in charge of the seven family coalition? It won't be you, right? That's right. Yi Xian Ro replied sweetly and changed her sitting position. It's me. Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. Second young lord said that before he comes out, I will be in charge of all matters in the house. Everyone must listen to my orders. Yi Xian Ro's expression became cold as she declared. The expressions of the other 6 people also became extremely strange. Elder brothers and elder sisters, are you questioning little sister's ability? Yi Xian Ro took in everyone's expressions and asked softly with a smile. We wouldn't dare. Kong Zhan shook his head. It's just that for such an important matter, second young lord not to come out personally and only young lady Yi to deliver it, it's a bit inappropriate. After all, we all obey the orders of our respective families and are here to assist second young lord. Brother Kong, are you suspecting that I am falsely informing second young lord? Yi Xian Ro chuckled. I don't have such courage. If you don't believe me, you can ask second young lord, he is currently in the house. Kong Zhan frowned. Although his expression was a little unhappy, it wasn't convenient for him to say anything more. Since Yi Xian Ro said so, she must have obtained Yang Zhao's permission. Hua Stars quickly added, second young lord may not come out personally, but I think Sister Ye's prestige is not enough to convince everyone. Oh? If young Master Hua thinks so, then in young Master Hua's opinion, who can convince everyone? As she spoke, her eyes flashed towards Qiu Yimeng. The latter's expression was indifferent and expressionless. Not only was Yi Xian Ro looking at her, but most of the people present also cast their eyes towards Qiu Yimeng. Compared with Yi Xian Ro, Qiu Yimeng was undoubtedly more suitable to lead Yang Zhao's house. However, Qiu Yimeng had just been forced to leave Yang Kai's house this morning, so it wasn't appropriate for her to lead it now. Not to mention whether she was willing or not, the masters of the 7 families would definitely not allow her to do so, let alone obey her orders. What does elder sister Qiu think? Yi Xian Ro stared at Qiu Yimeng in a threatening manner. Being stared down by others, Chiu Yimeng couldn't remain silent any longer and simply said, "Little sister can. I believe in little sister's ability. Since elder sister says so, then little sister won't decline." Yi Xian Rose smiled knowingly and proudly. Huastars sighed. He could understand why Chiu Yimeng didn't refute, but even so, his heart was still filled with anger. Yi Xian Rose's current appearance gave him the feeling of a villain who had achieved great success. She was a beautiful woman with an extremely graceful figure, but Huastars really couldn't bring himself to admire her beauty. This was probably the first woman the Central Capital Wolf young lord Hua had ever hated. "Let's end this topic here." Yi Xian Rose's expression became solemn as she established her authority in Yang Kai's house with just a few words. "All of you have received orders from your respective families to gather here for only one purpose, and that is to bring down the current rampant Yang Kai. If we fail, what the consequences will be, I think all of you are very clear in your hearts. With our current strength, we are indeed above Yang Kai's house, so we fully meet the conditions, but what should we do? How can we defeat Yang Kai's defenses at the lowest cost? Everyone, please share your opinions. Little sister is still young, so I hope elder brothers and elder sisters can help." Sweeping her beautiful eyes around, Yi Xian Rose waited quietly. Lu Qingyao had his eyes closed and didn't express any opinion. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng had their heads together and were whispering to each other, their expressions solemn as if they were seriously discussing something. The Hua family young lord looked up at the sky, as if a beautiful woman was flying by. Chiu Yimeng's expression was indifferent and sad. Meng Shanyi scratched his head helplessly. The 6 people had different expressions, but none of them spoke. After waiting for a long time, Yi Xian Rose smiled and said, "It looks like none of you have a good plan. If that's the case, why don't you listen to little sister's opinion?" Saying so, he didn't wait for anyone to respond and continued. "Although the masters of the 7 families have gathered in Yang Kai's mansion, and the number of top masters is endless, possessing an overwhelming advantage and strength, the power of Yang Kai's mansion cannot be ignored. He has an above immortal ascension boundary master on his side, the evil sect master Ling Tai Su. It is impossible for Ling Tai Su to be dispatched. After all, this is still the inheritance war. Yang Kai's blood warriors, because of the Yang family's restrictions, can only dispatch 2. However, Yang Kai also has an evil sect master and another peak immortal ascension boundary guard. These people are the biggest problem. If we attack rashly, it is very likely that there will be some unnecessary losses. The people from Yang Kai's house can't be taken lightly, they often make unexpected moves. I think young Master Hua and elder sister Chiu understand this better than any of us." Hua Xing chuckled. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything. In his house, I've done nothing but pick up girls. There are so many beautiful women in his house." Yi Xian Rose smiled. "Young Master Hua is too modest. Who doesn't know that your strength has increased so much that even Brother Gao isn't your opponent?" Gao Rangfeng's face went black as he silently cursed this cheap maid for touching his sore spot. When Yang Kai attacked Yang King's house that night, Gao Rangfeng had been defeated by Hua Xing. Gao Rangfeng regarded this as the greatest humiliation of his life and had been diligently cultivating these past few days, hoping that one day he would be able to regain his lost face. Now that Yi Xian Rose had brought this up, Gao Rangfeng suddenly felt annoyed, so he simply said, "Young lady Yi, let's get down to business." Yi Xian Rose smiled at him and said apologetically, "Brother Gao doesn't need to take offense, little sister didn't mean to offend you, so I'll just apologize." Gao Rangfeng's expression became slightly awkward. Yi Xian Rose continued, "In light of the above situation, I think we should send out a surprise attack and catch Yang Kai off guard." Chapter 544. The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families gathered together. Yi Xian Rose sat at the head of the table and spoke with confidence and assurance. Her words were clear and concise, making everyone look at her with admiration. This woman doesn't only know how to act coquettishly with others, everyone thought secretly. When she sat in that high and mighty position, she could quickly adjust her mentality and make remarks that were in line with her identity. Her words were reasonable, and everyone couldn't help but pay attention to her. They all looked at her. Surprise attack? Gao Rangfeng couldn't help but ask. What is a surprise attack? Yi Xian Rose smiled and said, What the little lord can't think of is a surprise attack. Gao Rangfeng frowned. Yi Xian Rose's actions made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he quickly said, Be more specific. Yi Xian Rose chuckled and turned her eyes to Qiu Yimeng, her beautiful eyes flashing. Elder sister Qiu is the biggest surprise attack for the little lord. Qiu Yimeng suddenly looked up and glared at Yi Xian Rose. Stars will also let out an evil laugh. The other young lords all wore strange expressions. Everyone suddenly understood what Yi Xian Rose was planning. Elder sister Qiu has been working with the little lord for a long time and is regarded as his right-hand woman. She knows many things about his house quite well. I'm afraid no one knows more than elder sister Qiu. On top of that, elder sister only left Yang Kai this morning. The little lord would never have thought that in just one day, elder sister Qiu would become his enemy and attack him, right? Yi Xian Rose, you'd better think carefully about what you're saying. Stars was stared at her, his eyes flashing a cold light. Yi Xian Rose sneered. Hu Xiao, what do you mean? Of course, I know what I'm talking about, but your attitude, could it be you don't like me? Stars was sneered. Don't forget, I now represent the second young lord. If you don't obey me, then you don't obey second young master. I have the right to ask you to leave this mansion. A single rat can spoil a pot of porridge. Second young master's mansion cannot have a black sheep. Yi Xian Rose's words were filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Huastar's expression changed. She wanted to leave angrily, but when she thought of the old man's threat before she left, she had to suppress the restlessness in her heart. His mouth moved, but no sound could be heard. It seemed like he was cursing. Yi Xian Rose smiled again and said in a warm voice, Actually, little sister has her own considerations for making such a proposal. What I said before was only one of them. What other considerations do you have? Gao Rangfeng asked. He suddenly realized that after experiencing the inheritance war, Yi Xian Rose's growth was simply terrifying. Before this, she didn't have such sharp thoughts and wasn't so strong. It was probably because she had been by the second young master's side for too long, and had been influenced by him. From the last time the little lord killed Nanxing and Xiangchu, it's clear that the little lord values his friends very much. Elder sister Qiu is also his friend, so I think with the little lord's personality, he wouldn't have the heart to kill elder sister Qiu. That's right. Kang Zhan nodded gently, thinking that Yi Xian Rose's analysis was reasonable. Last time, Nanxing and Xiangchu, because they had injured a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, were chased down by Yang Kai for 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Even if they hid in Yang Zhao's mansion, they still couldn't escape their fate of death. Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai had been together for so long, the two of them having gone through thick and thin together. Qiu Yimeng had also made great contributions to Yang Kai's mansion, so with Yang Kai's character, it would be strange if he dared to lay his hands on her. So if elder sister Qiu goes out and casually brings some people with her, she can easily defeat the little lord without shedding a drop of blood. Yi Xian Rose looked at Qiu Yimeng with a smile and asked, Elder sister Qiu, what do you think? Qiu Yimeng's expression was indifferent as she stared at him from afar, unhurriedly saying, You think too much. Although Yang Kai cares about friendship, he is also a selfish person. When there is a conflict between these two, he will choose to maintain his own interests. Yi Xian Rose looked surprised. Elder sister Qiu really understands the little lord. I think this matter must be handled by you. If you don't try once, how can you know it won't work? Saying so, she shot a contemptuous look towards Qiu Yimeng, as if she wouldn't give up until Qiu Yimeng agreed. Good. Qiu Yimeng suddenly smiled. Since little sister says so, elder sister will listen to you this time. Let's see if I can capture Yang Kai with my own means. Sister is indeed a heroine among women. You're straightforward enough. Many thanks to little sister for taking care of me. Elder sister will give this credit to elder sister. Qiu Yimeng smiled gently. Yi Xian Rose also smiled. Us sisters don't need to say such things. A few days ago, little sister also received elder sister's care. Hee hee. Little sister will remember it in her heart, she will never forget it for the rest of her life. Inside the side hall, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others couldn't help shivering. They didn't know what these two women were talking about, but they could tell that something had happened between the two of them a few days ago. A few days ago, Yi Xianro had secretly run to Yang Kai's house to seduce him, but as a result, Yang Kai had torn her clothes and left her alone in the side hall. Later, Chiu Yimeng had sent a few guards to guard the door. The naked Yi Xianro was imprisoned for 3 whole days. After 3 days, Chiu Yimeng ordered a maidservant to deliver a set of clothes. How could Yi Xianro forget such a great shame? The first thing the 7 Families Alliance did was to find fault with Chiu Yimeng. It could be said that Chiu Yimeng was using her power to avenge a personal grudge, but her excuses and means were quite clever, so clever that Chiu Yimeng couldn't refute her and could only follow her lead by the nose. Then it's settled, elder sister will act as the vanguard. I hope elder sister can win. Thank you for your kind words. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Yi Xianro said. Now? The others couldn't help being taken aback, never having expected Yi Xianro to be so eager. Speed is crucial in war. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, perhaps we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xianro smiled slightly. That makes sense, then elder sister will set out. Chiu Yimeng chuckled, stood up, and walked out. Chiu Yimeng. Huixing stood up and called out. Chiu Yimeng didn't look back, just slowly shaking her head as she walked out. After Chiu Yimeng left, Huixing turned around and glared at Yi Xianro coldly. Little girl, if something happens to Chiu Yimeng, you can just wait to be sold to the cheapest brothel. At that time, anyone can taste your beauty, and within 3 or 5 months, you will become a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs will disdain. Yi Xianro's eyes flashed coldly, but surprisingly, she didn't get angry and instead giggled. Isn't young Lord Hua's worry unnecessary? How could elder sister Chiu have an accident? Do you really think the little lord would do anything to her? It seems that the little lord really has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. After a pause, she added, Since young Lord Hua is so worried, let's go out and take a look, just in case. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng couldn't help nodding, feeling that Yi Xianro's decision was the right one. None of them thought that Chiu Yimeng alone could defeat Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai cared about their friendship, he wasn't a fool. How could he allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? If they followed, in case a fight broke out, they would be able to provide support. As they spoke, everyone stood up and walked out. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, bathing the entire war city in a silver glow. In Yang Kai's mansion, the cultivator had calmed down from the shock of Chiu Yimeng and Huixing's departure. The mansion's current advantage was great. Even if Chiu Yimeng and Huixing had left, they still felt that in the inheritance war, Yang Kai would definitely win. However, Yang Kai had said during the day that he might become an enemy of the 8 great families, so they were a little worried. After all, they were all young people, who would want to go against the 8 great families. This wasn't just a matter of themselves, but also a matter of the sect or family behind them. In the middle of the night, the mansion was quiet. Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly. Hurriedly getting up, he walked out. Just as he opened the door, the sound of fluttering clothes came from inside the mansion, and in the next moment, Ingjiu, Old Demon, and Tang Yuxian appeared in front of him. Little Lord! Tang Yuxian called out. I know. Yang Kai's expression became cold. Call everyone up. Tang Yuxian quickly released her spiritual energy and enveloped the entire house. Perceiving this divine sense as a reminder and summon, the forces in the house quickly gathered. Ha! A sigh came from the side as a faintly discernible figure slowly appeared and a light blue-haired Shui Ling suddenly appeared. Ingjiu's eyes narrowed. Even now, he was extremely wary of this mysterious little girl. At such a young age, she had actually reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage and possessed a special constitution. If they were to fight one-on-one, Ingjio believed she wasn't his opponent, but he also had no way to keep her here, even if he used his mad tyrant blood skill. It seems that Chiu Yimeng has brought people here. Shui Ling sighed faintly. What a pity, I got along quite well with her. Yang Kai, how did you and her end up like this? I don't know, don't ask me, Yang Kai said angrily. Since Shui Ling was aware of the identity of these people, how could Yang Kai not have noticed? The one leading this group was actually Chiu Yimeng, who had just left this morning. Accompanying her were more than 20 masters at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage or above. Besides Chiu Yimeng's aura, everyone else was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, they were here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai didn't think Chiu Yimeng would do such a thing. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai understood her quite well. What kind of personality she had, Yang Kai knew best, but it was an indisputable fact that she had brought people here. Let's go out and have a look. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took the lead. Ingjio, Tang Yuxian, and the old demon quickly followed. A short time later, the group arrived outside the mansion and the cultivator inside quickly and methodically gathered around Yang Kai. Chapter 545. Not far from the front of the house, Chiu Yimeng stood alone. 20 meters behind her, more than 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters belonging to the Chiu family stood in a row. The pressure they exuded together was terrifying. After a moment of shock, Luo Xiaoman shouted in surprise. Elder Sister Chiu! As she shouted, she rushed out of the crowd towards Chiu Yimeng, her pair of large jade peaks bouncing up and down, a spectacular sight to behold. Of all the people present, she had the best relationship with Chiu Yimeng. The two of them, one was smart and capable while the other was confused and delicate. Their personalities complemented each other, so Chiu Yimeng was quite good to her, and the two of them had a very close relationship. When Chiu Yimeng left this morning, Luo Xiaoman had cried for a long time, and even now her eyes were still red, her spirits still unable to recover. At this moment, seeing Chiu Yimeng return, Luo Xiaoman was happier than anyone else, her beautiful eyes filled with joy, like a lost child who had finally found her way home, hurriedly rushing forward. Chiu Yimeng's face held a trace of sadness, her expression indifferent. When the distance between the two of them was only about 5 meters, Chiu Yimeng gently raised her hand. A burst of light shot out from her hand and landed in front of Luo Xiaoman's feet. A cloud of dust flew up. Luo Xiaoman froze and stared blankly at Chiu Yimeng in front of her. Don't come any closer, otherwise don't blame me for not showing mercy. Chiu Yimeng stared at Luo Xiaoman coldly, her tone cold, as if she was a stranger. Elder Sister Chiu. Luo Xiaoman murmured, her eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to figure out what had just happened. Chiu Yimeng had never attacked her before, but just now, if she had run a little faster, or if Chiu Yimeng had hit her a little farther, her legs would have been directly crippled. Feeling Chiu Yimeng's indifference and rejection, Luo Xiaoman's heart instantly filled with great pain, her mouth filled with bitterness as she subconsciously felt a trace of panic. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, she felt a big hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Yang Kai slowly shaking his head at her. Go back, Yang Kai ordered lightly, not waiting for her to respond before tossing her back. After Luo Xiaoman landed on the ground, she suddenly found that the atmosphere was a bit different. Outside the mansion, Yang Kai and Chiu Yimeng stared at each other face to face, just like the scene when the Chiu family's first young lady left this morning, either of them saying a word. But anyone could see that the situation now was completely different from when they had parted in the morning. Forced? Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at Chiu Yimeng. No. Chiu Yimeng gently shook her head. You didn't? Yang Kai smiled. If you weren't forced, why did you bring these people here? You can't possibly come and seek refuge with me, right? What I came here for, you know in your heart. Why ask so many questions? Chiu Yimeng's expression remained indifferent. How would I know if you don't tell me? Aren't you the same? You won't tell me anything, So why should I tell you? Chiu Yimeng retorted. Yang Kai shrugged helplessly. First, young lady, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Chiu Yimeng. As these words were spoken, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, who were originally 20 meters away from Chiu Yimeng, stepped forward and stood behind her, each of them exuding a tyrannical aura. You are? Yang Kai frowned. Chiu family elder, Fallen Leaves Hall's Hall Master, Qin Xian. The man coldly snorted and raised his head slightly, saying arrogantly, The first young lady wishes to speak a few words with you because of our old friendship. She should have finished by now. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. It's an honor to meet you. The Fallen Leaves Hall's Hall Master is indeed famous. The Chiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall was equivalent to the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. Each of the 8 great families had such an institution. The experts nurtured by these institutions were all extremely loyal to their families. However, because each family's heritage was different, their prestige was different, and their training methods were different. Therefore, among the 8 great families' institutions, the Blood Warrior Hall was the most famous, and the masters from the Blood Warrior Hall were much stronger than those from the other 7 families. This was especially true for the Blood Warrior Hall's Mad Tyrant Blood skill, a taboo martial skill that allowed the Blood Warrior Hall to stand above any other institution. The Chiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall was such an institution. The masters who came from it were all very powerful. Once they took action, it was as simple as the autumn wind sweeping up fallen leaves, never giving their enemy any time to breathe. It was because of this principle that the people of the Fallen Leaves Hall were generally impatient, and hated others wasting their time. While Chiu Yimeng and Yang Kai were exchanging a few words, they were already unable to restrain themselves, a clear indication of their temperament. Qin Xian snorted, turning a blind eye to Yang Kai's flattery and sneered. Since you've finished speaking, I ask the first young lady to step back. Turning to Yang Kai, he coldly shouted. Little brat, your time of death has come. Although you are a young lord of the Yang family, you cultivate a demonic secret art, collude with demons, and attempt to subvert the 8 great families. Today is the day you die. Qin Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall had all been in the central capital, so they didn't have a deep understanding of Yang Kai and the forces of Yang Kai's mansion. Although they had also been paying attention to the progress of the Inheritance War and had heard from others about how powerful Yang Kai and Yang Kai's forces were, Qin Xian had always thought that such news was simply exaggerated. As a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, how could he put a mere Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage cultivator in his eyes, especially one so young? It wasn't only Qin Xian who thought so, most of the masters from the other 7 families also had the same thought. In their opinion, this time the 7 families had dispatched so many masters to the Inheritance War was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. So tonight, when Chiu Yimeng brought them here to cause trouble for Yang Kai's mansion, Qin Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were very excited, thinking that they could easily break through Yang Kai's defenses. Even Ling Tai Su, who was in charge of the mansion, wasn't put in their eyes. Although Ling Tai Su was an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he was still the sect master of Evil Sect, the Demon Lord's master. If he dared to act casually, the 8 masters from the Seal Temple would definitely not sit idly by. Listening to Qin Xian's shameless boasting, Yang Kai's expression became cold. What a big hat! Hall Master Qin, please wait a moment. Chiu Yimeng suddenly interjected. I still have a few words to say to Yang Kai. Qin Xian coldly snorted, but he didn't refuse Chiu Yimeng's request. Before they came here, Chiu Shouqing had already told him that although this time's operation was taking advantage of the Inheritance War, and using the name of the 8 great families' young lords and young ladies, the one who really made decisions on the battlefield was Qin Xian. In other words, to a certain extent, Chiu Yimeng had to listen to Qin Xian for the time being. If it was just a few words, he could tolerate it. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly before turning to Chiu Yimeng and asking softly, Why? Because my father said that as long as I defeat and capture you, I can inherit the Chiu family as a woman. You know how much I long for that day to come. Although we've been getting along quite well before, compared to my lifelong ambition, who do you think you are? Ha! Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. I'm not much, but do you think you can convince yourself with your nonsense? When did I start talking nonsense? I'm telling the truth. Today, I came here to defeat you. Yang Kai, since I've been assisting you these past few days, why don't you obediently allow yourself to be captured? If we really fight, everyone's feelings will be hurt, and I'm definitely not your opponent. Good. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. On the other side, Qin Xian's eyes lit up, but he quickly became vigilant as he stared closely at Yang Kai's movements to prevent him from playing any tricks. The people from Yang Kai's mansion were all stunned. They hadn't expected that in just one day, Qiu Yiming would actually be willing to stand on the opposite side of Yang Kai and personally bring people to cause trouble for Yang Kai. Seeing her speak so calmly and indifferently, many people were filled with righteous indignation, but considering their previous friendship, they didn't curse her out loud. If it had been someone else who said this, how could they have just let it go? They would likely have already cursed all 18 generations of this person's ancestors. Even so, their expressions were not very good. Luo Xiaoman's eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Qiu Yiming incredulously. Are you really willing? Qiu Yiming was stunned. What's wrong with that? If you capture me, you can become the Qiu family's patriarch, right? Yang Kai smiled. You've done so much for me, now it's my turn to do the same for you. What's wrong with that? Qiu Yiming's expression changed, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes, as if she was moved to tears by these words. First young lady. Qin Xian saw that Qiu Yiming didn't seem to have any intention of fighting and couldn't help urging her. If they could really capture Yang Kai without shedding a single drop of blood, then his Qiu family would have made a great contribution. Qiu Shouqing had said that once Yang Kai was captured, he would send him back to the central capital's Qiu family at all costs. Qiu Yiming turned a deaf ear to these words, her face still filled with gratitude, but suddenly she ground her teeth and shouted, You think saying such words will soften my heart and make me not attack you? You bastard, you're really despicable. Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. You really think so? Qiu Yiming grumbled angrily. She had actually been moved by his words just a moment ago, but now her heart was filled with hatred as she shouted. No matter what you think, since I've come here today, I won't go back empty-handed. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and summoned a foot-long dagger into his grasp. This dagger glowed with a silver light, obviously a high-grade artifact. Yuan Qi burst out fiercely, seemingly without mercy. Cries of alarm rang out as no one had expected the change to happen so quickly. Even Ingjiu didn't have time to react. Qin Xian and the many masters from the Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall all held their breaths, secretly anticipating what would happen next. Chapter 546. Facing Qiu Yiming's blade, Yang Kai was still smiling, as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. Staring at Qiu Yiming, who was so close to him, he didn't even condense his true qi, as if he really had no intention of fighting back. The IIX reading Qiu Yiming's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as her hands moved faster and faster. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stared at her in shock, suddenly reaching out to grab her. Pooh, accompanied by a muffled groan, blood splattered out. Cries of alarm rang out as the powerhouses behind the two of them rushed out, and madly rushed towards the center. Qin Xian and the others' eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared at the stunned Yang Kai, grinning widely. Ingjiu, Tang Yuxian, and the old demon simultaneously pushed their strength, leapt over Yang Kai and Qiu Yiming's heads, and charged towards Qin Xian and the others. The battle broke out in an instant, and no one below the immortal ascension boundary was able to intervene. The leaders of the younger generation didn't dare to approach and could only display their martial skills and artifacts from a distance. Brilliant light bloomed as energy raged. In the chaos, Luo Xiaoman stumbled over to Yang Kai and Qiu Yiming's side, but after seeing the situation clearly, she immediately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. Chiu Yimeng fell softly into Yang Kai's arms, her face pale and bloodless as she silently smiled towards Yang Kai. In her lower abdomen, there was a dagger, the same artifact she had taken out before. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was unscathed. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "I couldn't." Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. "I could only come up with this method to temporarily eliminate myself." Just now, Chiu Yimeng's attack had suddenly changed directions halfway through and stabbed towards him. Yang Kai had seen this and tried to stop her. However, Chiu Yimeng's expression had been so serious that Yang Kai had been deceived by her for a moment, thinking she would really attack him. When he wanted to stop it, it was too late. Blood flowed from Chiu Yimeng's lower abdomen and soon dyed her clothes red, giving her a sense of scarlet beauty. "Stop talking." Yang Kai frowned, but he wasn't very nervous. Chiu Yimeng's wound wasn't fatal, and the dagger hadn't penetrated too deeply. With the efficacy of the myriad drugged milk, it was likely that she would be healed in 1 to 2 days without leaving a scar. "I have a question to ask you." Chiu Yimeng gasped for breath but stared stubbornly at Yang Kai. "If you have something to say, then say it." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Today, he was depressed because of Chiu Yimeng. Chiu Yimeng didn't care, instead her eyes filled with expectation as she asked softly, "If I really wanted to stab you, wouldn't you have resisted? What do you think?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I don't know. I never knew what you were thinking. I'm not an idiot. How could I just stand there and let you stab me?" "Sure enough." Chiu Yimeng laughed. "You've always been a selfish person, but if you weren't like this, you wouldn't be you." Yang Kai smiled wickedly. "If you really had the intention to stab me just now, you'd be finished today. What would you do to me? Kill me? I wouldn't go that far. I would just strip off your clothes, and then, spank your ass." Chiu Yimeng suddenly blushed. No one had ever said such shameless words to her before. She didn't know why, but in her mind, the scene of her naked body being pressed down on the bed by Yang Kai suddenly appeared. She couldn't help feeling ashamed. "Don't talk about that." Luo Xiaoman stood to the side at a loss. "Hurry up and heal yourself. I won't die." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he picked up Chiu Yimeng by the waist, glancing over at the chaotic battlefield, a cold light flashing across his eyes before he stepped into the house. Luo Xiaoman followed closely behind him. A short time later, the three of them arrived at Su Yan's room. Pushing the door open, Yang Kai was greeted by an icy chill. Su Yan was sitting on the ice bed, seemingly cultivating, but in fact, her mind wasn't here at all. With the battle in Yang Kai's house, she naturally paid attention, but because she was from High Heaven Pavilion, it wasn't convenient for her to appear, so she could only wait quietly. "What happened? How did you get hurt like this?" Su Yan asked quickly when she saw Chiu Yimeng. "This stupid woman stabbed herself," Yang Kai said as he put Chiu Yimeng down on the ice bed. The cold air quickly invaded her body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. However, thanks to the cold, the bleeding from her wounds was quickly alleviated. "I'll leave her to you," Yang Kai said before turning around and walking out. The location of Chiu Yimeng's wound was too delicate. If it had been anywhere else, Yang Kai could have dealt with it himself, but since it was her lower abdomen, he was too embarrassed to do so, so he could only send her to Su Yan. Su Yan also had some myriad drugged milk, so she knew what to do. The sound of battle rang out one after another, and as far as the eye could see, half the sky seemed to be illuminated by a burst of light. When Yang Kai returned to the mansion, he found that the battle had reached a state of anxiety, and both sides were evenly matched. The Chiu family's Falling Leaves Hall had more than 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th-stage masters. On his side, there were 3 Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Ingjiu, Tang Yuxian, and Old Demon, each of them possessing heaven-defying strength. Shui Ling also used her special constitution to stir up trouble, disrupting the enemy's vision and hearing. The other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also numerous. In terms of numbers alone, Yang Kai's side undoubtedly had a great advantage, but the Falling Leaves Hall's masters were not to be underestimated, so even if they had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't gain any advantage. For a time, the two sides had fallen into a bitter struggle. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai's mansion had never encountered such a situation. Every time they fought, they had defeated their enemies with overwhelming superiority. Qin Xian and the others also felt this was incredible. They were originally full of confidence, but after the battle really began, they discovered that the rumors they had heard were not exaggerated at all. In fact, they had even underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's cultivator. The Falling Leaves Hall's masters could be said to have been dispatched in full force, but now they couldn't do anything to a single Yang family young lord's mansion. Qin Xian inexplicably felt a sense of shame and humiliation, causing him to become even more ruthless and merciless. Yang Kai observed for a moment, but didn't enter the fray himself, instead casting his gaze towards the distance. He felt that there were many masters gathering in that direction. The cultivation of these masters wasn't any worse than the Falling Leaves Hall's masters, but their numbers were several times greater. If he wasn't mistaken, these masters should be from the other 6 families. Just as Yang Kai expected, a kilometer away, atop a 3-story pavilion, led by Yi Xian Rou, the young lords and young ladies of the 6 super families gathered, all of them watching the battle from a distance. Although it was late at night, the moon was still shining brightly, so they were still able to clearly see everything that happened in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Qiu Yimeng's violent attack and the traces of Yang Kai's actions were all clearly visible to all of them. However, the final result shocked all of them. The one lying in a pool of blood was actually Qiu Yimeng. Yi Xian Rou's delicate face flashed a gloating look as she coldly snorted. Yang Kai really has lost all humanity. Even after assisting him for so long and having such a good relationship with Qiu Yimeng, he can still be so ruthless as to kill her. Kang Zhan and the others remained silent. Although they didn't like Yi Xian Rou's arrogant attitude, they still agreed with her current statement. Because they were too far away, they hadn't been able to clearly see what had happened, so they simply believed that Qiu Yimeng had really been injured by Yang Kai. Since Qiu Yimeng entered Yang Kai's house, she had worked hard without complaint, serving as Yang Kai's left and right hands, leading the entire mansion, paying a huge price. But in the end, she had actually been injured by him. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they be bitterly disappointed? Being able to do such a thing, how could Yang Kai still have any humanity left? Obviously, he was selfish to the extreme. Only Stars Hua, on the other hand, wore a ferocious expression as he sneered. Although he didn't see clearly what had just happened, he didn't agree with Yi Xian Rou's statement. It looks like my plan has failed. Yi Xian Rou said so, but there wasn't the slightest trace of disappointment on her face. Instead, there was a trace of joy, as if she was quite happy to see Qiu Yimeng suffer. If I had known this would happen, I would never have let elder sister Qiu take such a risk alone. Ha! It seems we overestimated Yang Kai's moral standards. This person is beyond saving. Evil demons are generally like this, they don't even recognize their own family and friends, their methods are cruel, haha. What do we do now? Gao Rangfeng asked in a deep voice. Qiu Yimeng, this so-called surprise attack, had not played the role she should have. This made him wonder if Yi Xian Rou had deliberately done this because she knew this would happen, causing him to feel a sense of revulsion. Let's wait and see. Yi Xian Rou didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness and instead wore a calm expression. Look, they're fighting. Shouldn't we send reinforcements? Kang Zhan frowned. If we just leave them be, I'm afraid the Qiu family will gossip. Let them fight for a while. Yi Xian Rou smiled lightly. Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian have both used their mad tyrant blood skill. I don't think anyone from your family is willing to face them at this time, right? Let's wait for the mad tyrant blood skill's effect to wear off, then we'll join in. Everyone's expression became extremely strange, but none of them refuted her words. No one wanted to see any of their family's masters suffer any losses. After he finished speaking, everyone waited quietly. The battle was getting more and more intense, and people were constantly being injured or killed. Yang Kai's mansion had suffered losses, and so did the Fallen Leaves Hall. Although the masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were powerful, in this kind of melee, they couldn't guarantee their own safety. Especially when Yang Kai joined the battle, the balance was instantly broken, and the violent eruption of evil energy descended. Yang Kai, who was only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage, was able to single-handedly challenge a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. After cultivating his knowledge C, Yang Kai was able to display the full power of his soul skills. Coupled with his small sword-shaped artifact, he was often able to kill an enemy with a single blow. The Fallen Leaves Hall had suffered heavy losses, and the situation was becoming more and more intense. Amidst the fierce battle, Qin Xian could no longer bear it and shouted, "Young Lady Yi!" Chapter 547. He was calling for reinforcements. If the others didn't act now, he would have no choice but to retreat. If they continued to fight, the entire Fallen Leaves Hall would likely perish here. The cultivation and methods of these people from Yang Kai's mansion were completely beyond his expectations. These Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators not only had extremely pure Yuan Qi, but they were also equipped with a dazzling array of artifacts. Was this guy really an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator from a first-class family? Why did he feel like he was even richer than them? Qin Xian was depressed. The Fallen Leaves Hall was one of the most important halls of the Qiu family. The masters inside were loyal to the family, so the artifacts they were equipped with were naturally not bad. It could even be said that they were the best in the entire Qiu family, but compared to these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Yang Kai's mansion, they were still a bit shabby. On top of that, the pills these people had taken during the battle were also quite strange. Qin Xian and the other masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were already gasping for breath, unable to maintain their Yuan Qi, but their opponents were still full of vigor, unscrupulously using their Yuan Qi, not worried about overdrawing their strength. What kind of pill had such a powerful restorative effect? Although he had long known that Yang Kai's mansion had the support of Medicine King's Valley, Qin Xian hadn't realized how powerful these two forces were until now. Hearing his call, Yi Xianro, who was a kilometer away, could no longer sit idly by. The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall had lost a lot of people, all of which she saw clearly, so she couldn't help coldly snorting. A bunch of wastes. After saying so, she put on a leisurely expression and said, "Let's go." It seemed she was about to do something she was very unwilling to do. Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan saw her like this, then glanced over at the Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall and couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy. The distance of a kilometer was quickly crossed. Before they had even arrived, Yi Xianro's tender voice spread throughout War City. "Yang Kai, you colluded with evil. Sooner or later you will fall into the demonic path. Don't be so stubborn, obediently hand over those evil sect disciples in your mansion and accept your punishment. Out of consideration for the 8 great families' many years of coexistence in the central capital, we won't do anything to you. If you continue to stubbornly resist, you will only implicate those around you." In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he jumped out of the battle circle. He quietly floated in midair and fixed his eyes on the other side with an indifferent expression. The young masters and young mistresses of the 6 great families took the lead. Behind each of them, there was a similar number of experts as the Fallen Leaves Hall. These people looked at Yang Kai, and with the exception of Yi Xianro, who had a smug look on her face, everyone else looked somewhat ashamed. Huastars sneered. "Sister Yi, you're quite eloquent." That speech instantly put Yang Kai in a dead end in terms of righteousness. Huastars asked himself if he could think of something like that. Yi Xianro seemed to have put a lot of effort into figuring out how to force Yang Kai into a passive position. "Miss Yi." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "I haven't seen you for a few days yet you've become so proud of yourself. Where's my second brother?" Yi Xianro's eyes flashed a trace of resentment. Last time, she had failed to seduce Yang Kai and was instead scolded by him as a broken shoe, so she naturally held a grudge against him. Her heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face as she simply smiled and said, "Second young lord is currently in retreat, so I'm taking over all the matters in the house." Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression becoming much better. I knew my second brother wouldn't be so despicable and shameless. It turns out there was someone else in charge of this operation, no wonder. Xin Ro's complexion changed greatly as she cursed under her breath. Yang Kai continued to smile, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said in an ambiguous tone. Miss Yi, I'm really sorry about what happened a few days ago, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized I was wrong. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shouldn't have refused. You're so beautiful, your body is so delicate, even if I stripped naked with you, I wouldn't have lost anything, instead I would have profited. At that time, I don't know why my brain cramped, but I didn't take advantage of you, I really regret it. Saying so, he slapped his thigh, his face filled with regret. Listening to him say this, Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them turning their heads to look at Xin Ro. They didn't know when Xin Ro had tried to seduce Yang Kai, but looking at this situation, it seemed that Xin Ro had gone in high spirits only to return disappointed. This was really the biggest joke in the world. Little Lord, you're really bold. Everyone couldn't help admiring him. If Xin Ro had tried to seduce him, perhaps he would have fallen for her. I've figured it out now, Yang Kai said seriously. Young lady Yi, why don't we go find a secluded place now so I can satisfy you? My strength isn't bad, and my skill in bed isn't bad either. Xin Ro's expression became awkward, her shoulders trembling with anger. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, even daring to bring up such private matters in front of her. She wanted to refute him, but she didn't have the courage to do so, so she couldn't help angrily shouting. Yang Kai, don't try to slander me with your filthy words. How could I, Xin Ro, be such a person? Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all turned their heads and stared at her strangely. Huastars even whistled frivolously. You don't believe me? Xin Ro glared at these people, her pretty face flushed red. No one paid her any attention. Whether you believe it or not, nothing happened between me and that bastard. Xin Ro gasped for breath, seemingly really angry. That's right, young Lord Kai refused to let you in. What could have possibly happened between you two? Huastars said sarcastically. Xin Ro took a deep breath, and after exhaling, her anger and agitation had completely disappeared. Staring towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light, her lips curling into a sharp smile as she gently nodded. Yang Kai, I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you. I came here to capture you and bring you back to the central capital to wash away your evil aura and sins. This is also the will of the 8 great families. Saying so, she pointed her finger. Capture Yang Kai, anyone who dares to resist, kill. She had become angry out of shame and wasn't prepared to engage in a verbal confrontation with Yang Kai anymore. The 6 groups of people behind her immediately followed her orders, their momentum soaring like a rainbow. Do you think I don't have anyone? Yang Kai roared. Tu Feng. 7 figures suddenly flew out from the mansion, led by Tu Feng, the remaining 7 blood warriors. Including Ying Jiu and Tang Yuxian who had been dispatched before, the 9 blood warriors in the mansion had all been dispatched. Mad Tyrant Blood's skill. Roars rang out as a fierce surge of vitality filled the air, causing everyone's eyes to tremble. All of War City seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. Xin Ro's face filled with both fear and excitement as she shouted. Yang Kai, don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You have an agreement with the Yang family that Tu Feng and the others cannot intervene in the inheritance war. If you dare allow them to participate, it is tantamount to violating your agreement with the family. This is no longer the inheritance war. Yang Kai sneered. You know better than I do. The old demon, who was fighting with the Fallen Leaves Hall Masters, suddenly laughed and whispered. Do you really think the little lord cares about the inheritance war? The patriarch of the Yang family is nothing but a fart. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many things to worry about here, he would have already left. What did you say? A master from the Fallen Leaves Hall who was fighting with the old demon couldn't help asking curiously when he saw him muttering to himself. The old demon grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. I said you're dead. This sentence seemed to have an infinite demonic power, bringing with it a deathly aura that rushed into the master's mind. In the next moment, his movements came to a halt, his eyes going blank, his face suddenly becoming pale as he muttered, I'm dead, idiot. The old demon coldly snorted, taking advantage of the other's dazed state to plunge his hand into his opponent's chest, and after taking it out again, he was holding a heart that was still beating fiercely. Blood spurted out from the man's chest like a tide. The old demon's expression became more and more ferocious as he stared towards the place with the largest number of enemies and shouted, Blood sea sealing the heavens! A blood-red light shot out from behind him and the ground around him instantly became viscous, as if it was made of blood. All kinds of gloomy auras filled the air, and in this blood swamp, everyone's movements couldn't help slowing down. Yi Xianrou's expression became horrified while Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and Meng Xiaoyi were all shocked. Even Lu Qingyao's face showed a deep sense of dread. The old demon's cruel methods were not something most people could understand and accept. Before this, none of them had any idea that there was someone in this world who cultivated such an evil martial skill's secret art. Smelling the thick bloody aura, Yi Xianrou couldn't help wanting to vomit. The old demon's powerful attack instantly captured more than a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters and sealed them in a sea of blood, unable to advance or retreat. How is this possible? After watching the battle for a while, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help calling out. He found that even though the 7 superfamilies had gathered more than 100 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters, they still weren't able to quickly defeat the cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion. Although Yang Kai's mansion's Immortal Ascension Boundary masters were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to put up a good fight. After carefully observing for a while, Gao Rangfeng suddenly realized something. Yang Kai's blood warriors. When did they all reach the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? This sentence also surprised the others, but when they looked closely, they found that this was indeed the case. 9 blood warriors, 9 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage masters. When Yang Kai broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary a few days ago, there were still 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters, but now, after only 10 days, they had all broken through. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage blood warrior, after using his Mad Tyrant blood skill, would be able to exchange a few blows with an above Immortal Ascension Boundary master. Although the masters from the 7 great families were also very powerful, how could they be their opponents in a one-on-one battle? Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't necessarily be able to win. It could be said that the reason why Yang Kai's mansion was able to survive was largely due to the efforts of the 9 blood warriors. They still have a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary master who hasn't fought yet. Lu Qingyao suddenly said lightly, causing everyone's heart to tighten. Chapter 548. Yes, what about that master who called himself Meng Wuya? Even now, he hadn't taken action. Why hadn't he taken action? Was it because he disdained to do so, or was it because he wasn't here? A long night is fraught with dreams. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled, he had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps Yang Kai injuring him last time had left a psychological shadow in his heart. In any case, as long as Kang Zhan thought of Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling terrified. Gao Rangfeng nodded gently. Over the past few months of the Inheritance War, Gao Rangfeng had accompanied Yang Zhao and fought with Yang Kai many times. Every time, Yang Kai's house would exceed everyone's expectations, creating some unimaginable achievements and brilliance. This time, it seemed that the 7 great families were in control of Yang Kai's forces, but who knew what kind of unexpected change would occur in the end? Miracles were nothing new in Yang Kai's forces. I'll go help! Hu Xing's eyes darted around, and without waiting for Yi Xianrou to respond, he rushed over. Yi Xianrou's beautiful eyes flashed as she coldly snorted, surprisingly not stopping him. I'll go meet the little lord! Lu Qingyao stepped forward. This time, Yi Xianrou couldn't remain calm and quickly said, Young Lord Lu, you're not his. Before she could finish her words though, she swallowed them back down because Lu Qingyao was staring at her with a cold gaze. Although she was now nominally the person in charge of the Seven Family Coalition and didn't take Gao Rangfeng or Kang Zhan seriously, using Yang Kai's name to act arbitrarily, she still felt an instinctive fear towards Lu Qingyao. This was a mark left behind by living in the shadow of the central capital's first young lord. Yi Xianro wanted to say that Lu Qingyao wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, but this sentence would naturally offend him. During the battle at Pijing Lake, I said that when the little lord broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, I would fight him again. Now is the time. Whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Qingyao said faintly. Yi Xianro squeezed out a smile and softly said, Then young Lord Lu, please be careful. I wish you victory and defeat Yang Kai. Below them, Huastars had already rushed to the outside of Yang Kai's mansion, smiling as he greeted a group of young leaders outside the mansion. Everyone glared at him. These people did not understand how the situation had developed to this point. Huastars' family had also participated in the attack on Yang Kai's government tonight. Naturally, they were not happy about it. Huastars didn't care and instead stared at Dong Qinghan and said, Fatty, get out here, young master has long since found you displeasing. You're as fat as a pig, yet you're still pretending to be elegant and unrestrained. How can you even compare to 1/10,000th of this young master's elegance? What did you say? Dong Qinghan's expression went cold as he glared at Huixing. If you're not deaf, you should have heard it. Starswa tilted her head, looking sloppy. Dong Qinghan chuckled lightly, the muscles on his slightly chubby face twitching slightly as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he did so. That's right. Huixing laughed. A trivial young lord from a first-class family dares to associate himself with an evil creature like Yang Kai. Just watch how this young master cripples you today. Saying so, he turned to the others and sneered. And you idiots, if you don't want to die young, leave Yang Kai as soon as possible and scram as far as you can. Everyone's expression became extremely ugly. If you don't accept it, then come and fight young master, this young master will wait here. Huixing sneered. Han Shaoqi stared at him blankly, her brow furrowed, suddenly shouting. Teach him a lesson, let this superior young lord know that we are not to be trifled with. The next moment, more than a dozen people rushed to Huixing's side, and began beating him. After a dozen breaths of time, Huixing was picked up by Dong Qinghan like a dead pig and thrown into Yang Kai's mansion, shouting to his subordinates. Strip him of his clothes and throw him into the cellar for a few days, he dares to call me fat. Seeing this scene, Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and the others all wore strange looks, a very uncomfortable feeling rising in their hearts. Young Lord He was captured alive, what should we do? Meng Shani suddenly said with a smile. Clumsy trick! Yi Xianro coldly snorted, not caring. It didn't matter whether Huixing was here or not, as long as the masters of the Hu family were here, it was fine. While Huixing was being captured, Lu Qingyao also came to Yang Kai. Last time at Pijing Lake, I was unable to enjoy myself to the fullest, so today I came here specifically to ask Little Lord for advice. I hope Little Lord can fulfill my wish. Lu Qinyao's expression was indifferent as he looked towards Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Please forgive me, young Lord Lu, I'm in a hurry, please hurry. Lu Qinyao also nodded, expressing his understanding, no longer saying anything. In the next moment, his aura suddenly erupted as his yuan qi surged violently. He gently took a step forward, and a muffled thump resounded between heaven and earth. Lu family's 9 winding steps. Last time at Pijing Lake, Lu Qinyao had used this move to fight Yang Kai. This was one of the Lu family's secret arts, a mysterious grade mid-rank secret art, and Lu Qinyao's most powerful move. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time, because of the absolute suppression in terms of cultivation, Lu Qinyao had held back when he used this move, not wanting to have an unfair advantage. But this time, Lu Qinyao was going all out, his momentum far stronger than it had been back at Pijing Lake. Dong. Another step forward, accompanied by a rumbling sound like that of a war drum, shaking everyone's eardrums, causing their hearts to throb and their bodies to tremble. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk Lu Qingyao's figure seemed to grow larger and more majestic. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's entire body had become a giant monster. His head held up the sky while his feet stepped on the ground, like a giant, as if this world was being supported by him. 9 steps, heaven and earth destroyed. This was the Lu family's 9 tune steps. By the time he took his 9th step, Lu Qingyao's aura had reached its peak, not far from that of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Lu Qingyao's giant foot steadily and slowly stomped down towards Yang Kai. Everyone involuntarily had the illusion that this foot would step on their bodies and crush them into powder. Some of the weaker martial artists couldn't help but shiver, their faces pale with fear. Facing such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai simply swung his fist upwards. This seemingly ordinary, straightforward punch actually contained a devastating amount of energy. The tip of Lu Qingyao's fist collided with the giant foot, and in that instant, it was as if a myriad of afterimages had appeared. As soon as Lu Qingyao's momentum collapsed, the giant figure suddenly became sluggish and fell backwards. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the giant fell to the ground, disappearing into specks of light. Lu Qingyao, who was standing mid-air, suddenly let out a grunt and coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he staggered backwards, staring towards Yang Kai in horror. "Thank you for letting me win!" Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Fierce!" Lu Qingyao sincerely praised. "This Lu has lost. Many thanks, little lord, for showing mercy." Last time at Pijing Lake, when Lu Qingyao used this move, Yang Kai had to use the same mysterious grade martial skill, star mark, to resist. But this time, with just a casual punch, Lu Qingyao had easily broken the Lu family's secret martial skill. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. "Young Lord Lu is too polite." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Although I lost, I cannot make decisions here, so I hope little lord can forgive me. All I can say is that this time, this Lu will not intervene again. Farewell." Saying so, Lu Qingyao's figure flashed like lightning and quickly disappeared into the night sky. "Young lord, young lord!" When the Lu family masters saw Lu Qingyao leave just like that, they were shocked and hurriedly called out. However, they received no response. Yi Xianrou's face became extremely pale. In just a short 2 hours, 3 young masters and young mistresses had withdrawn from the competition. Qiu Yiming's withdrawal was caused by her, and it could even be said that she had deliberately allowed this to happen. When Huastars withdrew, she didn't stop them, nor did she care. In any case, although this person's body was here, his heart was in Yang Kai's house, so there was no point in him staying. It was better to leave early so as not to become an eyesore. However, Lu Qingyao actually leaving like this was not something Yi Xianrou could accept. After all, Lu Qingyao held the title of the Central Capital's first young lord. His principles could influence many things to a certain extent, such as public opinion. Lu Qingyao still had some prestige in the eyes of the world. How could Yi Xianrou not be annoyed? Now there were only 3 people left on her side. Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and Ming Shanyi. Whether or not these 3 were of the same mind as her, she wasn't sure. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng weren't so bad, but Ming Shanyi was more difficult to understand. "You won't also withdraw, right?" Yi Xianrou took precautions, turning her head and glancing at the 3 of them. "Sister Yi worries too much." Kang Zhan shook his head. "This time, it was the will of the 8 great families. How could we withdraw so hastily? If we really did that, it would be too irresponsible." Gao Rangfeng also nodded in agreement. Although they also had some sympathy for Yang Kai's current situation, in the end, they weren't familiar with Yang Kai, so they weren't in the mood to care too much. All they needed to do was act according to the will of their families. Seeing them express their stance, Yi Xianrou's brow furrowed slightly as she nodded. "Then Sister Yi can rest assured. In such a big scene, Sister Yi will not be able to handle it alone. I will need the assistance of several elder brothers." She couldn't help lowering her posture, completely different from her previous performance in Yang Zhao's house. Qiu Yimeng, Hu Xing, and Lu Qingyao withdrawing one after another had affected the mentality of the masters from these three families. With their own young lord and young lady not here, these masters couldn't help feeling like they were making a wedding dress for someone else, so they couldn't help lowering their guard and trying to protect themselves. This was especially true for the masters from the Qiu family. They had been the vanguard and had suffered the most losses, so how could they be willing to go all out now? Since the arrival of reinforcements, they had been waiting on the sidelines, never confronting the enemy head-on. These masters were all extremely shrewd, so how could they be willing to do something that would cause them to suffer a loss? The seven great families' coalition appeared to be a solid block of iron, but in fact, it was full of flaws and loopholes, making it somewhat laughable. Chapter 549. The intense battle continued. The losses of the seven family coalition were getting heavier and heavier. The 9 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Blood Warriors who had used their Mad Tyrant Blood skill had become their biggest obstacle to defeating Yang Kai. Time and time again, the bloody battle continued, but they were still unable to repel these 9 Blood Warriors. The 9 of them were divided into groups of 2, each of them capable of holding back an entire family's cultivator. As for Ingjiu, he was constantly guarding Yang Kai, purging any enemy who dared to approach him. Yi Xianro, Gao Rangfeng, and the others' expressions all changed. Because the Blood Warriors were able to maintain their Mad Tyrant Blood skill for a long time, according to the information they had received, the Yang family Blood Warriors' forbidden technique could only last for half an hour at most. However, even after this time had passed, the 9 Blood Warriors still didn't show any signs of exhaustion, and instead fought more valiantly. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that there was a reason why the Yang family had stood at the head of the 8 great families for so many years. Although they were all masters from superfamilies, the 7 family coalition couldn't do anything to these 9 Blood Warriors, making them both anxious and angry. In the middle of the battle, Yang Kai was also constantly observing the situation. Although the 9 Blood Warriors were incomparably fierce and Old Demon was no pushover, the number of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in the mansion was decreasing. The reduction of these people's numbers would greatly affect the outcome of the battle. Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya hadn't taken action yet, Yang Kai could understand, because once the 2 of them took action, the situation could develop to a point of no return. In War City, there were more than just these 2 top masters. Yang Kai didn't approve of the 2 of them taking action now, these 2 were more suitable as deterrents. In this battle, until the end, no one knew what the result would be. A white figure flashed from the side and Yang Kai felt a familiar aura, quickly retreating to join up with her. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Su Yan rushing over. "Qiu Yimeng is fine, she's resting," Su Yan said softly. Yang Kai nodded. "I'll help you." "All right." Su Yan originally didn't intend to participate in this battle, but the other side had too many people on their side and Yang Kai had already made it clear that this was no longer the inheritance war, so how could she just sit still? After settling Qiu Yimeng down, he immediately came to her aid. Along with him were the 4 elders of High Heaven Pavilion. The strength of these 4 people was not bad. After joining the battle, they immediately gained some advantages. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror artifact was taken out by Su Yan, and a bone-chilling cold instantly spread out as she poured her yuan qi into it. Towering snow-white peaks began to appear on the mirror's surface, and the world inside the mirror was covered in a thick layer of silver, giving off a chilling aura. Rays of light blossomed, and a huge barrier suddenly enveloped the 7 families' experts. Kang Zhan's eyes suddenly trembled as he exclaimed, "It's that artifact!" 10 days ago, 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family and Xiang family had been trapped by this artifact and frozen into ice sculptures. Now, seeing this scene again, Kang Zhan suddenly felt terrified. "What's so special about this artifact?" Yi Xianro quickly asked. Kang Zhan's expression became dignified as he explained everything he knew. Listening to his story, Yi Xianro's pretty face also paled. Nearby, Gao Rangfeng and Meng Shani also wore cold expressions. Such a powerful artifact, who could break it? As they spoke, the barrier covering the ground suddenly shattered and two figures walked out. Everyone stared at them, and sure enough, these two people were Yang Kai and Su Yan. As for the experts who had been shrouded in the enchantment, they had all turned into ice sculptures at this moment. They stood there quietly, in all kinds of strange poses. It was unknown whether they were still alive. From beginning to end, only half a cup of tea worth of time had passed. But this was not the end. Su Yan, who had just dealt with a dozen masters, once again poured her yuan qi into the mirror, and under the horrified gazes of Xian Rou and the others, a similar barrier appeared. This time, more than a dozen people were enveloped in it. Impossible! Xian Rou screamed. Such an artifact consumes an incredible amount of yuan qi. Even if she's an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, it's impossible for her to use it twice in a row. With Su Yan's own ability, it was impossible for her to use it twice in a row. If she really did so, it was likely she would exhaust all of her yuan qi, and even if she could trap her enemies, she wouldn't be able to do anything to them. In the end, she might even be captured by her enemies inside the barrier. However, she still had Yang Kai by her side, and the two of them cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Yuan qi was constantly circulating around their bodies. This level of consumption was something Su Yan could afford. A burst of uneasiness rose in Xian Rou's heart. Relying on this mysterious great artifact alone, Yang Kai and Su Yan could deal with most of their opponents. If they allowed her to use it a few more times, who would be left? Just as she was panicking, the barrier broke a second time and more than a dozen people were frozen into ice sculptures. *Hua, the light once again bloomed, and the masters from the 7 families who couldn't avoid it were enveloped by the mirror barrier for the third time. Xian Rou finally panicked, her expression becoming ugly as her thoughts raced, but she couldn't think of an effective way to break this barrier. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness, and couldn't help thinking that if the second young lord was here, with his temperament and means, he might have been able to come up with a way to restrain this move. Although this move was simple and monotonous, it was very effective, at least against the 7 family coalition. Enough! An angry roar suddenly sounded from the void, bringing with it endless majesty. Everyone who heard this roar involuntarily stopped what they were doing. A terrifying pressure was born. Looking in the direction of the pressure, everyone discovered that in the void, there was a huge palm print that seemed both real and illusory. This palm print slowly descended, its target being the barrier created by Su Yan's artifact. *Pun. The palm print slammed into the barrier, causing the ground to tremble and everyone to lose their footing. With a loud crash, the seemingly impregnable barrier shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the figures inside. Yang Kai and Su Yan both let out a muffled groan at the same time, their faces suddenly going pale. The mirror artifact could be said to be shared by the two of them. It had been refined by Yang Kai and was now being used by Su Yan, so having the barrier forcibly broken had caused some damage to both of them. Some of the masters who had just been enveloped by the barrier saw this scene and felt as if they had been saved from a desperate situation, joy filling their faces as they quickly fled. They didn't want to be frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing this scene, Xian Rou's face couldn't help showing a look of joy while Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, and the others all opened their mouths wide as they stared towards the sky. There, 8 figures appeared at the same time. These were the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had been sitting in the Seal Temple all this time. All 8 of them stared at Su Yan and Yang Kai with different expressions, some showing surprise, some shock, and some fear. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at them coldly. The appearance of these 8 people was both Yang Kai's expectation and Yang Kai's surprise. One of them slowly retracted his raised hand. He was the one who had slapped out that huge handprint. Yang Kai deliberately glanced at him and suddenly remembered that this person was one of the top masters who didn't like him before. "Old ancestor!" Xian Rou called out happily. The old man nodded gently to her. Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, Meng Shan Yi, and the others quickly bowed. After more than 10 days, 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters had appeared once again. What their purpose was self-evident, causing all of them to feel both relieved and somewhat ashamed. If the 7 family coalition had been able to destroy Yang Kai's mansion, there would have been no need to provoke these 8 people. They probably also realized that with the current strength of the 7 family cultivator, there was no way they could deal with Yang Kai's mansion, so they had no choice but to appear. This was also the result of EXIN Rose and proper deployment, otherwise such a situation would not have occurred. Yang family little brat. The square-faced above immortal ascension boundary master stared at Yang Kai solemnly and said, "Last time, we didn't cripple you on the spot because you were a young lord of the central capital and gave you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Now, not only have you not shown any signs of repentance, you have instead become even worse, even allowing your subordinates to kill my 8 great family's masters. Do you want to rebel?" Yang Kai took a deep breath, calming the tumbling blood in his chest, and said loudly, "With a blade pressed against my neck, should I just die or resist? If it were senior, what would you have done? If you hadn't done anything wrong, how could my 8 great families treat you like this? How could your young family not care about you? Fools make mistakes and remain stubborn. I don't think I've done anything wrong." Yang Kai stared at him coldly. "If you're worried that after I die, I'll become a monster like the Demon Lord, I'll forfeit this inheritance war and not compete for the position of Yang family patriarch. You don't need to worry. The 8 great families will not allow a black sheep like you to appear. Your existence is a stain on the Yang family and a stain on the 8 great families," the man coldly declared. "In the end, you want me to submit?" Yang Kai sneered. "Sorry, I'm a bit of a cheap man. I can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you want to talk things over with me, then we can all talk, but if you insist, then we'll fight to the death. Either of us will be able to win." "Impudence!" the square-faced master coldly shouted. "You don't have the qualifications today, no matter who it is, they won't be able to protect you. Brother, you're already so old, yet you're still competing with a junior, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" A light voice suddenly sounded and 2 figures flew out from Yang Kai's house. It was Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently and said, "This is a child's business, we don't need to intervene, right? Meng Wuya!" The square-faced master stared deeply at Treasurer Meng, his expression unchanged, as if he had long known that Treasurer Meng and Ling Tai Su would appear. "I don't know what secrets you're hiding, but you alone aren't qualified to stop my 8 great families." When Yang Kai broke through to the immortal ascension boundary last time, the masters from the 8 great families had also been provoked, but at that time, they hadn't acted against Yang Kai. Firstly, it was because Yang Kai was still under their control, so there was no need to shed all pretense of cordiality. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai had Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su by his side. Chapter 550. Meng Wuya was shrouded in a mysterious aura, but Ling Tai Su was an above immortal ascension boundary master. Once an above immortal ascension boundary master fought, it was no laughing matter. "I'm not qualified, haha." Meng Wuya laughed, his expression calm. "Not to mention me, even that guy down there, in a one-on-one fight, none of you are his opponent." Saying so, he gestured towards the old demon down below. The old demon grinned fiercely, his expression terrifying. "Him?" The square-faced master's heart trembled, but a look of surprise appeared on his face as he slowly shook his head. "He's nothing!" As he spoke, his face filled with contempt and disdain. Not only did he have such an expression, many of the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters had similar expressions. All of them secretly felt that this Meng Wuya was a bit senile, actually daring to say such a thing. Old Demon, Meng Wuya, and Ling Tai Su. Of these 3, the one these 8 feared the most was Ling Tai Su. This Ling Tai Su was an above immortal ascension boundary master, and his cultivation was much higher than theirs. What's more, he was the one who had cultivated the Demon Lord. Next was Meng Wuya. Although Treasurer Meng was a peak immortal ascension boundary master, these 8 couldn't see through him. Towards someone they couldn't see through, it was natural for them to be suspicious of him. As for the old demon, although he was also a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master like Meng Wuya, they didn't put him in their eyes. Such a martial artist, they could kill him as and when they wanted. Last time, Yang Li Ting had killed the old demon's blood demon puppet with a single palm strike, but he hadn't dared to resist, so it was obvious that this demon lord wasn't much of a threat. Hearing the square-faced master's sarcasm, Meng Wuya couldn't help laughing. "Old demon, I'm looking down on you, what do you do? If they look down on me, then they look down on me, what's there to say?" The old demon laughed strangely, not showing the slightest trace of anger, his expression light and indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. "Can you still endure?" Meng Wuya looked at the old demon with a smile. "With your brutal nature, shouldn't you teach this group of short-sighted fools a lesson? You said that they are short-sighted, so why should this old man lower himself to their level?" The old demon grinned as he continued to spout nonsense with Meng Wuya, completely ignoring the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Everyone's mood became subtle. Listening to these words, it seemed that this old devil's methods were truly unfathomable, not even putting an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master in his eyes. Did he have the ability to do so? Was he qualified? While everyone was puzzled, the old demon's expression suddenly turned solemn and he said indifferently, "Although this old master doesn't want to lower himself to their level, if this old master doesn't do anything, I'm afraid they will look down on me. This move is very exhausting to use, so this old master won't use it unless it is absolutely necessary." As he said this, the yuan qi rolling in his body suddenly quieted down and became as still as an ancient well, like a pool of stagnant water. Spectre Saint technique. A resounding roar suddenly burst out from the old demon's mouth, and along with this roar, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, everyone felt their blood surge, as if an unparalleled suction force was being exerted from the old demon's body, trying to draw out their blood. The weaker cultivator instantly wore pained expressions. Under this kind of suction force, their faces flushed red and blood began to flow from their 7 orifices, making for a horrifying sight. Even the Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators had no choice but to use their secret arts to resist this suction. No one could escape unscathed. No one knew what kind of method the old demon had used to actually cause such an effect. Shio shio shio. A bright red light suddenly burst out from all directions and rushed into the old demon's body. These bloody lights were all condensed from fresh blood. This blood came from the dead cultivator. Whether it was the masters from the 7 family coalition or the cultivator from Yamkai Mansion, as long as they died, their blood would be sucked dry in a single breath. Even the blood that had seeped into the ground was sucked out by this huge suction force. The old demon's body absorbed all of this blood, leaving not a single drop behind, his entire body suddenly becoming red, like a roasted crab. From his body, a terrifying blood qi suddenly burst out, several times stronger than the Yang family blood warriors after using their mad tyrant blood skill. After all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius had been sucked dry, the suction force suddenly disappeared. All the cultivator below the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage began bleeding from their 7 orifices, including those from Yamkai Mansion. However, none of these cultivators were in any life-threatening danger. The old demon still had a sense of propriety and wouldn't allow them to die for no reason. It wasn't until this moment that an earth-shattering aura burst out from the old demon's body. An invisible aura centered on him, quickly spread outwards. His momentum continued to climb, breaking through the Immortal Ascension boundary at an incredible speed, but it still continued to climb. The eyes of the 8 masters from the 8 great families trembled violently as they stared at the scene in front of them, deeply shocked. A moment later, the earth-shattering movement slowly subsided. The old demon took a deep breath, still wearing a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his arms and legs, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. The 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters were stunned, quickly releasing their divine senses to sweep the old demon's body and were immediately stunned. Above Immortal Ascension boundary! At this moment, the old demon was a genuine above Immortal Ascension boundary master. After recovering, the 8 masters realized something incredible. What kind of secret technique was this demon spectre saint technique? What kind of secret technique was it? How could it allow a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator to reach the above immortal ascension boundary in such a short time? Even the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall's Mad Tyrant blood skill couldn't have such an effect. Although Tu Feng and the other masters could exchange a few blows with an above immortal ascension boundary master when using their Mad Tyrant blood skill, they were still far from reaching that realm. The old demon had truly set foot on this great family's territory. In an instant, the 8 masters' breathing became rapid and their eyes became bloodshot. If they could obtain this kind of secret technique, just how much would their family's strength increase? Each of the 8 great families only had a few above immortal ascension boundary masters, but there were many peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Even if it was only a short time, this secret technique would have an irreplaceable effect. Is this old master qualified to exchange blows with you now? The old demon stared at the 8 masters with a gloomy expression. The 8 masters all wore a strange expression, none of them answering. The square-faced master who had cursed the old demon before had an even uglier expression on his face. He was also an above immortal ascension boundary master, so how could he dare to criticize the old demon now? Demon Spectre Saint technique, this one is quite good. Meng Wuya suddenly nodded gently. Is this secret technique complementary to the blood demon puppet you refined? The old demon grinned meaningfully. Don't expose me. Meng Wuya's insight was amazing, and at a glance he saw the subtle connection between the demon spectre saint technique and the blood demon puppet. The demon spectre saint technique required a lot of fresh blood to display, and the higher the strength of the cultivator, the greater the space for the old demon's own strength to improve. However, this condition was very problematic. It was impossible to have fresh blood for the old demon to use at all times. With the blood demon puppet, the situation was different. The biggest role of this puppet was to absorb the blood of the dead, while its own combat strength was secondary. When the time came, old demon could sacrifice the blood demon puppet and use the blood demon's sacrifice and his own blood to display the demon spectre saint technique. You have such an ability? Yang Kai also glanced over at the old demon in surprise. Although he had long known that the old demon was extraordinary and had secretly speculated about their strength, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated them. Young master, please forgive me, old servant doesn't usually use this trick, so I haven't used it before. The old demon smiled. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not caring much about this. He wasn't curious enough to ask about other people's secrets. Saying so, he and the old demon both turned their eyes to Meng Wuya. Old man, don't just watch, I'm afraid this old master alone won't be enough to accomplish this. The old demon shouted. There were 8 of them on the other side, so they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. Although the old demon and Ling Tai Su were both very powerful, they couldn't force them to retreat. Meng Wuya nodded gently, only uttering a single word. Release! Kacha, from Meng Wuya's body, a chain-like energy pattern appeared, wrapping around his body like a wriggling snake. With a single shout, this chain shattered, releasing a burst of light that spread out in all directions. An unparalleled pressure suddenly descended, causing the world to tremble. Meng Wuya's expression was indifferent, but compared to just a moment ago, he was like a completely different person. Above immortal ascension boundary. With just a single word, in an instant, Meng Wuya had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. What's more, his method was completely different from the old demon's. The old demon had used a secret technique to absorb all the blood within a 1,000-meter radius in order to increase his strength. Meng Wuya, on the other hand, seemed to have unlocked a seal in his body and restored his original strength. In other words, Meng Wuya's original cultivation was at the above immortal ascension boundary, but for some unknown reason, he had sealed his strength. This discovery shocked the masters from the 8 great families. Looking at Meng Wuya again, the expressions of the 8 great families all changed. They couldn't see through Meng Wuya. He was so mysterious that they couldn't figure him out. At this moment, Meng Wuya gave them the greatest pressure, followed by the old demon, while Ling Tai Su, who was originally the strongest, had become the weakest link. Such a lineup, such a heritage, the situation had escalated. The 8 great families all wore strange expressions. They had thought that with the 8 of them stepping forward, they would be able to resolve the situation, but now they discovered that things were not as they had imagined. Only now did they understand why Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya had been so confident in preventing them from interfering with Yang Kai's breakthrough 10 days ago. If they had really fought, not to mention whether or not they could stop Yang Kai, War City would likely have been destroyed. This fierce battle was full of twists and turns, causing everyone to be dumbfounded, their hearts filled with both excitement and nervousness. The old demon had entered, and now all of them had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. This kind of show was not something ordinary people could witness, so they couldn't help feeling that even if they died here, it would be worth it. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to how the situation would develop next. Chapter 551. In a trivial war city, 11 above immortal ascension boundary masters had gathered here. The development of the situation was now completely out of the control of both sides. At this time, no matter who it was impossible for either side to back down easily. The situation had already been set, so whichever side retreated would appear weak and cowardly. Ling Tai-su secretly sent a message to Yang Kai, warning him to be careful. Yang Kai remained silent, ordering the cultivator and his mansion to withdraw from the battle and gather together. At the same time, Yi Xian-ro was also making the same arrangements. A short time later, the two sides were clearly divided. High up in the sky, the 11 forces were facing each other while Yang Kai's mansion cultivator and the 7 family coalition were separated by 1,000 meters. Most of them were so nervous that they couldn't even breathe. "Do you really want to fight?" Meng Wuya stared at the 8 forces opposite him, reading this message from their eyes. "Things have already reached this point, so let's just casually exchange some pointers." Among the 8 forces, a fat old man said lightly. He was one of those who had been quite optimistic about Yang Kai's chances and didn't want such a dispute to occur, but since things had turned out contrary to his wishes, he was helpless. After all, he was standing on the side of the 8 great families, so even if he was optimistic about Yang Kai, he couldn't do anything for him. "Very well." Meng Wuya nodded gently, smiling as he stared forward. "A group brawl, 1-on-1, and a tag team battle, how do you want to play? Just draw a line, and the 3 of us will follow suit." Among the 8 forces, several of them couldn't help coldly snorting, their expressions clearly displeased. Meng Wuya's words were too contemptuous, naturally causing them to be somewhat unhappy. The fat old man also calmly said, "Your Excellency's tone is quite big." All of them were above immortal ascension boundary masters, all of them with high status. Normally, they wouldn't fight with them, nor would they have the qualifications to fight with them. Today's battle seemed inevitable. If they really swarmed up and outnumbered the enemy, it wouldn't be good for them. Since they couldn't fight as a group, they could only fight 1-on-1. None of them had any confidence in fighting 1-on-1, so there was only one option left. However, none of them were fools. Naturally, they wouldn't directly answer Meng Wuya's question. Yang Liting suddenly took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "Sect Master Ling, speaking of which, you and my Yang family are quite close. 2 generations of my Yang family's young lords have been cultivating under your tutelage, and I am indebted to you for your care. Today, this Yang has come to meet you and see what Sect Master Ling's methods are like." Ling Tai-su smiled faintly and said indifferently, "That's fine too. Ever since I broke through, I have never fought with anyone of the same level. Brother Yang, please show mercy later. We'll stop when the time comes. Please!" As soon as his voice fell, Ling Tai-su suddenly leapt up into the night sky, disappearing in an instant. A moment later, in the sky, a violent energy fluctuation spread out, and as far as the eye could see, one could even see bursts of light flashing. This was a battle between 2 above immortal ascension boundary masters, but not many people were lucky enough to witness it. "Brother Yang is still impatient," The fat old man shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly before suddenly turning to stare at Meng Wuya and saying, "Brother Meng, let's also go up." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the night sky, wrapped in a green light. Meng Wuya followed closely behind. "Old demon, this old master will meet you!" Another man stepped forward and pointed to the old demon and shouted. The old demon snickered. "Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya have both gone up, so this old master won't go. If I leave, who will protect the young master?" The fat old man angrily shouted. "What do you mean by that? Do you think we'll take advantage of the fact that you three aren't here to attack a junior? Isn't that what you're planning?" The old demon squinted at him and asked sarcastically. The fat old man was furious and shouted back. "If you think so, then you're looking down on this old master too much. We aren't shameless to such an extent." The old demon snickered. "Who knows what you're thinking?" He looked like he was determined to stay here even if he had to die. Obviously, he was also worried about the problem he mentioned before. The old demon didn't accept the challenge, and the fat old man's face immediately turned ashen. The remaining top experts also had ugly expressions as they glared at the old demon, their yuan qi fluctuating. "Fine, I believe you're all honorable and upright people. It's impossible for you to take advantage of our absence to harm the young master." The old demon snickered and deliberately spoke in a loud voice. Although he also felt that these people wouldn't do such a thing with their status, it was still necessary to guard against them. The old demon was still somewhat vigilant. But if he didn't accept the challenge at this time, it would only worsen the situation. He had no choice but to take action. "Young master, you must be careful. Don't be careless." The old demon whispered and turned into a bloody light that shot into the sky. His voice came from afar. "Come up, this old master will wait for you." The man who had just been talking to the old demon quickly leapt up. The 6 above immortal ascension boundary masters were fighting in the sky several thousand meters above the ground. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and watch, but even though everyone's strength wasn't low and their eyesight was much better than Chang Jin's, they couldn't see much. Yam Kai could only vaguely sense some of the mysteries in the sky. These were the 6 above immortal ascension boundary masters' understandings of the martial Tao and the heavenly way. If one could absorb and digest these things, it would be of great help to any cultivator. While paying close attention, Yam Kai silently sensed these mysteries in his mind, memorizing them and waiting for the day when he would be able to fully understand them. The battle seemed to be getting more and more intense. The light in the sky was also as bright as day, dazzling and piercing to the eyes. Only in that space where the light bloomed, the crowd seemed to see some figures flying back and forth. As for how they attacked and what kind of moves they used, no one knew. Many of the more intelligent individuals quietly observed the expressions of the remaining experts from the 8 great families, and were surprised to find that they all had nervous and helpless expressions on their faces. Immediately, they realized that the 8 great families seemed to be at a disadvantage in this battle. This discovery startled many of them. The 8 great families of the Seal Temple had always been regarded as the representatives of the world's strongest, but now, compared with the 3 from Yam Kai's mansion, the difference between them was obvious. The above immortal ascension boundary was a realm full of secrets. Until one reached this step, no one knew what it was like. Even Tu Feng only had a vague understanding of the above immortal ascension boundary. So, after learning that the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters were at a disadvantage, everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by Ling Tai Su's trio. Meng Wuya and the old demon had clearly just reached this level using different methods. Ling Tai Su had only broken through to this realm a little over a year ago, but they were actually more powerful than the top masters from the 8 great families. Each of those masters had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary at least 50 years ago. Could it be that 50 years of bitter cultivation wasn't as good as a single instant breakthrough? What kind of realm was the above immortal ascension boundary? Just as everyone was wondering, the battle high up in the sky seemed to have reached a conclusion. A moment later, 2 figures flew down, Meng Wuya and his opponent. Meng Wuya's expression was calm, but his opponent's face was pale, and although he was unwilling, he still cupped his fist towards Meng Wuya and said, "Thank you for your advice. Thank you for letting me win." Meng Wuya nodded gently. Neither of them had any injuries or traces of battle, which meant that either they had been peacefully exchanging pointers or the gap in strength between them was too great. The former possibility was unlikely. Just now, when everyone was talking, the smell of gunpowder was thick, so even if it wasn't a life or death struggle, it wouldn't have been too peaceful. As for the latter possibility, no one dared to think about it. After a while, Ling Tai-su and Yang Li-ting also flew down, both of them somewhat out of breath as they stared at each other. "Sect Master Ling's skill is truly amazing, this Yang has lost." Yang Li-ting dropped a few words before walking back to his seat. The audience was in an uproar. Meng Wuya, Ling Tai-su, these 8 great families' ancestors were actually no match for these two from Yang Kai's mansion. What about the other battle? Just as everyone was about to look up, they suddenly heard the sound of something heavy falling from the sky. Before anyone could react, a loud bang rang out, as if something had fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Dust flew everywhere, and when the dust settled, everyone couldn't help but be flabbergasted. They found that the master who had previously challenged Shui Mo was standing in place with a pale expression on his face. Beside his feet was a large crater that had been created by him, and from the corner of his mouth there was a trace of blood, seemingly having suffered some injuries. Old Demon stood several dozen meters above the ground, looking down at his opponent, grinning. "Sorry, this old master's attacks aren't light or heavy, unlike Sect Master Ling and Meng Wuya who can control their strength." That young man glanced up at the old demon but didn't say anything, quickly walking back to his own camp, sitting down cross-legged, and circulating his secret art. A moment later, he opened his mouth and spat out a red and black aura. This aura was extremely strange and evil, so it should have been injected into his body by the old demon. 3 matches, all defeat. The audience was in an uproar as everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. The 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were actually so weak? All of them stood at the pinnacle of the martial Tao. "Come again. Looking at your posture, if I don't beat you until you're convinced, today's matter won't be over." The old demon smiled grimly. It seemed like the old demon was provoking them, but in fact, everyone knew that since the 8 great families' top masters had been dispatched, they would definitely finish what they started. After losing 3, there were still 5 to go. Everyone had a tacit understanding. In response to the old demon's words, 3 of them stepped forward. Ling Tai-su sighed, exchanging a helpless glance with Meng Wuya before flying up for the second time. The fierce battle between the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters once again began. At this time, the masters from the 7 family coalition couldn't help praying silently that these 3 wouldn't be completely defeated like before. For a long time, the 8 great families of the Seal Temple had been the object of worship for many people. If all of them were defeated, the prestige of the 8 great families would likely collapse. Chapter 552. The 7 family coalition's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all held their breaths as they secretly watched the battle in the sky. The 2 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had yet to appear were also paying close attention. "Brother Hua, that Meng Wuya, how strong is he?" the square-faced master whispered to the fat old man. Although he had also watched the entire battle just now, it wasn't as profound as the fat old man's. The fat old man from the Hua family sighed slightly and said with a wry smile, "Please forgive me for using the word unfathomable to describe him." The square-faced old man was startled and stared at the fat old man in shock. The fat old man shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to belittle myself, but I have lived for many years and have studied the above Immortal Ascension Boundary for many years. I have a unique understanding of the martial Tao and the heavenly way, but I have never seen someone like him. Let me put it this way, one-on-one, even if we were to fight him one after another, he could still defeat all 8 of us." "What?" The square-faced old man paled. Although he knew that Meng Wuya wasn't an easy character to deal with, this evaluation was still too high, but since it came from the fat old man's mouth, it was absolutely correct. Everyone had been together for so many years and understood each other's characters very well. It was impossible for the fat old man from the Hua family to exaggerate. That demon lord is also extraordinary. The opponent whom the old demon had defeated before slowly opened his eyes and said, "Even if he isn't as strong as Meng Wuye, he's still not someone we can deal with." The fat old man's eyes were slightly confused as he murmured, "And I always feel that these two people aren't on the same level as us." "What do you mean? How could they not be on the same level? Aren't they also above immortal ascension boundary masters?" "I can't say for sure." The fat old man frowned, secretly comparing himself with Meng Wuye. He always felt that this man was standing high above the clouds, overlooking him, a height he could never reach. "So Ling Tai Su is the most normal," Yang Li Ting interjected. "Although Ling Tai Su's cultivation is similar to ours, his secret art and moves are similar to Meng Wuye's. It's probably because the two of them have discussed the martial Tao for so many years in High Heaven Pavilion and learned a lot from Meng Wuye. Judging from his performance, he should only be able to win 2 matches before exhausting himself." 2 wins? The square-faced old man's face darkened. "Then won't we all lose?" The other side had 3 people, while his side had 8. Even if Ling Tai Su only appeared twice, with Meng Wuye and Old Demon's methods, they could easily deal with the rest. Even if he could only win a single match, it would still be good, but such a simple idea had become an extravagant hope for an above immortal ascension boundary master. The 5 of them looked defeated. They were helpless and powerless to do anything. These people used to sit in the Seal Temple as grand elders of the 8 great families. They were all above immortal ascension boundary masters who were worshipped by the world, believing that even if there was someone stronger than them in this world, they couldn't be much stronger. It wasn't until today that they realized just how incompetent they were. A frog sitting in a well, looking at the sky as if it were a well. Yang Li Ting's eyes were deep as he muttered, his words echoing the thoughts of everyone present. "Brother Yi, whether you encounter Meng Wuye or the old demon, you must be careful. Meng Wuye is a bit better, holding back his strength, but the old demon's methods are cruel." The man who had been injured by the old demon before warned, "Brother Lu as well, you must not be injured by his demonic qi. This demonic qi is very difficult to resolve." As he spoke, his face paled and he hurriedly circulated his secret art, obviously not completely recovering. The 2 top masters from the Yi and Lu families who were warned nodded slightly. The square-faced old man from the Yi family wore a dignified expression as he suddenly turned his head and glanced over at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also paying attention to the fierce battle in the sky at this moment, comprehending the various concepts that were being transmitted from the sky, seemingly intoxicated. Suddenly, a rather discordant feeling arose in his heart. Yang Kai suddenly became alert and hurriedly became vigilant, only feeling a faint chill pass over his body. But after carefully examining himself, he couldn't find anything. Frowning, Yang Kai glanced over at the top masters from the 8 great families and happened to meet the eyes of the square-faced old man from the Yi family. The old man remained expressionless, and slowly turned his gaze away. "Little lord." Teng Yuxian found that Yang Kai's expression was strange and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Yang Kai shook his head. "It's probably just an illusion." "Oh." Teng Yuxian saw that he was fine and no longer asked. Glancing over at the square-faced old man, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he didn't notice anything wrong with himself, the discordant feeling he had just felt was not fake. Beasts had instincts. As a cultivator he also had instincts, and to some extent, a cultivator's instincts were more accurate and sensitive than a beast's. Just now, the square-faced old man either wanted to harm him, or had already done so, which was why Yang Kai was able to sense it. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, did he want to find a way to break through? Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he sneered in his heart. He didn't dare act carelessly. If an above immortal ascension boundary master wanted to attack him, it was normal for him not to notice. Gently taking a deep breath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his powerful spiritual energy to examine himself, but he didn't find the slightest abnormality. His divine sense entered his knowledge sea, and Yang Kai's soul avatar floated above the vast sea, looking around. His knowledge sea was peaceful, with a variety of fish swimming freely in the water and birds constantly flying through the sky. These fish and birds all carried Yang Kai's memories and spiritual energy. At the center of his knowledge sea, there was a 5-colored island that stood quietly like a mountain of treasures. Floating above this island was a small sword and an oblate object of unknown use. The 5-colored island was transformed from the soul-warming lotus, the small sword was Yang Kai's soul-type artifact, and the oblate object was the treasure he had obtained from the 7th page of the Black Book. However, so far, Yang Kai didn't know what it was used for. Since he obtained it, it had settled down in his knowledge sea and hadn't provided him with any help in terms of strength, nor did it cause him any harm. As the drizzle continued, the scenery in his knowledge sea was like a paradise, beautiful and unforgettable. Am I being paranoid? Yang Kai pondered. The other party hadn't taken any action against him? After all, the old demon had been worried about this problem before and had deliberately pointed it out. The other party had also said that it was impossible for them to take advantage of the absence of the old demon, Ling Tai Su, and Meng Wuya. Those people were all old ancestors of the 8 great families, so their words naturally carried some weight. With a smile, Yang Kai prepared to withdraw from his knowledge sea. At that moment, though, Yang Kai's movements came to an abrupt halt, and his eyes flashed a cold light as he stared coldly at his knowledge sea. After a while, he chuckled. Interesting, I don't remember it ever raining in my knowledge sea. Everything in one's knowledge sea would change according to the ups and downs of a cultivator's mood. When one was happy, there would be no clouds in the sky, and the sun would shine brightly, but when one was unhappy, there would be rain and waves. Yang Kai had thought that it was his mood that had caused this drizzle, but after thinking about it for a moment, he felt that something was wrong. Trying to control it, he found that this drizzle had nothing to do with him. Since it had nothing to do with him, it must be someone else's doing. Get out here! Along with Yang Kai's roar, his calm knowledge sea suddenly churned with waves several dozen meters high, shooting up into the sky. Pillars of water, like flood dragons emerging from the sea, shot straight up into the sky. The drizzle seemed to suddenly stagnate for a moment, but under the impact of this boundless divine sense, it quickly came to a stop. A vague figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai and stared towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. I knew it was you! Yang Kai sneered and said sarcastically. What's wrong? Even the words of an above immortal ascension boundary master are like farts to you? The person opposite him was the sole avatar of the Yi family's square-faced old man. Since he had appeared tonight, he had been holding a grudge against Yang Kai and Yang Kai's people. This made Yang Kai very suspicious, wondering how he had offended this old man. Finally, after thinking about it, Yang Kai could only explain that this old man was helping Yi Xian Ro. After all, this old man was the old ancestor of the Yi family. A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face, as if he hadn't expected that his method would be seen through by Yang Kai. Nodding, he said, You really are good. With just an immortal ascension boundary 2nd stage cultivation, you were able to break through this old master's soul skill. This old master's spring breeze drizzle has never failed before. Spring breeze drizzle, silent infiltration, was one of this old man's signature skills. As an above immortal ascension boundary master, using this move to deal with Yang Kai made him feel like he was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But not only did it not have any effect, it was even quickly seen through by the other party. Yang Kai snorted and stared at him coldly, not saying a word. Yang family little brat, how did you cultivate your knowledge sea? The old man asked in a deep voice. With your cultivation, it is impossible for you to have such a huge and pure spiritual energy. Although your spiritual energy is much worse than this old master's, it is still far beyond the level of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Old dog, you didn't sneak into my knowledge sea just to ask this question, did you? Yang Kai looked at the old man sarcastically, not waiting for him to answer before continuing. Did you feel like you lost a lot of face this time and want to regain some face from me? The old man didn't care about Yang Kai's sarcasm and said indifferently. This old master was just curious about how you did it. Since you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. There will always be a chance to figure it out. As for why this old master sneaked into your knowledge, see, naturally it was because he wanted to know some of your secrets. My secrets? Yang Kai froze for a moment before grinning. A method to quickly improve a cultivator's strength. Chapter 553. The old man spoke as if he was certain of Yang Kai's victory, revealing the intentions of the 7 great families and the Yang family without the slightest concealment. This was the reality of the situation. The reason why the Yang family had ignored Yang Kai and only sent Yang Jin and several elders to negotiate with Yang Kai was because of this plan. In the eyes of the Yang family, since the 7 great families had set their sights on Yang Kai would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and would willingly return to the Yang family to accept their protection, and the price would be the method to improve his cultivator's strength. A forcibly picked melon was not sweet, and the Yang family did not use force on Yang Kai for 2 reasons. First, they were afraid of Yang Kai's emotional backlash. Second, because Yang Kai had many masters in his house. And third, because the Yang family believed that as a member of the Yang family, he had to contribute everything to the Yang family. Offering the method to improve his cultivator's strength to the Yang family was a matter of course. However, returning to the Yang family would result in his cultivation being crippled, which was a consequence that Yang Kai could not accept. The 7 great families were taking advantage of the subtle contradiction between Yang Kai and the Yang family to stir up trouble. Being able to capture Yang Kai alive in this battle was of course the best scenario, and this was also the scene they hoped to see. At that time, the 7 great families could discuss with the Yang family how to divide the benefits hidden in Yang Kai's body. Even if they could not capture Yang Kai and instead forced him to return to the Yang family, they could accept this result. As the old man said, the 7 great families had accompanied the Yang family to play such a good show, and many people had died. The Yang family had to do something, otherwise, how could the 7 great families give up? Yang Liting's appearance today was precisely because of this consideration. On one hand, he was accompanying the others to pressure Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he was secretly ensuring that Yang Kai would not fall into the hands of others. In order to maximize the benefits of the Yang family. Listening to the old man's words, Yang Kai secretly nodded, a sense of sadness growing in his heart. This was the current situation of the great families. In front of the interests of the entire family, the members of the family could not resist at all. Facing the demands of the family, they had to submit 100%. The old man continued, "That was our original goal, but this old man has discovered something even more interesting. The secret to instantly breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary?" Yang Kai grinned. He wasn't a fool and could naturally guess what the other party was coveting. Tonight, Meng Wuya and the old demon each used a different divine technique to raise their strength to the above immortal ascension boundary. This was a huge blow to anyone. Putting Meng Wuya aside for now, it was very likely that he had been at this level all along, but had sealed his own cultivation. Just now, he had undone the seal and recovered his strength. This was a method that no one else could imitate or learn from. Instead, it was the old demon. Yang Kai had indeed used a secret technique to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. If he could obtain this secret technique, it would be more valuable than anything else. Each of the 8 great families had at least a dozen or so peak immortal ascension boundary masters. In times of crisis, he could summon a dozen or 20 above immortal ascension boundary masters. What did this mean? If the Yi family obtained the secret, trampling the Yang family under their feet wouldn't be a dream. Even if the old demon's methods were somewhat cruel and bloody, so what? Under the temptation of such benefits, everything was a piece of cake. Whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it could catch a mouse, it was a good cat. Interesting, at this time you don't care about some evil secret art? Yang Kai looked at the other party sarcastically. I just have the potential to become a demon lord, yet you're all working together to target me. On the other hand, you're coveting old demon's methods. What's wrong? Do you also want to cultivate some kind of evil secret art? No matter what attribute it is, as long as it's useful to the family, It's a good thing. The old man coldly snorted, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. Yang Kai was surprised. So you know? I thought you didn't know. Putting on such a dignified posture and insisting on suppressing and destroying me, don't you think it's ridiculous? The old man slowly shook his head. Our standpoints are different, so our considerations are different. Suppressing and destroying you is imperative, but as for the reason, it can only be said that you are too weak. If you were in my position, no one would dare to point fingers at you. I understand. Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression dignified. In the end, it's because I have no power or influence. That's right, even if you are the Yang family's young lord in front of us, you are just a little brat. Many thanks for your guidance. I will work hard enough to make everyone look up to me and obey my will. Yang Kai sneered meaningfully, his eyes filled with a raging flame. You have no chance. The old man shook his head indifferently, his expression indifferent as he said, If you hadn't discovered this old master's methods, you might have had a chance, but even if you did, do you think this old master would let you leave here safely? You want to kill me? Yang Kai stared at the other party, not showing the slightest fear, instead a bit eager to try. If I don't kill you, how can I obtain the secret art from that old demon? For this old master, controlling you is far more valuable than killing you. The old man said lightly, as if he was talking about something trivial. Don't even think about leaving here to spread the news. Since this old master has made a move, he will seal off your knowledge. See? Who said I wanted to leave here? Yang Kai grinned, following his words, his entire knowledge sea gradually surged. Old dog, have you forgotten that this is my knowledge sea? Here, I am the master. As soon as his voice fell, countless pillars of water rushed out from his knowledge sea, like flood dragons, and rushed towards the old man's soul avatar from all directions. The old man stood in place calmly, facing this destructive attack, seemingly not caring at all, only waving his hand as the water pillars rushed towards him. With a loud crash, all the water pillars were blocked, leaving him unscathed. Your spiritual energy is indeed powerful, but compared to this old master there is still a gap. Didn't this old master tell you this before? The old man looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he discovered that at some point, this old man had poured all of his spiritual energy into his knowledge sea. With all of his spiritual energy gathered here, this old man's body would be powerless to resist. But now that the above immortal ascension boundary masters were fighting, everyone's eyes and attention were focused on this battle, so no one would notice this old man's abnormality. In other words, if Yang Kai didn't deal with this old man here, he may really be controlled by this old man. Waving his hands, the birds flying through the sky and the fish swimming in the sea suddenly transformed into a sharp wave of energy that shot towards the old man. The old man's expression also became slightly dignified. Although his spiritual energy was greater than Yang Kai's, it wasn't enough to ignore him. The spiritual energy attack of this immortal ascension boundary's second stage master was extraordinary, so he didn't dare take it lightly. Invisible energy was released from Yang Kai's soul avatar, innumerable strands of energy that seemed to be everywhere as it rushed towards the aggressive birds and fishes. At this point, whether it was the old man or Yang Kai, either of them held back. Inside the knowledge sea, this battle was earth-shattering. Fish after fish turned into fluorescent light, and birds fell one after another. Yang Kai's attacks were ineffective, and the old man's expression became more and more dignified. The energy released from his soul avatar was constantly being consumed. Yang Kai's strength had exceeded his expectations. Shio. From the five-colored island, the small sword-shaped soul-type artifact shot out, leaving behind a trail of light as it shot towards the old man. The old man's expression changed, no longer able to remain calm. Although this soul-type artifact was only heaven-grade top rank, its function was to attack one's spiritual energy. It was the greatest nemesis of this old man's soul. Yang Kai using it to attack was naturally not something the old man could ignore. Streams of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye burst out from the old man's body, instantly weaving into an indestructible net in front of him that shot towards the small sword. This net was extremely tough, So when the small sword hit it, it was unable to break through and instead seemed to sink into a quagmire, greatly reducing its speed. Seeing this, the old man coldly shouted, "Yon family little brat, surrender yourself. This old master has already given you a lot of face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't boast!" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "If you really had a way to deal with me, why bother wasting time?" The old man's expression became cold. Although he didn't want to admit Yang Kai's statement, it was also a fact. Before sneaking into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he hadn't expected the other party's spiritual energy to be so strong, causing his plan to fail. As he spoke, Yang Kai waved his hand and the small sword that had been bound by the net flew over. Yang Kai grabbed it and poured his spiritual energy into it, causing the several-inch-long sword to suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Holding this small sword, Yang Kai grinned and rushed straight towards the old man. Before he even arrived, he slashed out with the sword, sending out a several-dozen-meter-long sword wave towards the old man. The old man's expression changed as he coldly shouted, "You're crazy!" In the previous confrontation between the two of them, they had both used their own spiritual energy to collide with each other, so even if there was some wear and tear, there wouldn't be any damage. However, if one's soul avatar was damaged, it would be a serious blow. If it was light, one would become an idiot and their soul would be greatly damaged, while if it was heavy, one would die on the spot, beyond redemption. So when he saw Yang Kai's soul avatar rushing towards him with a small sword, the old man was taken aback. Who would use such a method to fight? Waving his hands one after another, the old man arranged several layers of defense, but all of them were quickly broken through by Yang Kai's soul-type artifact. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were within reach. Although he had lived for many years, the old man still had an instinctive fear of death. Before the battle had even begun, his courage had already waned, so the old man hurriedly retreated and opened up some distance between him and Yang Kai. "Old dog, do you only know how to run?" Yang Kai chased after the old man, his mouth not idle as he taunted him. This was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so Yang Kai had an absolute advantage here. From the sea below, one divine sense attack after another rushed out and blocked the old man's path. How could he have the energy to answer? "Didn't you just say you wanted to control me?" "Say it again." Yang Kai laughed, becoming more and more unrestrained, causing the old man's face to go pale. Chapter 554. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai and the old man's soul avatar were chasing after each other as they circled around the five-colored island. The old man didn't want to have a direct collision with Yang Kai's soul avatar in order to avoid any accidents. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was still young and full of vigor, not fearing death, chasing after the old man relentlessly, seemingly determined to kill him. In terms of momentum alone, the old man was at a disadvantage. But in fact, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to his opponent. Although this was his knowledge sea and he was the master here, the old man had cultivated and used his spiritual energy nearly 100 years earlier than Yang Kai. Such a long period of accumulation was more than enough for him to escape Yang Kai's pursuit unscathed. While fleeing, the old man even had the leisure to observe the five-colored island. The more he observed it, the more difficult it was for him to suppress the desire in his heart. He didn't know what this five-colored island was, but he could feel a sense of warmth coming from it. When his soul avatar was near the island, his spiritual energy seemed to have increased significantly, allowing him to quickly restore the lost portion of his spiritual energy. In an instant, the old man understood that this magical five-colored island was a supreme treasure that could nourish one's soul. This also explained why Yang Kai could possess such a powerful spiritual energy when he was just an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator. The root of all of this was this five-colored island. The value of this island may be greater than the value of the old demon's divine technique. Considering all this, the old man's breathing quickened slightly. His divine sense had silently infiltrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea in order to find an opportunity to take control of him in one fell swoop. Although there had been an accident, he had now discovered another treasure of great value. This time, the price he paid was worth it. Even if his soul avatar was damaged, he had to capture this little brat. The secrets and wealth hidden on this boy were enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. The old man secretly made up his mind. Seemingly aware of the change in the old man's thoughts, Yang Kai's face also became gloomy. He had 3 great secrets that he would never let anyone he didn't trust know about. The first was the worthless black book, a secret no one knew about until now. The second was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Only the old demon knew of its existence. The third was the myriad drug liquid. Now that the second secret was right in front of the other party, and the other party was also very interested in the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai immediately wanted to kill him. No matter what, he could not allow the other party to leave his knowledge sea safely and reveal this secret. With this thought, his entire sea of consciousness shook. Countless attacks covered the sky and covered the earth, like a swarm of locusts, attacking the old man from all directions. The old man's footsteps suddenly came to a halt as he turned around and looked at Yang Kai quietly, sneering. "Yang family brat, you're still too inexperienced." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he felt a sense of crisis. The old man laughed. "Do you think this old man is being chased by you? Ha ha ha, this old man was secretly arranging things, but you didn't notice at all. You really are young and full of vigor." As he spoke, green rays of light suddenly appeared in the air. These rays of light weaved into a huge curtain, enveloping the entire 5-colored treasure island. In an instant, the connection between Yang Kai and his knowledge sea was cut off. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, and without the slightest hesitation, he gripped his small sword artifact and rushed towards the green curtain, intending to destroy it. "Wishful thinking!" the old man shouted angrily. He had spent a great deal of effort, and consumed a huge amount of his spiritual energy to arrange this, so how could he allow Yang Kai to easily break through it? If this was really broken through, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Shouting so, the old man waved his hand and sent out a series of thin threads that wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned around and slashed at these threads, but although he managed to cut through many of them, he was still unable to break through. A strong sense of crisis descended. His entire sea of consciousness was affected by the tension and tremendous pressure. All of a sudden, it turned upside down and became restless. The old man sneered, his expression filled with confidence and calmness. Just as the thin threads were about to wrap around Yang Kai, a shocking pressure suddenly descended. Whether it was the old man or Yang Kai, both of them couldn't help pausing, as if under this pressure, their soul avatars were about to be crushed into dust. The old man was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. Even if he was an above immortal ascension boundary master, he had never felt such a terrifying pressure before. The thin threads he had shot out to wrap around Yang Kai were like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing in an instant. Although Yang Kai was also under pressure, compared to the old man, he was still much better off. This pressure seemed to be directed at the old man, while Yang Kai was only slightly affected. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. The two people inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea heard this sound and were both stunned. What they saw was that the flat round object floating above the 5-colored island actually split open from its center. As if someone was tearing through space, this crack slowly expanded, and as it expanded, the pressure it released grew stronger and stronger. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the wind began to surge violently. The old man shuddered as a great sense of crisis descended upon him, almost causing him to lose his footing, his entire soul avatars fluctuating as a miserable howl escaped from his mouth. Yang Kai stared blankly at the flat round object floating in the sky, his body suddenly becoming cold. Since obtaining it on the 7th page of the Black Book, Yang Kai had tried many times to pry into its mysteries but had never been able to do so, but today, when he felt his life was in danger, it actually reacted. What the hell is this? Yang Kai's eyes stared fixedly at this strange object. The crack expanded again, and under the increasingly powerful pressure, the barrier the old man had painstakingly arranged shattered like a fragile piece of paper. A moment later, the crack expanded to its limit, and after seeing what was inside, Whether it was Yang Kai or the old man, both of them couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. The old man even let out a heart-wrenching scream. An eye! It was an eye! A huge eye! When Yang Kai first obtained this thing, he had guessed its true form. Yang Kai thought it was a fruit, but when he looked at it, it actually looked like an eye. However, it was a closed eye. But now, this one eye had opened. Unlike ordinary people, this was an eyeball that was as black as ink, but had a golden pupil. This was a majestic and terrifying golden color that made one feel like they had no choice but to worship it. Although it was only a single eye, it stood quietly above the island, overlooking the old man with an indifferent gaze, as if in front of this single eye, this old man with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivation was nothing more than an ant. Yang family little brat, what the hell is this? The old man screamed, trying to find an answer from Yang Kai, but under the gaze of this single eye, he couldn't even move. His soul avatar was under tremendous pressure, and was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai didn't answer, his thoughts fluctuating wildly. He also didn't know what this thing was. Just as the old man was struggling to resist, a golden light suddenly shot out from the single eye and struck the old man's soul avatar. Without the slightest sound or reaction, the soul avatar of this above immortal ascension boundary master was instantly purified, leaving behind a large mass of pure spiritual energy suspended midair. Yang Kai was stunned. After doing all this, the single eye that had opened for some unknown reason slowly closed again, as mysterious and strange as before. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that before it closed, it seemed to stare at him for a moment, a look of slight disappointment and relief flashing across its eyes. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the wind gradually calmed down and the sun shone brightly. All kinds of fish continued to swim in the sea while birds continued to fly across the sky. Yang Kai stared blankly for a long time before not delving into the mysteries of this eye and quickly retreating. Immediately, a group of exclamations reached his ears. Looking around, it was the above immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families. The fat old man supported the body of the square-faced old man and called out anxiously, Brother Yi, what happened to you?" Yang Li Ting also carefully examined him, but after a long time, he slowly shook his head and said, "He's dead." Whether it was the cultivators from Yang Li Ting's house or the masters from the 7 family coalition, none of them could believe what Yang Li Ting had just said. All of a sudden, all of them were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. An above immortal ascension boundary master was dead? No injuries, I don't know what happened. Yang Li Ting's brow furrowed, his expression filled with shock and vigilance. This square-faced elite from the Yi family was on par with him in terms of strength, but he had died for no reason, and there was not a single injury on his body. Was it because his lifespan had reached its end, or was it because someone had plotted against him? The former was unlikely. Yang Li Ting had lived with him for so many years. If he really had reached the end of his lifespan, as an above immortal ascension boundary master, he would have noticed. Yang Kai had never heard him mention such a thing, so it was certainly not because he had reached the end of his lifespan. Had he secretly killed someone? Yang Li Ting didn't even dare think about it. Who could kill an above immortal ascension boundary master under the eyes of so many people? No one in this world had such ability, even the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land. What happened? Yang Kai deliberately asked the blood warriors nearby. Tu Feng gulped and replied with a look of lingering fear. I don't know, none of us saw it. We only know that the Yi family's above immortal ascension boundary master suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell to the ground, then this happened. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. Once again, he was horrified by the destructive power of that single golden pupil. With a single blow, it had destroyed an above immortal ascension boundary master's soul avatar. The Yi family old man's soul avatar carried all of his thoughts, so if it was destroyed like that, how could his physical body possibly survive? What was the origin of this solitary golden eye? The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Whether it was the 8 great families above immortal ascension boundary masters, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, or any of the others, all of them frowned, not understanding what was going on. Old Demon snickered. Don't you dare assume that we were the ones behind this. When the incident happened, all three of us were high up in the sky, so there was no way we would have had the opportunity to do so. Chapter 555. Although Old Demon's words gave people the illusion that he was trying to hide 300 taels of silver here, everyone knew that he was telling the truth. When the Yi family's square-faced master fell to the ground, Meng Wuya, Ling Taisu, and the other two had indeed been fighting in the sky until they noticed the commotion below and flew down. The three of them really didn't have the time, opportunity, or means to do such a thing. The sudden death of an above-immortal ascension boundary master was enough to shake the world. None of the masters from the 8 great families had the heart to find trouble with Yang Kai again. The mystery of the Yi family master's death was unsolved, so no one felt safe. If the Black Hand lurking in the dark could silently kill an above-immortal ascension boundary master, then he could easily kill the rest of them. Tonight's matter, I'll have to trouble you. Yang Liting looked at Meng Wuya and the others and said faintly, I'll come back another day to exchange pointers with you. Saying so, he picked up the body of the Yi family master and hurried back to the Husil temple with the other 6. Meng Wuya and the others didn't show any intention of stopping them. They had only displayed their strength this time to help Yang Kai. Clean up the body, we're leaving. Yi Xianro gave the order to retreat. Although tonight's action had caused the 7 great families to suffer losses, the one who had suffered the greatest loss was undoubtedly her Yi family. The inexplicable death of an above-immortal ascension boundary master was a heavy blow to her Yi family. Soon, all the enemies who had come to invade the area had retreated. What happened? Meng Wuya was also confused. He really couldn't understand how that person could just die like that. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Kai shouted. It wasn't me who did it. These words made many people want to laugh, but they couldn't. Yes, even if the little lord's methods were heaven-defying and his potential was amazing, often creating jaw-dropping miracles, killing an above-immortal ascension boundary master was still too far away for him. I didn't say anything. Why are you being so sensitive? Meng Wuya rolled his eyes and suddenly realized something. If Yang Kai didn't explain himself like this, he might not have thought of him. Just now, when he glanced at Yang Kai, it was just a subconscious action. But after Yang Kai's explanation, he started to care. This matter was really related to this brat. Meng Wuya was confused. Let's clean up the battlefield as well, Yang Kai said solemnly as he looked at the messy battlefield. All the major and minor forces quickly moved out to retrieve the cultivator's corpse. The sky gradually brightened. A night of intense battle had finally come to an end. Although it felt somewhat anticlimactic, such a major event was not something that could be stopped by human strength. However, after a night of fierce fighting, everyone in Yang Kai's mansion knew one thing. The current situation was more serious than what Yang Kai had told them before. In other words, not only was Yang Kai's warning not an alarmist, but he might have underestimated the severity of the situation. They had really become enemies with the central capital's 8 great families. On top of that, even an above-immortal ascension boundary master was involved. What was Yang Kai capable of that actually made the central capital's superforces take such actions? Why did the Yang family remain silent and not care about Yang Kai? They didn't know the answer, but they were truly aware of the seriousness of the situation. After a day of rest, many people not only failed to restore their vitality, but instead became even more haggard. Last night's battle had caused many great forces to suffer losses. The fall of an immortal ascension boundary master was a huge loss for these forces. Every family was somewhat dejected and sad. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Meng Wuya, Ling Taisu, and the old demon gathered together to discuss some matters. Little Yang Kai, what do you plan to do next? Meng Wuya, who had restored his peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, asked in a deep voice. After last night's battle, he hadn't suffered much damage. On the contrary, the old demon seemed to be a little weak today. Let's leave this place. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, There's no place for me here. Meng Wuya nodded lightly. You should have left long ago. Since you didn't want to be the Yang family's patriarch, you shouldn't have participated in the inheritance war and meddled in these muddy waters. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. My original intention in participating in the inheritance war was to restore the sect's name. But now it seems that with my position, I can't do that. Ling Tai-su comforted him. Don't feel guilty, the sect's name is still the same, there's no need to care about the opinions of the world. Yang Kai nodded gently. I know. The old demon grinned meaningfully. Leaving is also good, from now on, with old servants supporting young master's future achievements will certainly be limitless, hundreds of times better than being the Yang family's patriarch. When young master's strength reaches a certain height in the future, I'm afraid even the central capital's 8 great families will come to lick young master's toes. What you said is too disgusting. Yang Kai glared at him. Meng Wuya shook his head and said, although what he said is disgusting, this is the best way for your future. Moreover, we all feel that with your aptitude and potential, you can achieve this step. You are more suited to wandering and cultivating on your own, not being bound by the sect or family. The sect and family are both shackles placed on you. If you don't break them, your future achievements will be limited. Yang Kai was stunned. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he found that they were all looking at him with eyes that seemed to believe in him very much. His heart suddenly moved and he smiled. Then I will work hard to live up to your expectations. That's right. Ling Tai-su smiled. You don't need to worry about the sect. As long as this old master is alive, he will protect the sect. As for the family, you don't need to worry about the safety of your parents. Although the Yang family is domineering and unfair to you, they won't do anything to harm your parents. I naturally understand that. Yang Kai gently sighed. Young master, when do you plan to leave? Old Demon asked. As soon as possible. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat sad. After so long of hard work, he had to give up now, feeling somewhat regretful. This old master will need a few days to recover, and so will this demon. Meng Wuya lightly coughed. Take advantage of these few days to talk to those people in your house, after all, they have done a lot for you. Yang Kai nodded slightly before suddenly asking curiously. Treasurer Meng, how did you and Old Demon break through to the above immortal ascension boundary? The shocking method they had used last night had aroused everyone's curiosity, and Yang Kai was naturally no exception. Hearing this, Meng Wuya and Old Demon looked at each other and laughed. If it's convenient, I'd like to hear about it. Ling Tai-su showed an interested look. Meng Wuya pondered for a moment before nodding lightly, waving his hand and wrapping the room with an invisible energy barrier, isolating it from the outside world. This old master knows that my and this demon's methods have definitely attracted the attention of many people. Meng Wuya snorted lightly. But these people are too short-sighted, thinking that as long as they know this old master and this demon's methods, they can replicate our actions. That's a bit ridiculous. Yang Kai was surprised. Even if they know the methods? Old Demon nodded heavily. That's not possible. They probably also realize that Old Meng's methods aren't something they can copy. As for Old Servant's methods, even if they can, they won't be able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Why? Because the above immortal ascension boundary is a completely different realm from the past. If one hasn't reached it before, they won't be able to do so. Old Demon said a few words but found that he hadn't gotten to the point, so he couldn't help saying awkwardly. Old Meng, please explain. Meng Wuya chuckled. To put it simply, Old Demon was once an above immortal ascension boundary master, but he lost his own body and seized another's body. Now, his cultivation is only at the peak immortal ascension boundary, but he has the foundation of an above immortal ascension boundary master and understands its mysteries, so by using the demon spectre saint technique, he was able to climb to this realm. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The peak immortal ascension boundary masters of the 8 great families had all pursued their entire lives in order to reach a higher realm, but since they couldn't break through the shackles of this realm, they naturally didn't understand the mysteries of this realm. So what if they knew the demon spectre saint technique? they still couldn't break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. As for this old master, Meng Wuya laughed. My cultivation was sealed, but last night I unsealed one of those seals. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Even though he had already guessed this, when his guess was confirmed by Meng Wuya, Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. Meng Wuya's strength was sealed. Did he seal it himself? Or was it sealed by someone else? If it was him who sealed it, what was the reason? If it was someone else who sealed it, then who had such a high level of skill? No wonder Treasurer Meng had always been shrouded in mystery, and had always been reluctant to participate in the inheritance war. It turned out this was the reason. All the top masters of the above immortal ascension boundary were proud of their status, so how could they bully others in the inheritance war? However, whether it is this old master or this old demon, although we use different methods to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, both of us have suffered some damage. You've seen this old demon's appearance now. So if you want to leave, you should wait until we've recovered. No one knew whether the 8 great families would allow Yang Kai to leave, so in order to ensure nothing went wrong, Meng Wuya and the old demon had to maintain their peak condition. Waiting a few days won't be a problem. I guess the 8 great families will be busy dealing with the death of the Yi family's master. Yang Kai grinned. But one day you'll have to tell me more about the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary. Naturally, with old servant by young master's side, you'll naturally understand. The old demon replied. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug cream and handed it to Meng Wuya and the old demon. This thing should be helpful to your recovery. Ling Tai-su's eyes lit up. Is it that thing? Yang Kai nodded. What made you so excited? Meng Wuya glanced at Ling Tai-su curiously. Brother Meng, I relied on this thing to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Ling Tai-su said faintly. Meng Wuya couldn't help paling, quickly releasing his divine sense to probe the myriad drug cream, a long time later exclaiming. There's actually such a high-grade thing here? List. Chapter 556. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked. What grade is it? Speaking of which, he wasn't clear about the grades of the myriad drug liquid, essence milk, and essence cream because so far, no one had ever given them a grade. Now that he heard Meng Wuya ask, naturally he was interested. Meng Wuya didn't answer and instead asked thoughtfully. Is this what the 8 great families covet? Pretty much. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his heart filled with suspicion. He found that as long as it involved some high-end things, Meng Wuya would always change the subject, unwilling to talk about them. Yang Kai didn't know why. Since Meng Wuya didn't want to talk about it, Yang Kai didn't want to ask. I have no use for this thing, you keep it well. Meng Wuya said as he handed the myriad drug cream back, glancing thoughtfully towards the old demon before smiling meaningfully. Old demon, with this, you may be able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary in one fell swoop. Can this thing really help one break through to the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. The last time Ling Tai-su had used the myriad drug cream to reach his current level, Yang Kai had thought it was just a coincidence. But now hearing Meng Wuya say this, he realized the preciousness of the myriad drug cream. This thing contains the heavenly Tao principles which have a very strong effect on breaking through bottlenecks. This old demon already has a strong foundation, so if he can't break through with this, he might as well commit suicide. The old demon grinned and quickly put away the small piece of myriad drug cream, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. How long has this thing been formed? Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai. About 5,000 to 6,000 years. Yang Kai replied truthfully. That's right, thousands of years of flowing time, great emperor's accumulation. A good thing, it's a pity my seal can't be completely undone with this. Meng Wuya sighed. Then I'll use this. Saying so, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug liquid. Meng Wuya took it and carefully looked at it. He couldn't help but exclaim. This is also not bad. Although it's not as pure as the previous one, it's still a rare good thing. It's best to use it to heal injuries. Oh, this thing seems to be able to help people cleanse their bodies. Treasurer Meng's eyes are truly sharp. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up. Meng Wuya snorted lightly. Do you think this old man doesn't even have this little bit of insight? Where did you get them? How much do you have left? Yang Kai sniffed and casually reported a number. The three of them stared at Yang Kai with their eyes wide open. Give some to this old man's disciple. Although this thing is of no use to this old man, it will be of great use to Ning Chang. Meng Wuya immediately shouted without the slightest trace of politeness. I gave it to you a long time ago. Treasurer Meng suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Ning Chang's strength has increased so much over the past 2 years. So it was because of this. The mysterious grade pill your family's cultivator takes also contains this thing, right? Ling Tai Su smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Yang family really lifted a stone to smash their own foot this time. If they had known that Yang Kai had so much myriad drug liquid on hand, it was hard to say if they would have regretted not paying him any attention and instead oppressing him. If the Yang family had treated Yang Kai well, not wanting to waste his cultivation and categorizing him as an evil cultivator, with the resources Yang Kai had at his disposal, he certainly wouldn't have minded sharing some of the benefits with the Yang family. The resources he controlled were simply too huge. Even if all of his friends and family were to pool them together, it would be impossible to use them all up in a lifetime. If he could improve the strength of his family, why wouldn't he? However, the Yang family's various methods had forcibly pushed such a huge force to the opposite side, forcing Yang Kai to resist. Coming out of Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai first went to visit Chiu Yimeng. The Chiu family's first young lady was no longer in any serious condition. Her stab hadn't been too deep, so after Su Yan took care of her, she had almost fully recovered. After telling her about his decision to leave, Chiu Yimeng only wore a bitter expression but didn't object. In the current situation, Yang Kai leaving was the best choice. Go gather everyone, I have something to say, Yang Kai faintly ordered. Chiu Yimeng was startled for a moment before instantly understanding what he wanted to do. Nodding gently, she went out to gather everyone. Although she had left Yang Kai's house yesterday morning and brought people to attack him at night, at the last moment, everyone understood her difficulties and no longer bore any hatred towards her and Starzhua, instead feeling some sympathy for them. Being forced to stand on the opposite side, who could understand the bitterness in their hearts? Chiu Yimeng was still the second in command in the house, a position no one could shake. In the main hall, the leaders of all the forces had gathered, but everyone's expression was a little sad. Even Starzhua, who was usually the least serious, wore a serious expression at this moment. Everyone waited quietly. After a while, Yang Kai stood up and said, The inheritance war has been going on for almost 10 months now. Yang Kai would like to thank everyone for their support and efforts. Although we were very close to victory at one point, all kinds of things happened, causing us to fall short again and again. Now the inheritance war is no longer the inheritance war, and I am not prepared to continue. In a few days I will leave this place. I have failed to live up to everyone's expectations for so long. Everyone didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Everyone knew that Yang Kai had made this choice because he had no other choice. As I said before, if you continue to follow me, you will become enemies with the central capital's 8 great families and will implicate the safety of the sect or family behind you. Before I wasn't too sure and just wanted to remind everyone, but after last night's events, this concern has become a reality. The current situation is not something you can decide, so I hope that you can consider it carefully and think about your own sect and family. Should you still stay here? If you want to leave now, I will not stop you. I will do my best to compensate you for the losses you have suffered during this period of time. The pill room and the artifact refining workshop have accumulated a lot of savings during this period of time, which is enough to be distributed to everyone. After saying this, Yang Kai stood there quietly and waited. Everyone just looked at him, no one spoke, and no one had any intention of leaving. Yang Kai sneered. I've decided to leave and no longer participate in the inheritance war. What are you still doing here? Even if we part ways here, when we meet again in the future, we'll still be friends, not parting forever. Saying so, Yang Kai's expression became cold. To put it bluntly, if you continue to stay here, you will only endanger your sect or family. Drawing a clear line between you and me is the wisest choice for you right now. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm just stating the facts. Many of you owe me a debt of gratitude, but these past 10 months of sharing weal and woe have already been repaid. None of us owe each other anything, so there's no need to feel any psychological burden. Dong Qinghan suddenly smiled. What's the point of being so heartless? You said it yourself, the choice is in our hands. When it's time to leave, we'll naturally leave. As for what you said about owing each other, I think we really don't owe each other anything. After our forces came here, we all suffered great losses, but which one of us hasn't gained much? Those who are still standing here, if it weren't for the help of the mysterious great pills, would any of us have our current cultivation? I'm afraid it would have taken us a few more years of hard work to reach our current level. Everyone who is still alive now has at least 3 artifacts. This is not a treatment that a first-class family can provide. We're relatives, you don't have the right to speak. Yang Kai glanced at him. Dong Qinghan couldn't help rolling his eyes and muttering, I'm not trying to protect you. What young Master Dong said is exactly what I was thinking. Han Shaoqi chuckled, staring towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Do I have the right to speak? Yang Kai sighed. I'm not trying to drive you away, it's just that right now, we understand. Han Shaoqi interrupted him, also realizing Yang Kai's dilemma. But just as she was about to say something else, a shout suddenly came from outside the mansion. Everyone in Yang Kai's mansion, listen up! You've all taken the side of the evildoer, your crimes are unforgivable, but considering your youth and lack of experience, young Lady Yi is willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you abandon the darkness and pledge allegiance to young Lady Yi, we will no longer hold you accountable, but if you continue to persist, you will become enemies with my central capital's 8 great families. When the time comes, you will have to bear the consequences. This voice was like a bell, spreading throughout War City, and everyone in the mansion heard it clearly. Once, twice, over and over again. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he sneered. Xian Ro is quite interesting, actually playing this game. He had been preparing to leave, but hadn't expected to see such a good show at the last moment. She's threatening them. Huastars shook his head. Xian Ro making people shout like this would really shake the hearts of some people. Bear the consequences? What kind of consequences? Yang Kai had also said that these consequences were related to the families and sects behind them. In the crowd, some people looked hesitant, and their expressions became difficult. Not everyone could swear to stand by Yang Kai's side, and at this time, even if they chose to leave, Yang Kai wouldn't be in a position to criticize them. Little Lord! Suddenly, someone called out. Yang Kai glanced over and found that it was Lu Feixing from Tianyuan City, nodding to him and calmly saying, Young Lord Lu, if you have something to say, please speak. My Tianyuan City wants to leave this place. Lu Feixing's face flushed red as he spoke with great difficulty. A wise choice. Yang Kai nodded gently, without any sarcasm or ridicule, simply saying in a flat tone. During this time, many thanks to young Lord Lu and everyone from Tianyuan City. Bring the things up. Several High Heaven Pavilion disciples came out from the side, each of them holding a tray and quickly walking over to Lu Feixing. Here are 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills and 5 artifacts. This is a small token of appreciation from Yang Kai. I hope young Lord Lu will accept it. This? Lu Feixing couldn't help hesitating. He had never expected that with Yang Kai's personality, he would actually give him these things at the last moment. He had thought he would be ridiculed by the other party and then swept out the door. Chapter 557. Turning his head and looking around, no one dared to mock or despise him, simply staring at him indifferently. Lu Feixing suddenly felt a bit ashamed, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and hide. The indifferent attitude of these people was even more difficult for him to accept than the ridicule and contempt he felt. Little Lord is magnanimous, this Lu is ashamed, I haven't been able to help much during this time, these things. As he spoke, his face was filled with struggle and hesitation. The 5 artifacts were fine, although they were good. Lu Feixing was still the young city lord of Tianyuan City. His status wasn't too low, so if he wanted these artifacts, he could still obtain them. However, the 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills weren't something he could ignore. With the help of these 10 bottles of pills, he could save at least 2 to 3 years of hard work. In these 2 to 3 years, he would be able to surpass his peers by a few small realms. Take it! Someone next to him persuaded. Since that's the case, this Lu will accept. Lu Feixing grit his teeth and accepted the 10 bottles of pills and 5 artifacts, cupping his fists towards Yang Kai before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai stood in place with his hands crossed behind his back, his expression calm as he continued to wait. Little Lord, we also have to leave. An immortal Ascension Boundary Master from the Duanmu family stepped forward and calmly said. The Duanmu family was originally the support of the Yang family's third young lord Yang Tai, but on the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Tai was eliminated and the Duanmu family suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 5 people who had joined Yang Kai's forces. Last night's battle, 5 of them had been dispatched together, but only 2 had returned alive. They had originally followed Yang Kai to avenge the deaths of those from the Duanmu family who had died in battle, and this wish had long since been fulfilled. Now, there were only the 2 of them left, and they no longer had the slightest attachment to this place. Now that the situation had forced them, they naturally had to leave. Yang Kai nodded gently. Many thanks to several seniors. Another High Heaven Pavilion disciple presented 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills and 5 artifacts. The 2 from the Duanmu family took them and quickly left. Little Lord, my Purple Fern Valley will also be leaving. Fan Hong stepped forward and said with a wry smile. Yang Kai nodded and waved his hand. Fan Hong generously took the mysterious grade core and artifacts. He said goodbye to Yang Kai and walked out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Junior sister, aren't you leaving? He asked Luo Xiaoman. Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman were both from Purple Fern Valley. The 2 of them were also brother and sister. Luo Xiaoman slowly shook her head. I'll go with elder sister Chiu. Brother, you can go by yourself. Fan Hong thought for a moment, but didn't force him. He left without saying a word. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Yang Kai looked around. There's no need to hesitate. It's not too late to leave now, otherwise I'm afraid you'll really end up on the opposite side of the 8 great families. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your family and sect. You don't have to say any more. Hu Jiao'er snorted. Those who are still here are still alive. I don't think anyone wants to leave. Everyone nodded in agreement. Those who had left were those who had joined Yang Kai's house later on for various reasons. Those who remained were those who had sincerely wanted to repay Yang Kai for helping Yang Kai before the Inheritance War began. Chen Shuaishu nodded. Brother Yang, you also said that you'll be leaving here in a few days. We don't care about waiting a few days. When you leave, we'll leave. In just a few days, the 8 great families won't be so narrow-minded, right? Yang Kai stared at them. Yang Kai paused for a moment before nodding. Good, then we'll wait a few days. Disperse, disperse! Dong Qinghan shouted. Since it had been decided that everyone would leave in a few days, the heavy burden that had been weighing on everyone's hearts suddenly disappeared. Just thinking about how they had been through thick and thin together for so long. Now that they were about to be separated, everyone still felt a little sad. In one's life, how many friends could one have whom one could entrust with life and death? And the people in this manner. All of them. After everyone had dispersed, only Yang Kai and Chiu Yimeng remained in the hall. Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng with a smile. What do you want to say? Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. Nothing. It's just that I feel it's unfair to you. Yang Kai stood up, took a few steps forward, and gently sighed. The world is like this, and I don't feel it's unfair. At the very least, I've tried my best. Beauty, please don't look at me like I'm a stray dog, okay? I haven't fallen so low yet, have I? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help giggling at his words, and the room seemed to become much brighter. You and Stars should also leave quickly. Staying here for too long is not good for you. These two had each used a very clumsy trick to stay in Yang Kai's house, but the eyes of the 8 great families were clear, so how could they not know what tricks they had played? My injuries haven't healed yet, it'll be a few days before I can move freely. Chiu Yiming stuck out her tongue. She also wanted to spend these last few days in this house. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't know why, but the azure sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia in his body began to stir, as if they were attracted by some strange force and wanted to rush out of his body. This discovery surprised him, and he quickly circulated his yuan qi to suppress the restlessness in his body. Before he could figure out what was happening, a majestic voice came from outside the house. Supreme Solitary Sex, the Yuan Chun has come to visit. Is this the house of the Yang family's little Lord Yang Kai? When this voice came out, Yang Kai and Chiu Yimeng's expressions suddenly became strange. At the same time, Yang Kai immediately heard the voices of Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su. The one who has come is an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Supreme Solitary Sect? Chiu Yimeng frowned slightly. That super force from the Endless Sea Islands? What is he doing here, and why is he looking for you? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and said in a depressed tone. It's really an eventful time. He finally understood why the azure sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia in his body had suddenly reacted. It was likely that it wasn't just Supreme Solitary Sect that had come. Outside the house, a large group of people was bustling with activity, led by an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. There were at least 50 of them, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters everywhere. After Li Yuan Chen shouted, one of the people beside him excitedly said, I feel it. My Azura Sex hallowed treasure, the Azura sword, is really here. Another beautiful woman with an enchanting appearance and thick evil chi, her 10 fingernails painted black, said sweetly. It also has the aura of my falling flower's sex 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The one who spoke first said, Unfortunately, the Azura sword has already been refined into his body. Even if we want to use a secret technique to retrieve it, it will be somewhat troublesome. Li Yuan Chun nodded lightly. Ancient Cloud Island has been searching for the Broken Moon transformation art in the Red Cloud sect for more than 3 years now. In the past few years, all the great sects in the Endless Sea Islands have been working hard to find the whereabouts of the hallowed treasure that was lost 300 years ago. Now we have finally found it. Everyone, please don't be impulsive. This time, it's best to negotiate with him peacefully. After all, this is not the Endless Sea Islands. We understand. We will follow Senior Li's decision. The others nodded gently. As they spoke, a trace of suspicion appeared on Li Yuan Chun's face. The people from Azura sect felt the aura of the Azura sword. The people from Falling Flowers sect felt the aura of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. But why couldn't he feel the aura of the Supreme Solitary Seal? According to the speculations of the great sects in the Endless Sea Islands, these hallowed treasures should have been obtained by one person and should be in the same place. As everyone was talking, they glanced at a young girl standing not far away. This young girl was dressed very tastefully. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her eyebrows were like thin smoke, her eyes were slender and bright, her nose was delicate, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips were like orchids. Her face was like a flower, and her skin was sparkling and translucent like snow. Her figure was graceful, and she was exceptionally enchanting. What was particularly noteworthy was her cultivation. At such a young age, she had already reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. Many people were secretly shocked, and Li Yuan Chun couldn't help but sigh. The inland really was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just a random little girl, and she actually possessed such strength. Although this young girl had arrived here at the same time as them, they were not part of the same group. The young girl had a strange look on her face, waiting quietly while secretly guarding against these people from the Endless Sea Islands, like a dormant little tiger, which was quite funny. While everyone was waiting outside the house, inside, Yang Kai briefly told Chiu Yimeng about his own speculations. Many years ago, He had gone to the Endless Sea Islands alone for a life experience, and ended up in Red Cloud Sect, where he was forced by Red Cloud Sect to be taken to a hidden island. On that hidden island, Yang Kai obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus and many of the Endless Sea Islands' hallowed treasures. So far, he had only used the Azura sword and the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. Although he had been very careful, he had used them many times over the past few years. If the Endless Sea Islands' great forces were really interested in investigating, after such a long time, they should have found some clues. It was probably because of this that they had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers from the Endless Sea Islands to ask for the hallowed treasures they had lost 300 years ago. So that's how it is. Qiu Yimeng nodded gently after listening to his explanation. She also understood what had happened. What belongs to others should be returned, but you didn't do anything wrong. You obtained this by accident. But now that they've come to find you, what are you going to do? Let's talk. Yang Kai chuckled. The Azura sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia had helped him a lot during this time, but as his strength increased, especially after the end of the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake and him obtaining a mysterious great artifact, the role of these two treasures had become less and less useful. Yang Kai himself wasn't a person who liked to rely on the power of artifacts. Therefore, if the conditions were right, he did not mind returning these things. After all, it was not essential to keep them by his side. Those people were determined to get their hands on these things. If he forced them to return them, it would only attract hostility. After such a delay, shouts came from outside again, and it seemed to be slightly anxious and urging. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Come with me and have a look." Qiu Yimeng nodded and hurriedly followed. Chapter 558. Arriving outside the house, after seeing the number and level of cultivator present, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. These people should have come prepared, otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched such a powerful lineup. The aura of the leader of this group was restrained and his eyes shone brightly, giving Yang Kai a great sense of pressure. He should be an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Seeing Yang Kai come out, countless pairs of eyes stared at him. Li Yuan Chun asked kindly, "May I ask if you are the Yang family's little lord Yang Kai? And you are Supreme Solitary Sex Li Yuan Chun. Azura Sex Night Visit. Falling Flowers Spirit Religions Hua Duan Hun. Scarlet Tempering Sex Su Qian Hao. Gemini Island Cloud Dragon Island." The leaders of the Endless Sea Islands' great forces introduced themselves one after another, all of them sizing up Yang Kai, the more surprised they became. The young girl next to him had already surprised them once, but now looking at Yang Kai, they were even more shocked. This Yang family's little lord was even younger than the young girl just now, but he had already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage. Yang Kai nodded to them one by one, his eyes sweeping around for a moment before suddenly fixing on the young girl next to him, his expression suddenly becoming strange. "Bai Luo!" The young girl coldly snorted, apparently not liking Yang Kai at all. Qiu Yimeng also cast her gaze over, but after seeing Bai Luo, she was also surprised, quickly turning her gaze to Yang Kai, an ambiguous look appearing on her pretty face. Bai Luo, the young girl from the ash-gray cloud evil lands beguiling demon Queen Shan Qing Luo's mansion. When Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were under house arrest by Shan Qing Luo, they had a brief encounter with her. One day, Bai Luo had even witnessed the happy occasion between her and Yang Kai. Now that she saw this young girl, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help recalling the scene from that day, recalling the milky white liquid at the corner of this young girl's mouth. Suddenly, her face flushed red. Yang Kai also couldn't help but stare at Bai Luo's thin lips. This little mouth of hers was not bad. "So it turns out that young Master Yang and this girl are old acquaintances." Li Yuan Chun chuckled. "We also met here and didn't come here together." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. Li Yuan Chun and the others were from the Endless Sea Islands and Bai Luo was from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. But what was Bai Luo doing here? Kai Yang suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. "I know why you're here. Let's talk about it first." Yang Kai gestured and opened up half of his body. Hearing this, the people from the Endless Sea Islands were overjoyed, and even the way they looked at him became much friendlier. At the very least, he didn't deny that he had obtained those treasures. Did this mean that he was willing to return those things? With this thought in mind, everyone entered the mansion one by one. "Bai Luo, come in too," Yang Kai called out. "You go first, I want to stay away from you." Bai Luo snorted. Since that day when she had done that thing with Yang Kai, Bai Luo had become very wary of Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and didn't insist, simply saying to Chiu Yimeng, "Go ahead and greet her." In. Chiu Yimeng nodded gently and smiled to Bai Luo. "Sister Bai Luo, it's been a long time." "It's you." Bai Luo grinned. "It's been a long time." Saying so, she rushed up and grabbed Chiu Yimeng's hand affectionately. Although Chiu Yimeng felt a bit strange, she didn't think too much about it and simply let her hold her hand as they walked into the house. "Where's that little girl with big breasts?" Bai Luo's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she asked Chiu Yimeng. "You mean Xiao Man?" Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly. "She's also in the house, you'll see her soon." In. Bai Luo smiled, a look of longing filling her face. Inside the main hall, the Endless Sea Islands all took their seats and Yang Kai ordered tea to be served. The scene was harmonious as everyone sipped tea and rested, not seeming to be in a hurry. Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to say anything, simply sipping his tea while watching Bai Luo quietly molest Chiu Yimeng. The Chiu family's first young lady also noticed that something was wrong, because Bai Luo kept rubbing her hand, praising how smooth her skin was and how well it was maintained. From time to time, Bai Luo would even touch her waist and chest. Chiu Yimeng's face blushed. However, in front of so many people, Chiu Yimeng couldn't resist, so she could only cast a pleading look towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai pretended not to notice. After a while, Li Yuan-chun chuckled. "Young Master Yang really is a dragon among men. Although on the way here we heard a lot about the Yang family's inheritance war and knew some of young Master Yang's feats, after arriving at your house today, we can see that the rumors are not false. There really are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons, truly amazing." "Senior is too kind," Yang Kai said lightly. "The inland is not comparable to the Endless Sea Islands. The Endless Sea Islands have abundant world energy and countless precious treasures. That is the place I yearn for." Li Yuan-chun laughed. "The Endless Sea Islands have its own conveniences, but the inland also has its own advantages. However, listening to young Master Yang's tone, it seems you really have been to the Endless Sea Islands. And, a few years ago, I went to the Endless Sea Islands and fell into the Red Cloud sect." Li Yuan-chun narrowed his eyes. "The Red Cloud sect that was destroyed by Ancient Cloud Island?" In. Ancient Cloud Island's island master, Gu Feng, was in the Red Cloud sect and found the broken moon transformation art they had lost 300 years ago. In other words, all of this was orchestrated by young Master Yang. And I had some grievances with the Red Cloud sect. At that time, I was too weak, so I could only borrow the hand of Ancient Cloud Island to destroy this sect." Li Yuan-chun sucked in a breath of cold air. "Young Master Yang's style is quite bold." Everyone else also paled. A few years ago, just how old was this young man in front of them? With just a few tricks, he was able to destroy a sect. This kind of temperament was truly incomparable to others. "Since young Master Yang found the broken moon transformation art, you must have found other things as well, right?" Li Yuan-chun stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "All of them are with me." Yang Kai chuckled and flipped his hand, revealing a crimson-red long sword in front of him. In front of him floated a gorgeous flower filled with thick evil qi. A faint floral fragrance filled the air. "Azura sword! Thousand blossoming blood begonia!" Azura Sexy Fang and Falling Flowers Sex Hua Duan Hun stood up at the same time, their eyes greedily staring at the two heaven-grade artifacts in front of Yang Kai as they cried out in alarm. Their sex had been searching for more than 300 years but had not found a single trace of them. Now that these two hallowed treasures had suddenly appeared in front of them, how could they not be excited? "Sit down," Li Yuan-chun ordered. Yi Fang and Hua Duan-hun wore conflicted expressions as they hesitated for a moment before sitting down, but their eyes were still glued to their respective sex treasures. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness as he placed the azure sword and thousand-blossoming blood begonia on the table next to him, calmly staring at the endless sea island's people. Li Yuan Chun lightly coughed and frowned, asking, "Young Master Yang said that everything is with you, so why can't this old master sense the aura of the Supreme Solitary Seal?" Even though it had been refined by Yang Kai into his body, he could still sense the existence of the Supreme Solitary Seal through his sex secret technique. The Supreme Solitary Seal was Supreme Solitary Sex hallowed treasure. The Supreme Solitary Seal requires Supreme Solitary Sex unique secret technique, Yuchi. I didn't refine it, so I put it in a safe place. Yang Kai chuckled. I also put everything else together. These things had been stored inside the black book space, so Li Yuan Chun and the others naturally couldn't sense them. 100-degree search 81 middle text. So that's how it is. Li Yuan Chun nodded gently, his doubts disappearing. Young Master Yang being so open and honest is truly admirable. Before coming here, they were afraid that the other party would not admit to their actions, so they were prepared to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched more than 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, led by an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. It was obvious how much importance they attached to this matter. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, a few years ago, ancient Cloud Island suddenly found the broken moon transformation art that had been lost for 300 years in the Red Cloud sect. The other Endless Sea Island's great forces all went to ancient Cloud Island to inquire but failed to obtain any useful information. After calming down, everyone sat down and discussed the matter, suddenly feeling that the appearance of the broken moon transformation art on Red Cloud Island was quite strange, and also inferred that Red Cloud sect had been framed. Since this person had obtained ancient Cloud Island's broken moon transformation art, perhaps he had also obtained the hallowed treasures of other sects. In the past few years, the Endless Sea Island's forces had frequently sent people to the mainland to inquire about news. Yang Kai had used the Azura sword and the thousand-blossoming blood begonia many times, so naturally these people had glimpsed some clues. After the news was passed back, they saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly rushed here. Now that this hope had come true, everyone was very excited. Young Master Yang must also know that although the grade of these things is not very high, and some are even useless to a cultivator, they have a very special significance to our Endless Sea Island sects. Because these things were left behind by our sect's ancestral founder as a token of our sect master. Li Yuan Chun didn't take advantage of his seniority, nor did he use his status to oppress Yang Kai. Instead, he spoke in a sincere tone. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He had already known this information. Of the things obtained on Hidden Island, some were really useless and could only be used as tokens. As for the purpose of this old man's visit, young Master Yang must be clear about it. Li Yuan Chun carefully chose his words and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Dare I ask young Master Yang, what are the conditions for you to return these things to us?" "That depends on what you are willing to pay." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, looking like he was sitting on the ground and raising the price. He really didn't care about the things he obtained from Hidden Island. He could even give up the Azura sword and the thousand-blossoming blood begonia. With the improvement of his strength, these things were no longer of much value to him, but it was impossible for him to give them away for free. He wasn't a hypocrite. If he wanted these things, he needed to show some sincerity. Especially now, with so many things bothering him, and the Endless Sea Island's forces coming here at this time, it just so happened that Yang Kai's gun was pointed at them. Li Yuan Chun suddenly felt awkward. They hadn't brought any treasures or valuables with them this time, so Yang Kai's request naturally made them feel a little helpless. Chapter 559. These Endless Sea Islands masters hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be so easy to negotiate with. Their original intention was to simply snatch what they wanted from him. In any case, they were Endless Sea Island's forces, so the central capital's 8 great families couldn't control them. After snatching what they wanted, all they had to do was run away. As long as they returned to the Endless Sea Islands, the 8 great families wouldn't even be worth a fart. However, The auras of the masters in Yang Kai's house made Li Yuanchun and the others' original plan useless. If they really had to fight, they might not necessarily win. What's more, only the Azura sword and thousand-blossoming blood begonia had surfaced. They didn't know where the other treasures were. If they really provoked this Yang family little brat and fought to the death, it wouldn't be good for any of them. That's what we should do. Li Yuanchun was also an old fox, so he quickly followed up, turning to Yang Kai and asking, "Can we discuss this for a moment?" Yang Kai smiled, indicating that he could wait. The Endless Sea Island's masters exchanged glances and seemed to be discussing something. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Bai Luo and asked, "Why did Bai Luo come here?" Bai Luo was still holding on to Qiu Yimeng's hand, saying this and that, causing Qiu Yimeng's expression to darken. She had tried several times to pull her hand away but failed. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Qiu Yimeng was suddenly overjoyed. Bai Luo froze for a moment before suddenly standing up and saying, "I almost forgot. Master asked me to pass you a message." "What message?" "Hurry up and leave here, the Holy Land's people are coming." "What?" Yang Kai paled. "Where are they coming from?" "Here." Bai Luo's expression became dignified. "While your Yang family is in the middle of the inheritance war, and the 8 great families' forces are scattered, they will first sweep through War City and then attack the central capital. The 6 master families under the leadership of the Demon Lord have all been dispatched, and the Holy Land's masters are also heading here. War City won't be able to stop them, you need to hurry up and leave." "When will they arrive?" Yang Kai asked, instantly realizing that the situation was far from good. "Tonight." When Bai Luo said this, she couldn't help grinning. "Why didn't you say such a big thing earlier?" Yang Kai, however, after he finished speaking, he noticed the slight smirk on Bai Luo's face and realized that she had done so deliberately. If he hadn't asked, she might not have told him. This woman, Yang Kai couldn't wait to use her as a lantern right now. Under Shan Qing Luo's orders, it was already very good that she could inform him. He was afraid that she was so infatuated with Shan Qing Luo that she couldn't wait for him to die. Kai Yang's heart was as clear as snow, and he also knew what she was thinking. Qiu Yimeng was also dumbfounded and was stunned for a moment before asking, "You mean the Demon Lord led the 6 great evil dynasties here?" "This includes most of the Holy Land's masters," Bai Luo quickly said. "How bold!" Qiu Yimeng's expression became cold. "Do you really think my 8 great families are made of mud? You still want to resist?" Bai Luo stared at Qiu Yimeng mockingly. "Since the Holy Land's people dared to come here, they must have absolute confidence in themselves. Like I said, you can't stop them. How many above Immortal Ascension boundary masters are there?" Qiu Yimeng didn't argue with her, and instead quickly inquired about some useful information. "A dozen or so, except for my master who is the only one at this realm in her territory. The other masters all have at least 2. Shan Qing Luo also broke through?" Yang Kai was stunned. When he had separated from her, she had only been a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master, but now, after more than a year, she had actually broken through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary. The ash-gray cloud evil land's 6 great evil kings, from ancient times to the present, had all reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary, and each of them possessed extraordinary strength and astonishing means. If not for this, more than a year ago, the siege of the ash-gray cloud evil land would not have failed. With only a dozen or so people, War City already has 7 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Qiu Yimeng sneered. Although she said so, she also knew that the situation was not optimistic. Bai Luo slowly shook her head, a trace of contempt appearing on her enchanting face. "It's useless. Forget about the 7 people here. Even if all the above Immortal Ascension boundary masters from your 8 great families were dispatched, they still wouldn't be able to stop the Demon Lord. This Demon Lord is somewhat different. My master said that in this world, no one is his opponent. If he wants to, he can defeat an above Immortal Ascension boundary master in a single move and kill 1 in 3. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face was filled with shock. "What's more, the Demon Lord also has the Thunderbolt Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, profounding Ghost King, lightning flash Shadow King, annihilating Poison King, and beguiling Demon Queen. Of these 6, my master's strength is the lowest, Bai Luo said indifferently. Yang Kai, what should we do? Chiu Yimeng asked anxiously. Such an important matter had impacted her mind greatly, causing her to suddenly become confused. Perhaps, if Yang Kai wasn't here, she would still be able to maintain her own opinions, but when there was someone she could rely on, Chiu Yimeng lost her ability to judge. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he stared at Bai Luo. Bai Luo sending him a message should not be false. Although Shan Qing Luo was also one of the 6 great evil kings, from the time he had spent with her, this woman's nature was not bad, so there was no need for her to send Bai Luo to amuse him. Chiu Yimeng, you go with Stars Hua to the Seal Temple and inform the 7 great evil kings of the news we obtained here. Yang Kai made a prompt decision. Good. Chiu Yimeng nodded quickly, then asked, but if they ask about the source of the news, what should we do? Answer truthfully. Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. Then I'll go. The 7 great evil kings would definitely ask about the source of the news. If she answered truthfully, regardless of whether they would believe her or not, it would only further solidify the accusation that Yang Kai was colluding with the Demon Lord. Having a connection with the beguiling Demon Queen, if this wasn't collusion, then what was? But now that a great disaster had befallen them, Yang Kai could not conceal this fact. While Yang Kai was making arrangements, Bai Luo just stood there quietly, neither stopping nor objecting, as if none of this had anything to do with her. After Chiu Yimeng left, Yang Kai also hurriedly left. Young Master Yang. Li Yuan Chun couldn't sit still and quickly called out. He and the others had come all the way here in search of their respective sex-hallowed artifacts, and were just about to reach an agreement with Yang Kai when suddenly this kind of thing happened. How could they not be anxious? If Yang Kai died in this conflict, who would they go to? Everyone, please wait a moment. Yang Kai didn't have time to pay attention to them and immediately disappeared. Li Yuan Chun's expression became quite ugly. The Endless Sea Island's masters also glared at Bai Luo. If it weren't for this little girl bringing them this news, they would have been able to negotiate with Yang Kai right now. Bai Luo was frightened by everyone's stares and quickly fled. Arriving at the courtyard, Yang Kai blew a loud whistle and in the next moment, countless figures flew over. What is it, little lord? Tu Feng asked. Come with me. Yang Kai didn't stop and hurriedly walked towards Meng Wuya's room while thinking about the next step of his plan. After arriving at Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai kicked open the door and, ignoring Treasurer Meng's angry rebuke, took out a pen and paper and began writing a letter. What the hell is going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Meng Wuya asked gloomily. Ling Tai Su also heard the commotion and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. The people from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land are heading this way. Yang Kai briefly explained the information he had obtained, causing everyone's faces to pale as they hurriedly inquired about the reliability of this information. 90% sure. Yang Kai replied, handing the letter to Ing Jiao and saying, Go back to the Yang family and give this letter to my father. Yes. Ing Jiao took the letter and flew off like a bolt of lightning. Of all the blood warriors, he was the fastest, so the task of delivering the letter was naturally handed over to him. What are you going to do? Meng Wuya asked. Leave here quickly, there's still some time. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although there were many masters in his house, there were also many with low strength, especially Yang Kai's friends. If they were really involved in the war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, it was very likely they would die here. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had come prepared this time. The Yang family's inheritance war had spread out the strength of the 8 great families across the 2 cities. War City's defense was not as tight as the central capital's, so it was very likely it would be directly destroyed. Continuing to stay here was not a wise move. All Yang Kai could do was send Chiu Yimeng and Hu Xingqun to the Seal Temple and inform the 7 people who were guarding the Seal Temple of the seriousness of the situation. Yang Kai could only ask Ing Jiao to bring his letter back to the Yang family, and asked his parents to warn the Yang family so they could prepare. He had done everything he could. Listening to him say this, Meng Wuya also nodded gently. A good choice. Tu Feng, pass down the order, tell everyone in the house to hurry up and prepare, within half an hour, everything must be ready. Yes. Tu Feng nodded. Soon, everyone in the house began to move. Although no one understood what was going on, looking at Tu Feng's expression, they knew that the situation was very serious. One by one, the leaders of the younger generation ran over to Yang Kai to ask, but after learning the answer, all of them were dumbfounded. It can't be, the ash-gray cloud evil land is making such a big move, why hasn't there been any news yet? Suifang muttered. Dong Qinghan's expression became heavy as he muttered. I'm afraid wherever they went, there was no one left alive. Under the evil lord, there were the 6 great evil kings and countless experts. Everywhere they went, not even a blade of grass grew. Everywhere they went, the earth was scorched, and the earth was in ruins. Such a scene appeared in everyone's mind. All of them couldn't help shivering. With a loud cry, Yang Kai released the golden feather eagle beside him. This golden feather eagle had been staying in Yang Kai's house for a long time and had now successfully evolved into a 6th-order monster beast. But as the inheritance war progressed, the role it could play was becoming smaller and smaller. Normally, it was only used as a plaything for the girls. Now, it was time for it to go out and investigate the situation. Half an hour later, everyone was ready. Seemingly aware of the abnormality in the house, the Endless Sea Islands people under the leadership of Li Yuan Chun hurriedly found Yang Kai. But before he had time to speak, Yang Kai blocked his mouth and said, Senior, let's not talk about your affairs for now. Junior guarantees that your things will be returned, but not now. How about this, let's go together and talk as we go. Chapter 560. Since Kai Yang had already said so much, what else could Li Yuan Chun say? Although he knew that Yang Kai wanted to use this group of people as free bodyguards, he had no choice but to agree, so he smiled and said, Very good. These people from the Endless Sea Islands wouldn't put the 8 great families in their eyes, nor would they put the ash-gray cloud evil land in their eyes because their roots weren't inland. At the same time, nearly 1,000 kilometers away from War City, dust and smoke billowed in the air. Countless silhouettes and monstrous beasts could be vaguely seen. At the head of this group was a huge monster beast. On the back of this monster beast, a man stood quietly, staring indifferently in the direction of War City. This person was about 40 or 50 years old, and there was nothing special about him. The other person had an ordinary appearance and wore a green robe, but his eyes were constantly overflowing with light. His expression was indifferent, but he was not angry, but he gave off a dignified aura. The ash-gray cloud evil land, Demon Lord Yang Bai. Before seeing this person, the world thought that the Demon Lord had 3 heads and 6 arms, and that his face was filled with a fiendish aura, similar to that of an evil ghost. But only those who had seen his true face knew that Yang Bai was actually no different from an ordinary person, even having a very ordinary appearance. Without experiencing his methods personally, no one would ever believe that such a person could actually subdue the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. Yang Bai, more than 20 years ago, had been cultivating under High Heaven Pavilion's Ling Tai Su. Because of his narrow-mindedness, he had cultivated an unknown evil secret art, and became the demon race, fighting with his brother Yang Yingfeng and his master Ling Tai Su. In that battle, Yang Yingfeng was seriously injured and had been plagued with a chronic illness for more than 10 years. After that battle, Ling Tai Su was disheartened and never asked about the sect again. A few years later, Ling Tai Su personally took action and captured Yang Bai, bringing him back to High Heaven Pavilion, crippling his cultivation and throwing him into the coiling dragon stream, leaving him to fend for himself. However, Yang Bai had not expected that under the coiling dragon stream, he would obtain a great opportunity and cultivate his heaven-defying skills. The moment he left his retreat, he fought against the entire High Heaven Pavilion, killed an elder, and severely injured Ling Tai Su before leaving. Soon after, he appeared in the ash-gray cloud evil land. But now, he was the master of the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. Behind Yang Bai, 6 figures followed closely, all of them glancing towards him from time to time, their eyes filled with awe. These 6 people were the 6 great evil kings of the ash-gray cloud evil land, 5 men and 1 woman. The 6 of them had different appearances. Some were riding on ferocious monster beasts, some were surrounded by green poisonous fog, some were surrounded by a ghostly aura, some had the back of a tiger, and the waist of a bear, and some had the physique of a wild beast, and some were surrounded by lightning, their figures faintly discernible. The only one who was relatively normal was the only woman, the beguiling demon queen, Shan Qing Luo. Even though she was Shan Qing Luo, she had a face that did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Anyone who looked at her and met her eyes would be mesmerized in an instant. Even the other 5 great evil kings did not dare to look straight into Shan Qing Luo's eyes. Since breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary, this dragon lady's beguiling technique had become even more powerful than before. Even though the 5 great evil kings were stronger than her in terms of cultivation and strength, they still couldn't afford to be careless. The 6 great evil kings used their own methods to follow Yang Bai's pace, either riding monster beast or enslaving it. Behind these 6 great evil kings were many masters from the ash-gray cloud evil land, countless above immortal ascension boundary and peak immortal ascension boundary masters. There were also countless strange-looking monster beasts. Each of these monster beasts had at least 5th-order strength, with 6th-order monster beasts everywhere. There was even a 7th-order monster beast. This 7th-order monster beast was the giant spider mother that Yang Kai had seen before, one that could only communicate with others using its divine sense. A 7th-order monster beast was equivalent to an above immortal ascension boundary master. Now, this spider mother was under the command of the Thunderbolt Beast King. Although the Beast King had not been able to subdue it, they had reached an agreement, so for this expedition to the central capital, the Spider Mother had naturally followed. In view of the evil deeds that Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo had committed in the Spider Mother's lair, the Spider Mother held considerable hostility towards Shan Qing Luo at the moment, but because of the strength of the Demon Lord, she didn't dare act rashly. If there was no Demon Lord Yang Bai here, the Spider Mother would definitely have attacked Shan Qing Luo. Master, we're only 800 kilometers away from War City, the profounding Ghost King suddenly said. Subordinate requests Master's permission to go ahead and inquire about the situation ahead. Yang Bai's expression didn't change as he continued to fly forward, not responding. Ghost King, we haven't even killed anyone yet and you're already itching for a fight? The annihilating Poison King snickered as he glanced sideways at the Ghost King. The profounding Ghost King chuckled. It seems the Poison King understands me. I've heard that a lot of masters have gathered in War City. The last time those people came to my holy land to cause trouble, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Now, this old master is going to bring them a big gift. The Poison King nodded. When it comes to killing people, this old master's methods are much better. Master, please allow me to go ahead first. The Ghost King didn't back down. Although your poison is amazing, this old master's group is also not small. If we really have to kill them, they won't be any worse than you. As he spoke, there seemed to be the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Inside the Ghost King's body, a number of hideous and terrifying faces visible to the naked eye appeared. These faces were filled with pain and struggle, as if they were human soul avatars that had been imprisoned inside the Ghost King's body, unable to break free. If you want to go, go ahead, Yang Bai said faintly, not stopping them. Many thanks, Master! The Ghost King and Poison King were overjoyed and quickly used their movement skills to fly forward. I'll go too, Lightning Flash Shadow King said, his body flashing with lightning and disappearing in a flash. Damn it, all of you are going? A loud bellow rang out. The burly man with the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger like a ferocious beast widened his eyes. You've all run over. What's the point of killing when I get there? Saying so, the tyrannical Force King stomped his feet and hurriedly caught up. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble violently, as if the heavens themselves were about to fall apart, a shocking sight to behold. Heh heh! I'll also join in the fun. The Thunderbolt Beast King spurred his mount forward, a variety of monster beasts following behind him, breaking away from the main group. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great evil kings had all set out, leaving only Shan Qingluo behind Yang Bai. Qingluo, you're not going? Yang Bai glanced back at Shan Qingluo. I won't go. Having them is enough. Shan Qingluo slowly shook her head. It's fine if you don't go, those people's murderous intent is too strong, they won't be able to go far on the martial Dao. Shan Qingluo stared at Yang Bai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to evaluate the 5 great evil kings in such a way. Speaking of which, that maid by your side, Bai Luo. I haven't seen her for a few days now, Yang Bai said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Shan Qingluo's tender body trembled, but she quickly stabilized her breathing and calmly replied. I sent her out to do something. And? Yang Bai nodded gently. Shan Qingluo was extremely nervous, fearing he would continue to ask, but unexpectedly, Yang Bai no longer spoke, as if he really was just asking casually. Shan Qingluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Staring towards the direction of War City, the beguiling demon queen prayed in her heart, that little bastard must leave quickly. The large-scale invasion of the Holy Land this time was not something a small War City could resist. Shan Qingluo even suspected that even the central capital wouldn't be able to resist it. Yang Bai's strength had progressed too quickly. When he first came to the ash-gray cloud evil land and subdued the 6 great evil kings, Shan Qingluo was still able to see the bottom line of his cultivation. But now that she had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, she was no longer able to see through Yang Bai. This person's strength was simply too terrifying. No one in the central capital could stop him. After carefully probing her surroundings, Shan Qingluo found that Yang Kai was still in War City and had no intention of leaving, causing her to become anxious. More than 800 kilometers away, even an above immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to sense such a distance. However, Shan Qingluo had planted a soul-seeking seal in Yang Kai's body, so with this seal, even if Yang Kai was at the ends of the earth, Shan Qingluo would be able to find him. In Shan Qingluo's heart, there was Yang Kai's love, so she had planted a soul-seeking seal in him to prevent him from escaping, but now it had come in handy. What was that little bastard doing? Why hadn't he made a move yet? Bai Luo should have already arrived on the other side and delivered the news. War City, Yang Kai's mansion. Everyone was ready. Everyone also knew the seriousness of the situation, so naturally, no one had any objections to Yang Kai's order to leave this place. Just as they were preparing to depart, Xiao Yimeng and Hu Xing returned. The 2 of them had just followed Yang Kai's instructions and had gone to the Seal Temple to report the news they had received to the 7 Grand Elders. How was it? Yang Kai asked. Xiao Yimeng's expression became gloomy as she shook her head bitterly. They don't believe me. Yang Kai couldn't help but snort. Death is at hand, yet they still don't know. How stupid! No matter what, I've done everything I can. What are you 2 going to do? Return to the central capital or... We'll go with you, Xiao Yimeng quickly said. Then let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Right now, time was precious, so there was no time to argue. Although Yang Kai felt that it was better for them to return to the central capital, after all, they were all young lords and young ladies of great families, so there was no need for them to follow him. Under the leadership of Yang Kai, this group of people walked out in an imposing manner. Outside the mansion, since the beginning, there had been a constant stream of people shouting and threatening Yang Kai's forces to leave. Even now, these people were still shouting. At first sight, seeing so many cultivators from Yang Kai's mansion moving out, the people shouting couldn't help feeling surprised, mistakenly thinking that Yang Kai was about to make a big move, so they quickly issued a warning. In the next moment, countless experts rushed forward, blocking the path in front of the crowd. In last night's battle, although the 7 families' allied forces had suffered heavy losses, their foundation had not been damaged. Now that all of them had gathered together, the scene was still spectacular. Little Lord, what are you doing? The Kong family's Kong Zhan stepped forward and asked carefully. Yang Kai looked at him and frowned, hesitating for a moment before saying, Don't say I didn't warn you, The ash-gray cloud evil land's forces, under the leadership of the Demon Lord, are on their way here. If you don't want to die, quickly leave War City and return to the central capital. Kang Zhan stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to understand. After a moment, he couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Little Lord, what are you saying? What do you mean? Chapter 561. Kang Zhan was really confused. Although Yang Kai from the start of the Inheritance War until now had always performed amazing feats that no one dared to underestimate him, for him to suddenly say such words without rhyme or reason, Kang Zhan couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Yang Kai also saw the distrust on his face and quickly said, I don't have time to explain too much to you. If you believe me, then leave here quickly. If you don't believe me, then stay here. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Saying so, he took a step forward. His action immediately aroused the vigilance of the Seven Family Coalition, countless masters quickly gathering their strength and staring towards him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as his face filled with impatience. Little Lord! Yi Xianro suddenly appeared in the crowd. Someone must have reported the news to her, and she quickly rushed over, a mischievous look appearing on her pretty face as she asked, Don't you think your words are a bit of an alarmist? Those ash-gray cloud evil land people shouldn't be holed up in their own territory and instead come here to die. Idiot! Yang Kai cursed. Yi Xianro, I know you have a prejudice against me. Last time I really went a bit too far, but now I don't want to argue with you, nor do I have time to argue with you. Tell them to get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Little Lord, you look so fierce. I'm so scared. Yi Xianro looked at Yang Kai timidly before suddenly smiling contemptuously. You say the ash-gray cloud evil land people are attacking, but what evidence do you have? Yang Kai just stared at her indifferently and didn't say a word. What evidence did he have? His only basis was his trust in Shan Qing Luo and his trust in Bai Luo. The Golden Feather Eagle had been sent out to observe the situation and had yet to return. Even if it did, the news it brought back was only known to Yang Kai, so it was still just his side of the story. Seeing him remain silent, Yi Xianro sneered and spread her hands. Without any evidence, how do you expect people to believe you? Isn't this just Little Lord playing tricks? I don't need to play any tricks. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I have already withdrawn from the Inheritance War. The patriarch of the Yang family has nothing to do with me. Big brother, second brother, whoever wants it can take it. Right now, I just want to take my people and leave this place. Hee hee. Yi Xianro giggled. Little Lord, whether you withdraw from the Inheritance War or not, you cannot leave here. Who said I can't leave? You can try. Don't force me. Yang Kai's aura became dangerous. Yi Xianro's smile also quickly converged as she coldly said, Yang Kai, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Although you have many masters in your house, don't forget that you are making an enemy out of the 8 great families. You are doomed to have a bad end. Do you think you can resist the entire central capital with your ability? You think too highly of yourself. Sister Yi, now is not the time to argue about this. Qiu Yimeng stepped forward. The people from the ash-gray cloud evil land have already arrived. Even if you and Yang Kai have a personal grudge against each other, can't we talk about it after we get out of this mess and survive? Isn't this elder sister Qiu? Yi Xianro grinned as she stared at Qiu Yimeng. What's wrong? Last night you stabbed yourself and now you've recovered? Elder sister Qiu's physique is really different from ordinary people's. Or were you just acting yesterday? Qiu Yimeng's face suddenly became ugly. Yi Xianro, not knowing when to back down, putting on a posture of wanting to block Yang Kai's forces here, made Qiu Yimeng very angry. She had wanted to talk to her, but now it seemed she was playing the lute to a cow. Yi Xianro's jealousy and hatred towards Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng made it impossible for her to think straight. I can't talk to her. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. Yi Xianro suddenly shouted coldly. Yang Kai's forces, listen up! Immediately leave his side and pledge allegiance to the 8 great families. If you don't, our 8 great families will treat the sects and families behind you as enemies. As for what the consequences will be, I'm sure you all know. All the people behind Yang Kai couldn't help trembling slightly. Yixian Rose sneered. Pledging allegiance to the 8 great families also has its benefits. As long as you are willing to stand with me now, I can guarantee your families and sects a smooth future. On this point, young Lord Lu has the right to speak, isn't that right, young Lord Lu? Saying so, her beautiful eyes glanced over to the side. Among the crowd, Lu Feixing stood there with a bitter expression. Countless eyes from Yang Kai's mansion were focused on him, making him feel like he was being stabbed in the back, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Lu Feixing, I'll fuck your whole family! Dong Qinghan couldn't help cursing. Tianyuan City's young city lord had only left Yang Kai's mansion less than an hour ago, yet now he had been subdued by Yixian Rou. This was tantamount to slapping Yang Kai's face in front of everyone. Fortunately, before he left, Yang Kai had thanked him for his efforts in Tianyuan City during this period of time. Hearing Dong Qinghan's curses, Lu Feixing's face alternated between blue and red. Only Lu Feixing? Yang Kai glanced over at Yixian Rou faintly. Yixian Rou spat disdainfully. The Duan Mu family in Purple Fern Valley have some backbone, directly leaving War City, but only one is enough. Hearing her say this, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. She had been really worried that her brother Fan Hong would not be able to resist Yixian Rou's persuasion and switch sides. If that had really happened, how could Luo Xiaoman have any face left to remain? Young Lord Lu, tell them, you've been with them for so long, you should understand them. Tell them what benefits you obtained in Tianyuan City and how you feel now. Yixian Rou looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, but her mouth was still issuing orders to Lu Feixing. Lu Feixing's expression was extremely bitter, his hands clenched into fists. Facing the stairs from Yang Kai's mansion, he could barely stand still. Little Lord, I'm sorry I had no choice. Lu Feixing muttered guiltily. There's no need, this is your choice. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing much emotion, as if he didn't care that Lu Feixing had defected so quickly. Yixian Rou was stunned, suddenly feeling like she had thrown a heavy punch only to land on a pile of cotton, her pretty face twisting in anger. Don't waste your time, you won't be able to pull away the people in my mansion. Yang Kai quickly said. I'll say it again, get out of the way, we need to leave this place. Whoever dares to block our path will be killed without mercy. Little Lord's temper is quite big. Yixian Rou grit her teeth. I'd like to see if you really have the ability to do so. Yang Kai's patience finally ran out, and he stared coldly at Yixian Rou, slowly raising his hand. The yuan qi of everyone in his mansion suddenly became violent. Evil creature, you still want to fight? An angry shout suddenly rang out. Yang Kai's face sank as he turned his head and saw 7 people quickly flying over. None of them were the 7 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Sealed Temple. The faces of Ling Tai Su and the others also became ugly. Although they had fought last night and Ling Tai Su and the others had occupied an absolute advantage, only one night had passed and Meng Wuya and the old demon had not yet recovered their yuan qi. If they were to fight now, it was likely they would suffer a loss. I'm afraid we can't leave. Meng Wuya sighed helplessly. Meng Wuya sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't expected that such a simple matter as leaving War City would be hindered by so many people. Last night you killed my 8 great family's people, haven't you had enough? Yang Liting stared coldly at Yang Kai, his face filled with disgust. Although you are a Yang family young lord, I can see that you no longer care about your own bloodline. Since that's the case, you should leave the Yang family. The audience was in an uproar. The meaning of Yang Liting's words was that he wanted to expel Yang Kai from the family. It was rare for the 8 great families to expel their young lords, so if this news were to spread, it would likely be a shocking event. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he calmly said, Whether I leave or not, I don't care. But right now, I just want to take my people and leave this place. I hope several seniors can accommodate me. Want to leave? Another person coldly snorted. After killing so many of my 8 great family's people, you want to just walk away? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? The fat old man from the Hua family frowned and said, Yang Kai, don't act on impulse. You should think about things from the standpoint of the family and why we treat you like this. You can't leave now. If you do, what face will the 8 great families have? Yang Kai took a deep breath. He had a good impression of this fat old man. He seemed to have shown him kindness time and time again, unlike the others who often used their status and cultivation to threaten him. Senior, this place is about to be destroyed. If we don't leave now, everyone will die here. The fat old man wore an awkward expression. You sent Chiu Yimeng and Star Hua to tell us this news, so we already know, but as the Yi family's little girl asked, do you have any evidence? This isn't something you can talk about without thinking. Yang Kai shook his head. I still say the same thing. If you believe me, then hurry up and deploy. If you don't, then there's nothing I can do. Ha! The fat old man sighed. If you put it like that, it's hard not to think of something else. Something else? Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he suddenly reacted. Do you think I'm using this as an excuse to distract you so I can take the opportunity to escape? Don't tell me you don't think so? One of the 7 top masters sneered. Ha ha! Yang Kai smiled helplessly. I really don't have such an intention. If I really wanted to escape, there would be no need for me to send someone to inform you. None of you are children. All of you are old enough to be fooled by your own cleverness. Impudent! Yang Liting shouted angrily. It's not your turn to teach this old master and others a lesson. Someone else chimed in. Let's not talk about the reliability of your information, just the source of your information. You seem to have obtained this information from one of the maidservants of the beguiling demon queen, right? Indeed. How bold! The man shouted angrily. As a descendant of the 8 great families, you actually have connections with the 6 great evil kings. This is simply unforgivable. Why would the beguiling demon queen send someone to inform you of this? How can you believe the words of a demon king? Your words are full of loopholes. Do you really think this old master and others are 3-year-old children who can be easily bewitched by you? Shouts rang out one after another, and even the chubby old man had a look of disappointment on his face. Chapter 562. With the shouts of these people, the atmosphere in front of Yang Kai's house suddenly became tense. Yixian Rose sneered. Yang Kai, you should obediently surrender. In any case, you've already decided to withdraw from the inheritance war. Continuing to resist is not good for you, nor is it good for those around you. If you still have any conscience, you shouldn't drag them into this mess. Letting them go now is the best choice. Yang Kai's expression remained silent and calm, but anyone could tell that his patience had reached its limit. This kind of calm silence was like the calm before a storm, causing everyone's heart to palpitate uneasily. Do you need help? Li Yuan-chun approached Yang Kai and asked softly. What he wanted to see most now was for Yang Kai to quickly return the Endless Sea Island's hallowed artifacts to him, but right now, this little brat was clearly in a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. Li Yuan-chun kindly proposed this only because he wanted to sell Yang Kai some goodwill. After he got out of this predicament, he would naturally be able to have a good talk with Yang Kai. With 7 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters here, Li Yuan-chun didn't have the ability to fight them, but if it was about escaping with Yang Kai, he could still do so. After all, he was also at this level. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and declined his kindness. How could he not know what Li Yuan-chun was thinking? If he really wanted to escape on his own, he wouldn't need any help. With his current strength, once he unfolded his Yang Inflammation wings, even an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master would have to eat dust behind him. However, it was impossible for Yang Kai to escape alone. The exchange between the two didn't escape the eyes of the 7 Seal Temple Elders. In fact, as soon as they arrived, they noticed the existence of Li Yuan-chun. Although they were all above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Li Yuan-chun's existence was too dazzling. The Endless Sea Island's Great Sex had sent over 50 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters today, as well as an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. This made the 7 Seal Temple Elders somewhat puzzled. wondering who Yang Kai was and why he had such a strong background. In addition, they didn't know the current situation of Meng Wuya and the old demon, so although they were shouting loudly, none of them dared to act rashly. The scene suddenly reached a stalemate. The clear cry of an eagle came from afar, as if it had been greatly frightened, and there was obvious anxiety in its voice. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression changed. The 7 disciples of the conferred god temple also had solemn expressions as they looked in the direction of the golden feather eagle. It's too late! Yang Kai's face showed a trace of deep helplessness and anger. They're already here. The message that the golden feather eagle conveyed was something that only he could understand. Listening to him say this, everyone suddenly realized that Yang Kai's previous words weren't an alarmist, nor was he trying to trick them. It seemed that the ash-gray cloud evil land's forces really had arrived. He couldn't help but feel terrified. He looked at Yang Kai in a daze, hoping to get more information. Bai Luo! Yang Kai turned his head to look at Bai Luo, who was hiding in the crowd, and angrily shouted. Didn't you say they would arrive here at night? That should be the case. Bai Luo was also confused. With the Holy Land's team's speed, they should have arrived at night. Then why are they already 100 kilometers away? You're asking me, how am I supposed to know? Bai Luo also became angry. The distance of 100 kilometers was simply too short, and one had to factor in the time it took for the golden feather eagle to report back. Now it was likely that it was already too late to leave. Yi Xian Ro's expression became strange as she muttered. Your acting is quite realistic, even now you still want to. Before she could finish, she swallowed the rest of her words. Under Yang Kai's hateful gaze, she really didn't have the courage to continue. They're really here! Yang Li Ting's expression suddenly changed as he stared towards the horizon. The other 6 also wore extremely ugly expressions. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that what Yang Kai had said was all true. Turning their gazes towards the horizon, all of them were dumbfounded. At the edge of the horizon, a rolling black cloud was approaching them at an extremely terrifying speed. Within the black cloud, there seemed to be some figures faintly discernible. Lightning crisscrossed, illuminating the sky over there with a terrifying light. A destructive aura followed the approach of the black cloud and enveloped War City. Dark clouds loomed over the city. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear at this moment. It's the Lightning Flash Shadow King! Bai Luo suddenly exclaimed. Only he can have such speed, he must have brought the others here with him. Yang Kai, I have to go. If he sees me here, I won't be able to explain myself to the Great Lord. Bai Luo hurriedly called out, preparing to flee as quickly as possible. Stop her! Yi Xian Ro shouted. Even now, she was unwilling to let go of any opportunity to suppress Yang Kai's momentum. Without obeying her orders, Bai Luo flickered a few times before disappearing. Now that a great disaster was looming over them, who would have the heart to do such a thing? In the end, Bai Luo was just one of Shan Qing Luo's maidservants, so even if she was captured, what use was there? The 5 great evil kings hadn't even arrived yet, but the destructive aura they exuded was enough to silence all of War City. Do you believe me now? Yang Kai said contemptuously towards Yi Xian Ro and the 7 elders from the Seal Temple, his lips curling into a cold sneer as he sneered sarcastically. The faces of the 7 elders all paled. If they had been prepared when Yang Kai asked Xiu Yimeng and Huixing to inform them, they wouldn't have been caught off guard here. Even if they had believed Yang Kai when they came to stop him from leaving, it wasn't too late. At the very least, they would have had some time to catch their breath. But now, the 7 great evil kings had really arrived, so it was too late to say anything. Here, 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families were gathered, along with 200 to 300 immortal ascension boundary masters. If these people from War City were to be lost, it would have a huge impact on the entire central capital. Don't let them come, Yang Li Ting said solemnly. Meet them head on. Saying so, without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai activated his movement skill and rushed forward. The other 6 elders hurriedly followed. Before the fat old man from the Hua family left, he shot a regretful and annoyed look towards Yang Kai, a faint trace of guilt appearing on his face as he immediately said to Yi Xian Ro, "Little Yi family girl, I'll leave this place to you. No matter what you do, you must ensure that everyone here returns to the central capital safely." "Yes," Yi Xian Ro quickly responded. The black cloud's momentum was both fierce and fast. Originally, it was still far away, but in the time it took to speak, it had already arrived 20 kilometers outside of War City. By the time Yang Li Ting and the others arrived, they were only 10 kilometers away from War City. An earth-shaking battle broke out in an instant. The black cloud was dispersed, and 3 figures were revealed from within. One of them had a body covered in lightning, while the other had a burly figure that seemed to possess infinite strength, while the other sat atop a mighty monster beast. Lightning Flash Shadow King, Tyrannical Force King, Thunderbolt Beast King. 3 against 7, although they were at an absolute disadvantage. In contrast, the 7 elders from the 8 great families wore dignified expressions, while the 3 elders from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land were calm. Behind these 3 people was a huge spider. This spider had a human face, but it had the body of a spider. It was extremely strange. It was an extremely beautiful face. She looked to be only 16 years of age, and her beauty was unparalleled. She also had a head of soft, silky hair, but when set off by the giant spider's body, she looked ferocious and terrifying. "Spider Mother?" Yang Kai blurted out, immediately recognizing the origin of this spider monster beast. Wasn't this the same one he had encountered with Shan Qing Luo? How did it end up here? "Oh, there's actually such a monster beast here. This is the first time I've seen one," Shui Ling also exclaimed. "Unfortunately, without the beast transformation pond, she will never be able to cultivate to the entry form." "Treasurer Meng, what do you think?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked Meng Wuya. "It's not optimistic." Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. Although he couldn't unseal his strength right now, his vision was still sharp. "The 7 above immortal ascension boundary masters from your 8 great families are relatively weak in this realm, but the 3 elders on the other side are very strong, so even if you have the advantage in numbers, the 7 elders won't be able to win and will most likely die." Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his head. Meng Wuya's evaluation wasn't the slightest bit exaggerated. After all, he had fought with the 7 elders before and knew their bottom line. Yang Kai had thought that with these 7 elders taking action, War City shouldn't be in any danger for the time being, but now it seemed that they would only be able to delay for a while. "Treasurer Meng, please point out a way to survive." Yang Kai's face showed a trace of helplessness as he looked towards Meng Wuya helplessly. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently. "Are you sure I can give you directions? Your treasured disciple is here. If there was any real danger, you wouldn't be so calm." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. The absolute gap in strength wasn't something that could be made up with a little strategy, so Yang Kai could only turn to Meng Wuya for help now. Treasurer Meng glanced around and quickly said, "If you leave now, only about 10% of the people here will be able to escape, but with this old master and Brother Ling's protection, you don't need to worry about your own safety. We will take you away. I want everyone here to be safe and sound." Meng Wuya grinned. "I knew you would say that." Everyone in the house couldn't help showing a slightly moved expression. Even those from the Endless Sea Islands were slightly moved. Yi Fu and Hua Duanhun quietly approached Li Yuan Chun and asked, "Senior, what should we do?" Li Yuan Chun stared deeply at Yang Kai before turning to Meng Wuya and saying, "Follow them for now. If things really go south, this old master will take that little brat away from here. At that time, you can find a way out on your own." Yang Kai's survival was related to the whereabouts of the hallowed treasures of the Endless Sea Islands' great sects that had been lost for hundreds of years. Li Yuan Chun couldn't allow anything to happen to Yang Kai. "Good." Yi Fu and Hua Duanhun nodded gently, also agreeing with Li Yuan Chun's proposal. Meng Wuya then said, "Those 3 should only be the vanguard of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. I'm afraid that after a while, the rest will arrive. Also, look over there. That Thunderbolt Beast King has brought a lot of monster beast with him." Following the direction Meng Wuya pointed, Yang Kai saw that a few dozen kilometers away, a cloud of dust was rolling along with countless monster beasts, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky. After a brief scan, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking. Among these monster beasts, the lowest was actually a fifth-order monster beast, and there were many sixth-order ones. Chapter 563. Retreat. Meng Wuya quickly said. Retreat to where? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Back to the mansion. Yang Kai stared at him blankly for a moment, but soon his eyes became firm and he nodded firmly. Since Meng Wuya had said so, he must have a way to avoid this crisis. While the two of them were discussing this matter, Yi Xian-ro had also stabilized her mood and was in the middle of directing the seven-family coalition to withdraw to the central capital when suddenly she seemed to remember something and turned to Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, I want to recruit all of your subordinates. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly, a look of disgust filling his face. You have so many masters under your command, it is only right that they act together with us. Everyone's safety will be greatly increased, but I hope you can consider the overall situation first. The grievances between us can wait until after this matter is over. These words Chiu Yimeng had just said to her, but she had ignored them. Now that the crisis had arrived, she was using these same words to talk to Yang Kai, causing many people to feel disgruntled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I won't go with you. If you want to return to the central capital, please do as you please. Yi Xian-ro angrily shouted. Yang Kai, why are you always so selfish? Not going with us is just courting your own destruction. If you don't think about it yourself, you should at least think about the people around you. My house's affairs don't need you to worry about them. Yang Kai said calmly, as if he didn't know the imminent danger, coldly saying, You should worry about your own affairs first. Those 7 people won't be able to stop them for long. If you continue to dawdle, I'm afraid you'll never be able to return to the central capital. Yi Xian-ro's expression changed greatly as she coldly said, There are only 3 people over there. While my 8 great families have 7 people, how could we not defeat them? Even now, this woman still had great illusions about the situation, that with Yang Li Ting's group of 7, they could defeat the ash-gray cloud evil land's vanguard. Yi Xian-ro, what the little lord said has some truth to it. We should hurry up and leave. Gao Rangfeng urged. In. Kang Zhan also nodded quickly. Feeling the aura of destruction, no one wanted to stay here any longer. The central capital, 100 kilometers away, was the ideal haven in their minds. Brother Meng has already informed eldest young master. Let's go quickly. The people from the eldest young master's residence will also come over immediately. If the young master doesn't want to come with us, there's no need to force him. Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan's persuasion made it difficult for Yi Xian-ro to continue arguing, so she simply said, If that's the case, then I'll leave. Let's go then. Finished speaking, she glared hatefully at Kai Yang, a trace of schadenfreude appearing on her pretty face. Kai Yang, I hope you don't die too early. Wait until this matter is settled. I'll look for you again. Then, without giving Yang Kai a chance to refute, he turned around and left. The allied forces of the 7 families hurriedly followed. Just as they had finished packing up their things, they were forced back again. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do, especially since a fierce battle was still taking place 10 kilometers outside of War City. Countless monster beasts were rushing towards them. Everyone was in a state of panic. A feeling of impending death spread throughout their bodies. What do we do now? Everyone in the house turned to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai turned to look at Meng Wuya. Treasurer Meng smiled and said, Don't worry, since this old master asked you to come back, he definitely has a plan. Do what you need to do, but don't leave the house. I'm afraid it's not safe outside. Everyone was stunned, none of them understanding what Meng Wuya was saying. The people from the ash-gray cloud evil land had already come knocking on their door. If they didn't leave, shouldn't they at least make some defensive arrangements? But Meng Wuya was telling them to do what they needed to do. What did this mean? Meng Wuya's expression became serious as he said, This old master won't play around with your lives. When the time comes, you'll understand. If you believe this old master's words, don't stare at me. Everyone became more and more confused by Meng Wuya's words, but listening to the meaning of his words, it was clear he was fully confident he could protect everyone's safety. Meng Wuya didn't say what his method was, so it was probably inconvenient for him to do so. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Since Treasurer Meng has said so, you disperse. Do what you need to do." Since Yang Kai had spoken, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they could only choose to believe in Yang Kai's judgment. Li Yuan-chun stared at Meng Wuya in surprise, his powerful divine sense constantly sweeping him. After a long time, he asked suspiciously, "Brother, do you really have such a big plan?" "Don't talk so big." Li Yuan-chun was a newcomer, so he naturally didn't know Meng Wuya's details. He only thought he was an ordinary peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even he felt great pressure from the outside, so how could this Meng Wuya protect so many people? Meng Wuya just grinned, his expression unfathomable. Even old demon couldn't help but stare at Treasurer Meng in disbelief, not understanding where Meng Wuya's confidence came from to guarantee the safety of everyone in the mansion. "Qiu Yimeng, arrange a place for these seniors from the Endless Sea Islands to stay," Yang Kai said faintly. "Good." Qiu Yimeng nodded and motioned everyone to follow her. Li Yuan-chun shook his head. "This old master wants to stay with young Master Yang." He had obviously decided to follow Yang Kai until he returned the Supreme Solitary Sect's Supreme Solitary Seal. Qiu Yimeng hesitantly looked towards Yang Kai, to which Yang Kai nodded gently. The Qiu family's first young lady then led the others into the house. Violent fluctuations came from outside War City as more than a dozen tyrannical auras intertwined, seemingly in a desperate struggle. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he released his divine sense to monitor the situation outside. Although during this period of time, he and the 8 great families had been in a very unpleasant situation, with the 2 of them even fighting against each other. Last night, a great battle had resulted in many casualties. But now that the ash-gray cloud evil land had launched a large-scale invasion, Yang Kai didn't want these 7 people to die. If anything happened to them, War City would likely be plunged into an abyss of misery. At that time, the 8 great families would suffer heavy losses, and whether or not the central capital could be saved would be another matter. Back in the central capital, his parents were still there. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have cared about the life or death of the 8 great families. While he was scanning the area, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, quickly withdrawing his powerful divine sense and sweeping it towards a certain direction in War City. There, 2 rather mysterious, sinister, and terrifying auras quietly spread out. "There are masters!" Yang Kai was shocked. Ling Tai-su and Li Yuan-chun were startled and quickly investigated. The next moment, their expressions also changed. They also discovered something. Inside War City, 2 above immortal ascension boundary masters had silently snuck in. It was likely they had taken advantage of the huge commotion caused by the Lightning Flash Shadow King's trio and the Spider Mother to sneak in without anyone noticing. But soon, Li Yuan-chun's expression became strange. Staring at Yang Kai in a daze, he realized that this young Master Yang had actually noticed the existence of these 2 people before he did. This little brat, Li Yuan-chun found himself unable to understand Yang Kai. "Annihilating Poison King, Profounding Ghost King!" Ling Tai-su shouted in horror. He could sense a unique aura from the 2 evil kings. These 2 evil kings were too special. One was covered in poison while the other was emitting a dense ghost chi. It was difficult for Ling Tai-su not to recognize them. "They're heading towards the 7 family coalition." After Ling Tai-su finished speaking, he turned to look at Yang Kai. The 7 family coalition had experienced last night's battle. Their losses were not small. Although all the cultivators from Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's compound had gathered, without an above immortal ascension boundary master, Yang Zhao and his 4 blood warriors alone were unable to stop the attack of these 2 great evil kings. Now that their auras were leaking, it was obvious they were ready to attack. Yang Kai's expression struggled as he hesitating for a moment before saying, "I'll go take a look." Ling Tai-su smiled faintly. "I'll go with you." Old Demon also said. Old Servant will go with you. We'll also go. Tu Feng and the others said in unison. Meng Wuya lightly coughed. I won't go. He had to stay, otherwise, the safety of everyone in his compound couldn't be guaranteed. Li Yuanchun stared at them in shock. Are you all stupid? He really couldn't understand. Why would these people run out to disperse their strength when it was so dangerous outside? Why was the thinking of these masters so different from those from the Endless Sea Islands? Li Yuanchun thought to himself. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, Senior must be tired from the long journey, you should stay and rest. Li Yuanchun shook his head like a rattledrum. That won't do, this old master has to follow you at all times. Yang Kai raised his brow. Lightly nodding, he said, Whatever. Li Yuanchun almost coughed up blood. Yang Kai's expression clearly showed that he was certain he would follow him, so he really was treating him like a free bodyguard. But he couldn't just ignore him. Although he felt depressed, he couldn't say anything. He could only bitterly sigh. Old Demon, you don't need to go, rest well and recover, Yang Kai said. Last night, he had used his Demon Spectre Saint technique, so he shouldn't have recovered yet, so even if he went, it wouldn't be of much use. Old Demon thought about it for a moment but didn't insist, simply saying, Then young master must be careful. Don't worry, the other side only has 2 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, I also have 2 on my side and 8 blood warriors, there won't be any danger. Yang Kai took a light breath and quickly walked out. Somewhere in War City, under the command of Yi Xian Ro, the 7 family coalition quickly moved towards the direction of the central capital. During this process, the cultivator from Yang Zhao's house and the cultivator from Yang Wei's house also gathered together, and soon, a huge team was formed. This team had nearly 700 to 800 people, and although most of them weren't very strong, looking at this mass of people, whether it was Yi Xian Ro, Kong Zhan, or Gao Rang Feng, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of security. It seemed that with these people surrounding them, even if the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's evil king attacked, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Yang Zhao and Yang Wei were also in the team, riding their 2 cloud-treading colts side by side. Where's 9th brother? Yang Wei couldn't find Yang Kai in the crowd and couldn't help asking. The little lord disdained to act with us, so he stayed behind with his family. Yi Xian Ro replied, sneering disdainfully. If he wants to die, I can't do anything about it. Yang Zhao glanced over at Yi Xian Ro faintly, his expression indifferent. Chapter 564. Evil King takes action today, I'll take half a day off to rest. Every day at the 3rd watch, I'm going to die soon, please forgive me. Hearing that Yang Kai and his cultivator had decided to stay behind, Yang Wei's expression couldn't help but change slightly. 9th brother won't die so easily. Since he chose to stay behind, he must have made arrangements. I think we should act with him instead of rushing back to the central capital. Yi Xian Ro smiled contemptuously. Although she didn't say anything, she obviously felt that Yang Wei was too timid. Kong Zhan also smiled and said, Eldest young lord, the 7 top masters of my 8 great families are already intercepting those people, creating an opportunity for us to retreat. Naturally, we should hurry back to the central capital. Yang Wei shook his head. If they can defeat those people, even if we stay behind, we won't be in any danger, but if they lose, even if we leave, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Yi Xian Ro, Kong Zhan, and Gao Rang Feng's expressions all changed. Yang Wei's words were exactly what they didn't dare to think about, or rather, they had been trying to avoid thinking in this direction. But now, this situation that they had been trying to avoid thinking about was brought up by Yang Wei, and they couldn't help feeling uneasy. That's not necessary. Kong Zhan forced a smile. We have 7 people on our side. And Gao Rang Feng also nodded. 7 top masters, how could we not be able to deal with 3 people? Even if our skills aren't as good as theirs, we should at least be able to delay them until we return to the central capital. At that moment, the blood warriors belonging to Yang Wei and Yang Zhao suddenly shouted at the same time. 2 young lords, be careful! Saying so, they flew over to the two blood warriors' side and assumed a defensive posture. The large group suddenly came to a stop, and all the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters showed a deep sense of dread as they stared forward. In front of them, there were two figures quietly floating in the air, looking down at everyone from a high vantage point. One of them was surrounded by a green aura, while the other was surrounded by a black aura. Only their eyes could be seen, and they gave off soul-stealing lights, making it hard for people to look straight at them. Jia 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 jia. The person wrapped in the green aura laughed eerily, as if he was looking at Yang Wei, and praised. It's rare for someone to be able to see the situation clearly. It seems that not all of you are muddle-headed. That's right, the 7 people from your 8 great families won't be able to stop the 3 masters from my holy land. I'm afraid it won't be long before they all die. All of you will die too. His hoarse voice sounded like a call from the depths of hell, making everyone's hair stand on end. Shameless boasting! Yixian Rose shouted. Who are you? With a burst of laughter, the person wrapped in green she turned to look at his companion and said, Ghost King, there are actually people who don't recognize us. Are these the rising stars of the 8 great families? Since they can't even identify us, it seems that the 8 great families have really declined. 8 great families? That's just a title they call themselves. Who do they think they are? The person called Ghost King coldly snorted and calmly said, Poison King, in terms of killing methods, you and I both have our own advantages and disadvantages. How about we compete here? How do we compete? There are many people here. Let's see who can kill the most. Good, that's a good idea. The 700 to 800 people were suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at the 2 people in front of them. After a while, Yixian Rose screamed, Profounding Ghost King, annihilating Poison King? These 2 people had already introduced themselves during their conversation, so if Yixian Rose still didn't know their identities, she would be an idiot. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land was the second of the 6 great evil kings, a name that caused countless people to tremble in fear. It was rumored that the 6 great evil kings were all bloodthirsty and cruel people, but among them, the profounding Ghost King and annihilating Poison King were the most powerful. Because of the secret arts these 2 cultivated, they were most suitable for large-scale slaughter. Now that these 2 terrifying characters had suddenly appeared in front of them, no matter who it was, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spine. All of you, disperse! One of the 4 blood warriors suddenly roared. If it were any other enemy, if everyone gathered together, they would be able to display a powerful combat strength, and even fight for a slim chance of survival. But facing the Ghost King and Poison King, numbers were not a problem. Gathering together would only make it more suitable for them to use their respective methods. Roars of anger rang out, but no one was able to react. Even the experts from the 7 Family Alliance were momentarily stunned. Last night, when facing Yang Kai's forces, they had been incredibly brave, but now that they were facing 2 evil kings, they were completely dumbfounded. With just this short delay, they had missed the best opportunity to defend themselves. Where do you think you're going? The Ghost King laughed strangely as a series of terrifying faces suddenly appeared on his body. These faces struggled and squirmed, as if their serene souls were trying to break free from the shackles of the Yellow Springs. Miserable howls rang out, causing everyone's heart to palpitate in fear. Those human faces howled and quickly rushed out. Their bodies that seemed to be both real and fake were extremely strange. They plunged into the crowd and began to wreak havoc. Countless ghostly faces appeared in front of everyone's eyes like a scene of demons dancing in a frenzy. Wherever these serene soul faces passed, a cold wind blew, causing everyone's hands and feet to go cold. The Ghost King seemed to be excited, his throat constantly emitting strange laughter, making everyone feel more and more at a loss. Some of the faster cultivators reacted quickly and used their martial skills to attack these serene soul faces, but when their martial skills penetrated the serene soul faces, they were unable to cause any damage. On the other hand, the serene soul cultivator who was hit by the serene soul faces instantly lost their luster, and their expression became terrifying, not hesitating to attack their companions next to them. Use your soul skills! Use your soul skills to attack! Some of the masters quickly reacted, recalling the rumors they had heard before, and quickly shouted. The serene soul faces released by the Ghost King had no physical substance, so ordinary attacks and martial skills were unable to harm them. Only a soul skill could stop them from attacking. However, Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters only accounted for less than a third of the total number of people present, and the soul skills released by these Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators varied in strength. The more powerful ones were able to block the serene soul faces for a moment, but the weaker ones were unable to resist at all. In just an instant, more than 100 people had been hit. These 100 people all seemed to have lost their will. After the serene soul faces entered their bodies, their emotions changed greatly, as if they had become the demon race. They didn't recognize their friends and family, fiercely erupting with their own strength and attacking the people next to them. Screams rang out and blood splattered. In an instant, this territory had become an Azura purgatory. Jia 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 jia. The Ghost King laughed wildly, not even moving his hands to create such a situation. Its tyrannical strength was clear to see. The Poison King's body also suddenly released a dark green aura. This aura spread extremely quickly, spreading at an incredible speed. Soon, this dark green poisonous fog enveloped a large area. The cultivators shrouded in this poisonous fog screamed and collapsed, turning into a pool of blood, not even their bones remaining. "Be careful of this poison!" someone exclaimed, but it was too late. The Poison King had taken dozens of lives, many of which were Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator. Under this poisonous fog, very few people could survive. Only Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator were able to avoid the fate of being turned into a pool of blood. But even these cultivators' faces turned green, their yuan qi fluctuating as they struggled to circulate their secret art to resist, simply unable to move to resist. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator who had been controlled by the Serene Soul walked up to them, and, with a wave of his hand, turned them into dust. The two great evil kings joined forces to attack, completely ignoring the 700 to 800 cultivator, creating a tragic slaughter. Moreover, from the looks of it, they didn't seem to be using their full strength, only casually attacking. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill! The four Yang family blood warriors simultaneously used their forbidden techniques to protect Yang Wei and Yang Zhao as they rushed through the crowd, trying to find a way to survive. Yi Xianro was dumbfounded as she sat on the back of her cloud-treading colt, her pretty face filled with confusion and panic, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had never known that the ash-gray cloud evil land's evil kings had such amazing means. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng were also stunned. The two of them were young lords from the 8 great families and were the future heirs of the Kang and Gao families. For a long time, they had lived in the central capital without any worries about food or clothing. Although they had experienced many dangers and tribulations during this inheritance war, none had made them feel as powerless as they did today. Against Yan Kai, at least Yan Kai was reasonable, but against these two great evil kings, everything seemed pale and powerless. "Young lady! Young lord!" The masters from the Yi family, Kang family, and Gao family all shouted as they rushed to the 3 young lords and pulled them off their cloud-treading colts, imitating the actions of the Yang family blood warriors as they searched for a way to escape. Their actions couldn't help attracting the attention of the profounding Ghost King and annihilating Poison King. "Poison King, the status of those young men seems to be different." The Ghost King smiled grimly. "I'm afraid they're all direct descendants of the 8 great families." The Poison King nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over these people before suddenly waving his hand. Countless streams of invisible energy shot out and accurately hit all the experts guarding the 8 great families in the Blood Purgatory Sea. The 4 Yang family blood warriors all groaned as their faces paled, but their feet didn't stop moving, still firmly guarding Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. On the other hand, the people from the Yi family, Kang family, and Gao family instantly turned into puddles of blood and collapsed to the ground. "Come here!" The Poison King waved his hand again, and Yi Xian Ro and the others suddenly felt as if they were bound by an invisible force and involuntarily flew over to the Poison King's side. The three of them shuddered like quails in the middle of winter, helpless as they stared at the Poison King and Ghost King standing in front of them in horror. "Are you direct descendants of the 8 great families?" the Poison King asked. The three of them were dumbstruck, none of them able to answer. Chapter 565. The Poison King coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, his long fingernails glowing with a faint green light, gently cutting across Yi Xian Ro's face. Her delicate white cheeks were immediately dyed red and warm blood flowed out, pooling around Yi Xian Ro's chin before dripping to the ground. Yi Xian Ro's 2 rows of teeth clattered violently as her pretty face paled, her beautiful eyes widening as tears began to fall uncontrollably. She felt a strong aura of death wash over her, one that she had never felt before. Under this aura, she felt like she really was dead. "Answer this old master's question, otherwise you'll become the Ghost King's food. The Ghost King likes to eat delicate little girls like you." Yi Xian Ro stared at the profounding Ghost King standing nearby in horror, suddenly recalling that there really was such a rumor. It was said that the profounding Ghost King was inhumane and ate raw human flesh. Feeling extremely frightened, Yi Xian Ro didn't know where her courage came from, but she quickly replied, "No!" At this critical moment, she found that she still had the ability to think. The ash-gray cloud evil land and the 8 great families were like fire and water, their hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. If these 2 evil kings really learned of their identities, it was likely they would suffer unimaginable torture. It was precisely because of this consideration that Yi Xian Ro immediately denied. "You're not?" The Poison King smiled wickedly and nodded lightly. "Since you're not, there's no need to keep you alive." Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan both heard this and were stunned. The next moment, Gao Rangfeng felt as if something was bulging out of his body, and his body suddenly swelled up. He didn't even make a sound before he suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Nearby, Kang Zhan and Yi Xian Ro were soaked by the blood that burst out of Gao Rangfeng's body, even their eyes were soaked with blood. Looking around, the entire world was dyed red. "We are!" Kang Zhan shouted with all his might. "We are direct descendants of the 8 great families. I am from the Khan family, I am the future heir of the Khan family. Are you or aren't you?" The Poison King's face flashed an impatient look as he stared coldly at Yi Xian Ro. Yi Xian Ro nodded unconsciously as she stared at the spot where Gao Rangfeng had just stood. At this moment, there was only a pool of blood. This person. He was no longer in this world. He was the future successor of one of the 8 great families, the Gao family. He had died right in front of her. "Poison King, since they are direct descendants of the 8 great families, let them remain. They may be of some use to Master's plan to attack the central capital," the profounding Ghost King suddenly said. The Poison King gently nodded, but did not refute him. He simply sneered at Yi Xian Ro and said, "Little girl, your wrong answer has caused the death of a friend." Yi Xian Ro's eyes were lifeless, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was not a trace of light in sight. "And those 2? The Poison King raised his head again and stared towards Yang Wei and Yang Zhao, who were under the protection of the 4 blood warriors. "The people around them should be from the Yang family's blood warriors, so they must be direct descendants of the Yang family." While they were talking, his expression was gloomy. Although there was hatred between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, the Yang family was undoubtedly the one the 6 great evil kings hated the most. Because this was the head of the 8 great families, the Yang family's blood warriors had killed many of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivators in the last war, establishing a great reputation for themselves. Many demon race cultivators trembled in fear. Now that the blood warriors and Yang family's direct descendants were in front of him, the Poison King naturally wouldn't let them go. "These 2 are mine," the profounding Ghost King said, his figure transforming into a streak of black light as he rushed forward. His goal was the 4 blood warriors and Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. "2 young lords, run!" The four blood warriors also noticed the profounding Ghost King approaching. Quickly throwing Yang Wei and Yang Zhao out of the crowd, they turned around to face the Ghost King. Even if they knew they were no match for him, they still did not hesitate. They wanted to use their lives and blood to create a last glimmer of hope for Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Clowns! The profounding Ghost King snickered, the Yin Ghost Qi in his body once again slowly spreading out, becoming so rich that it was almost tangible. Flying forward, he didn't put the four blood warriors who had displayed their mad tyrant blood skill in his eyes, simply waving his hand towards them. A gust of wind blew and a series of cries rang out as a huge monster with a terrifying appearance suddenly appeared in front of the four blood warriors. This monstrous thing was purely condensed from the profounding Ghost King's Ghost Qi, and although it was not tangible, it possessed unparalleled combat strength. The four blood warriors joined forces to block it. But before they could withdraw their hands, the profounding Ghost King had already arrived above Yang Wei and Yang Zhao, reaching out to grab them. Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's faces went ashen. Although the two of them had outstanding aptitude and strength among the younger generation and had both broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, in front of a master like the profounding Ghost King, they were nothing. Unable to summon the slightest thought to resist, all they could do was watch helplessly as the pair of ghostly claws reached out towards them. At that moment, a burst of light suddenly bloomed from the void and intercepted the profounding Ghost King, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao. HM? Seeing this, the Ghost King's brow furrowed. Perceiving the power contained in this attack, it knew it wasn't wise to attack rashly and quickly retreated. Schwa. The shocking burst of light brushed past the profounding Ghost King's body and hit thin air. In a flash, Yang Kai had already rushed to Yang Wei and Yang Zhao's side, one in each hand, tossing them to Tu Feng and the others who had just arrived. Although Yang Wei and Yang Zhao weren't injured and had not fought with the Ghost King or the Poison King, they were still under the protection of the four blood warriors, but they were still inevitably affected by the poisonous gas and Ghost Qi. At this moment, both of them wore a bitter expression. Tu Feng caught them and without even looking back, immediately broke out and rushed towards the mansion. Another master? The Poison King laughed, using his poison secret art to envelop Yang Kai and the other blood warriors. Ling Tai-Su's expression became dignified as he and Li Yuan-chun acted at the same time, a mysterious and tyrannical power erupting from their bodies and blocking the corrosive poisonous gas. Oh? Not bad. The Poison King stared at Ling Tai-Su and Li Yuan-chun, seemingly not having expected their means to be so good. The profounding Ghost King's pair of eyes flashed with a faint green light as he stared towards the direction Tu Feng fled, only letting out a light snort, not intending to pursue, instead joining forces with the Poison King to fight Ling Tai-Su and Li Yuan-chun. Ling Tai-Su's expression was indifferent, although he was not willing to fight with such a cruel enemy. Even so, when it was time to act, he didn't act carelessly. On the other hand, Li Yuan-chun was feeling quite depressed. In the Endless Sea Islands, he was an ancestor. In the Endless Sea Islands, there was only one super force, Supreme Solitary Sect, and this force only had 3 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Li Yuan-chun's status was obvious. The Endless Sea Islands. The various sects. Who wouldn't be polite and respectful when they saw him? This time, leading a team to War City to ask Yang Kai for the hallowed treasure that had been lost hundreds of years ago, it was clear how much importance the Endless Sea Islands' great forces attached to this matter. Yang Kai hadn't expected that just after arriving in War City, he would be involved in this kind of dispute. He really didn't care about offending the 8 great families, nor did he care about offending the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, but before he could get his hands on those treasures, he had to help them fight. This was not what Li Yuan-chun wanted to see. Especially when fighting against masters like the Annihilating Poison King and the Profounding Ghost King, it was really a thankless task. When he returned this time, no matter what, he had to take back those treasures from the Yang family boy and then take his people and flee. Li Yuan-chun secretly made up his mind as he fought. The Poison King and Ghost King were blocked by Ling Tai-Su and Li Yuan-chun, so Yang Kai took some time to look around and see the situation. Seeing this, he couldn't help feeling cold. Although the 700 to 800 people were all enemies, after seeing this scene, all grievances and enmity no longer mattered. Because these 700 to 800 people had been completely wiped out. The ground was littered with pools of blood, broken limbs, and chunks of flesh. All over the ground. From beginning to end, in just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the masters from the 7 great families had almost been completely annihilated by the 2 great evil kings. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit unreal. Even if these 2 great evil kings had extraordinary means and secret arts, how could they have been defeated so thoroughly? Looking carefully, Yang Kai's expression became cold. Because he found that many people had scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in the direction of the central capital. These people were the strongest of the 700 to 800 people. The Ghost King and Poison King were indeed powerful, but among these 700 to 800 people, there were also many masters. However, under the attacks of the Ghost King and Poison King, these masters not only did not join forces to fight back, but instead chose to flee for their lives. Those who could not escape naturally died here. Especially the masters from the Chiu family, Hua family, and Lu family, because Chiu Yimeng, Hua Xing, and Lu Qinyao were not here, they didn't need to pay too much. On the contrary, the Yi family, Kong family, and Gao family's cultivator had suffered heavy casualties. Because they had to protect their masters, they could not easily retreat. After Gao Rangfeng's death, those from the Gao family who were still alive no longer dared to fight and hurriedly retreated. Of the 700 to 800 people, probably less than 100 managed to escape, the rest were all left here, not even touching the Ghost King or Poison King's clothes. 8 great families! Yang Kai coldly snorted, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand. Retreat! Yang Kai's biggest purpose in coming out this time was to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Eldest brother Yang Wei, since the start of the inheritance war, had not had any friction with Yang Kai and had even cooperated with him once. Towards this eldest brother, Yang Kai still respected him. As for his second brother Yang Zhao, in the end, he did not accept the position of commander of the 7 great families and instead handed over command to Yi Xianro. Obviously, he disdained using the strength of the 7 great families to defeat Yang Kai. This also made Yang Kai feel somewhat moved. Although his second brother Yang Zhao was shrewd and cunning, Yang Kai still couldn't ignore him. Now that his plan had succeeded, there was no reason for Yang Kai to remain here, so he naturally had to withdraw quickly. Hearing his order, the blood warriors who had followed him quickly surrounded Yang Kai, ensuring his safety as they prepared to leave. Yang Kai, save us! Yi Xianro's heart-wrenching voice came over, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had seen hope, anxiously calling out to Yang Kai. Chapter 566. Are you really so cold-blooded and ruthless? Yi Xianro had thought she was doomed this time, but at the last moment, Yang Kai had actually led a large number of masters to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. Now that the profounding Ghost King and annihilating Poison King were being entangled by Ling Tai Su and Li Yuan Chun, Yi Xianro had no one to guard her, so naturally she wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, she couldn't move. The Poison King seemed to have used some kind of trick on her, but Yi Xianro couldn't condense her yuan qi and her hands and feet were powerless, so she could only stand in place and call out to Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Yi Xianro couldn't help feeling a chill in her heart, only now remembering that Yang Kai seemed to have a deep grudge with her. Not long ago, she had ridiculed and slandered Yang Kai in every possible way, but now she saw him as a life-saving straw and was calling out to him for help. The Poison King suddenly waved his hand and a thick poisonous fog shot out at lightning speed, wrapping around Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan, isolating them from the outside world. Young Master Yang, it's time to leave! Li Yuan Chun shouted anxiously. In this battle with the 2 evil kings, Li Yuan Chun felt a great deal of pressure. Not only did these 2 possess powerful yuan qi and profound cultivation, but the secret arts they cultivated were also extremely vicious, making it impossible to guard against. Li Yuan-chun knew that if they continued to fight, he and Ling Tai-su would be defeated in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted and hurriedly retreated. Tang Yuxian, Chu Gao-yi, and the other blood warriors supporting Yang Wei and Yang Zhao followed closely behind. Ling Tai-su and Li Yuan-chun waited until they were far away before withdrawing from the battle. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai's group was completely unharmed and successfully rescued 6 people. This made the Poison King and Ghost King's expressions very ugly. Landing down, they quietly stared in the direction Yi Xianro and Yang Zhao had left, the Ghost King sneering. "Where do you think you're going? Master will be here soon." The Poison King stretched out his hand and waved back the poisonous fog wrapping around Yi Xianro and Kang Zhan, glancing at them, suddenly smiling. "This little girl seems to be quite disliked by that man. Little miss, do you think if I hadn't intervened, that young man would have saved you?" Yi Xianro couldn't help thinking. Her pretty face couldn't help but twist. She also felt that with Kai Yang's vengeful and cruel personality, he wouldn't care about her life or death. "Row! Row! Yang Zhao! Yang Kai Ghost King, so row! Row so of you row! Of course of Yang of chaos of course you!" When Kai Yang and the others retreated, they discovered that countless people were scrambling to escape. Because of the inheritance war, tens of thousands of people had gathered in War City. Of the tie that was to be, and Yan Yen of you that of the battle, to the. Before they could escape from War City, countless monster beasts had broken through the city walls, bringing with them the summons of death as they stepped into the city. These were all monster beasts controlled by the Thunderbolt Beast King. They were all high-level monster beasts that could be found in the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. For this attack on the central capital, the Thunderbolt Beast King had put in a lot of effort. Running on the ground, flying in the sky, each one was fierce and ferocious, possessing terrifying strength. Of the tens of thousands of people in War City, very few were strong masters, so when these strange monster beasts attacked them, they were all powerless to resist. The whole city was soon filled with a strong smell of blood, broken walls, and scorched earth. Birds flew across the sky and the earth groaned. On the other hand, Yang Kai's mansion was safe and sound. The monster beasts seemed to know that the people here were not to be trifled with and deliberately avoided Yang Kai's mansion, instead wreaking havoc in other parts of War City. "Heal them!" Yang Kai ordered Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the 4 blood warriors to be sent into the mansion before ordering Chiu Yimeng. Chiu Yimeng nodded quickly and began making arrangements. Yang Wei and Yang Zhao weren't injured, they were only affected by the poisonous gas and ghost qi, so after meditating for a few moments, they would be fine. On the other hand, the 4 blood warriors who followed them had taken a blow from the Poison King and were seriously injured. It would take a great deal of medicine to dispel their internal injuries. From the time Yang Kai went out to rescue Yang Wei and Yang Zhao to the moment they returned, only half a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. When Yang Kai finished arranging the people he had rescued and released his divine sense towards the outside of War City, his face couldn't help sinking. The battle outside War City had actually stopped. The battle between the 7 people inside the sealed temple and the 3 great evil kings had already concluded. The 3 evil kings were still present, but the 7 people from the sealed temple were nowhere to be seen. Only a single weak aura was rapidly approaching. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a figure flash in front of him and a bloody body fell heavily from the sky, landing right in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai hurriedly rushed out and brought this person back. Everyone stared at him, their faces filled with grief. This person was none other than the fat old man from the Hua family. Half of his body had been destroyed. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all exposed, his legs broken at the knees and his blood almost completely drained from his body. With such injuries, an ordinary person would have long since died. However, this fat old man had relied on his superior cultivation to hang on to his last breath and fly here. When Wuxing, the playboy young lord, saw his old ancestor in such a state, he instantly panicked and was at a loss for what to do. The might of the great evil kings, They really live up to their reputation." The fat old man's face was drained of blood, coughing lightly as he spoke with difficulty, reaching out to grab Yang Kai, the last glimmer of light still flashing in his eyes as he quickly said, "Yang family little brat, if you can escape this calamity, run far away. When your cultivation reaches the grand accomplishment stage, you must come back and avenge this old master." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Although he also felt some regret in his heart, he still slowly shook his head. "Senior, after experiencing the inheritance war, these 8 great families no longer have anything to do with me." Hearing this, the faint light in the fat old man's eyes suddenly dimmed, and with a sudden burst of strength, he roared, "Are you really so cold-blooded and heartless?" This roar seemed to have exhausted all of his strength, but he still managed to mutter, "But it is indeed my 8 great families who have wronged you. You, run away, I don't know if it's too late." His voice became smaller and smaller, weaker and weaker, and when he finally uttered the last word, the fat old man's eyes lost their luster and became motionless. "Old ancestor!" Huixing knelt to the ground and roared out in grief. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to close the fat old man's eyes. In such a short time, the 7 grand elders from the Seal Temple had been completely annihilated. The above immortal ascension boundary experts that everyone revered were actually so weak, Yang Kai didn't know whether he should ridicule them or not. It seemed that the 7 grand elders from the Seal Temple were indeed at the bottom of the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai hadn't reached this realm yet, so he didn't know the mysteries of this realm, so he couldn't judge them. He stood up and raised his head to look outside. Outside the residence, there were already 3 people and 1 beast. The Tyrannical Force King, Lightning Flash Shadow King, Thunderbolt Beast King, and the 7th Order Monster Beast, Spider Mother. Asterisk schwa schwa. Asterisk 2 more people flew over and stood in a different direction. The Annihilating Poison King and Profounding Ghost King also caught up. The 5 great evil kings all arrived at the same time, all of them staring towards Yang Kai's mansion with a look of contempt and ridicule, their expressions relaxed and somewhat curious. They didn't know why the people in this mansion hadn't fled yet. Everyone in War City was fleeing for their lives, yet they were still as calm as a mountain. The Tyrannical Force King grinned as he stared at Yang Kai, revealing a look of interest. He found that this young man wasn't afraid of him at all, instead remaining calm and indifferent. Facing these 5 great evil kings, anyone would feel great pressure. Everyone in the mansion couldn't help but shiver. Li Yuan-chun was even more eager to try, making up his mind that if they really couldn't resist, he would take Kai Yang and escape at the first possible moment. "Treasurer Meng, it's time to act. If we don't act now, we'll all die." Yang Kai stared at the 5 great evil kings in the sky and whispered to Meng Wuya. Even now, he didn't know what kind of method Meng Wuya was hiding to ensure the safety of everyone in the mansion, but now was the time to uncover the mystery. Meng Wuya nodded gently and didn't try to keep Yang Kai in suspense, instead stretching out his hand and summoning a small palace-shaped artifact into his palm. This artifact glowed brilliantly and looked extremely beautiful. The small palace seemed to have been carefully sculpted by someone, its intricate carvings of exquisite craftsmanship. As soon as this small palace appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai's expression also changed slightly because he found that this artifact was very different from ordinary artifacts. Even the mysterious grade artifacts he had obtained were overshadowed by it. He didn't know the grade of this artifact, but what he was certain of was that it was definitely of a high grade. The 5 great evil kings also stared at it greedily, all of them wishing they could take it for themselves so they could study its function and purpose. Meng Wuya's expression remained indifferent as he suddenly began to madly pour his yuan qi into the palace. With the infusion of true yuan, the small palace rapidly expanded. In just a breath of time, the small palace had expanded into a behemoth. As if it had no substance, it passed through everyone's bodies and the buildings of the mansion, enveloping the entire mansion. Looking from the outside, it was as if Yang Kai's mansion was now wrapped in a giant palace, but this palace was transparent, so although everyone could still clearly see what was happening inside Yang Kai's mansion, There was a mysterious energy barrier that blocked the 5 great evil kings' divine senses from prying into it. The 5 great evil kings frowned, none of them understanding what was happening. You think you can stop Father here with a simple barrier? Dream on. The tyrannical Force King roared, his burly figure filled with indescribable agility, as he quickly rushed towards Yang Kai's mansion and threw out a punch. Hong. A loud noise rang out and the entire war city seemed to shake. The tyrannical Force King was the strongest person in this world. When he used his full strength, he could unleash a blow that could overturn rivers and seas. In terms of pure strength, even Demon Lord Yang Bai was not his opponent. Chapter 567. Under the power of the tyrannical Force King, all defenses in the world were useless. His strength had already reached a profound realm, a sublimation of pure strength. When the tyrannical Force King punched out, the other 4 evil kings also calmly watched, as if they felt that Meng Wuya's barrier would not be able to withstand the tyrannical Force King's onslaught. They had full confidence in the tyrannical Force King. But the result shocked them all. The tyrannical Force King's punch only caused a small ripple to appear, while the barrier surrounding Yang Kai's mansion was completely undamaged. On the contrary, the tyrannical Force King was sent tumbling through the air by his own rebound force, only stabilizing himself after flying a few thousand meters. The 4 evil kings' eyes widened and their jaws dropped, unable to recover from their shock. They had never seen the tyrannical Force King fail before. This burly evil king's strength was not low among the 6 evil kings, and even the Poison King and Ghost King were not willing to casually fight him. Although he had not used his full strength when punching out just now, it was still quite shocking. Yet it had not been able to break the barrier? The mood of the evil kings suddenly became complicated. Everyone in Yang Kai's mansion involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Although Meng Wuya had said he could guarantee their safety, until the moment of danger, no one dared to believe him. Seeing the tyrannical Force King suffer such a setback, everyone couldn't help feeling a little more confident in Meng Wuya, their tense mood also relaxing a lot. The tyrannical Force King walked back from a few thousand meters away, shaking his head as he arrived in front of Yang Kai's mansion, staring at the transparent palace in a daze, a look of annoyance on his face. The Ghost King laughed strangely. Tyrannical Force King, did you not eat enough before coming here, so you can't use your strength? The Poison King also laughed. It seems the tyrannical Force King's strength is only at this level. They seemed to be very happy to see the tyrannical Force King suffer a loss, a look of schadenfreude appearing on their faces. Nonsense! The tyrannical Force King's voice rang out like a bell. This barrier is very strange. As he spoke, he swung his fists and cursed incessantly. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar, and his vitality surged rapidly. The Poison King and Ghost King also stopped mocking him. Their expressions gradually turned solemn. They knew that the Power King was about to get serious. Just now, he had only used 50% of his strength, but now, the Herculean King was clearly going to use 100% of his strength. If such a punch came down, anyone would have to avoid it. Could they break this barrier? The evil kings were secretly looking forward to it. Suddenly, the Herculean King made his move. It was very different from the fast punch from before. His punch this time was light and slow, and even a 3-year-old child would be able to clearly see the traces of his punch. However, wherever the fist passed, space would shatter, and heaven and earth would buzz. The tip of his fist lightly touched the barrier of the palace, and an incomparable force suddenly erupted. A ripple spread out. It was indeed much larger than the previous ripple, but that was all. The tyrannical Force King screamed miserably as he was sent flying like an arrow from a bow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Poison King, Shadow King, Beast King, and Ghost King all stared blankly. The people from Yang Kai's mansion, on the other hand, let out a burst of cheers, as if they had suddenly relaxed from their tense state. This barrier is extraordinary. It's not ordinary, the Poison King said in a deep voice as he finally saw some clues. That artifact is also no small matter. The Ghost King stared at Meng Wuya in the crowd. The Herculean king had used his full strength but still failed to break the barrier created by that artifact. How could there be such an artifact in this world? He really couldn't understand where this old man who had taken out this artifact had come from. How could he have such a strong foundation? After a long time, the tyrannical Force King flew back, but at this time, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The force of the rebound from the barrier was something even he could not bear. Father doesn't believe there is a barrier in this world that I can't break. The tyrannical Force King shouted angrily. Force King, forget it, this isn't something you can break with brute force. The Poison King said. You shut up. The tyrannical Force King shouted angrily, as if he would not give up until he broke this barrier, quickly walking over to it and preparing to attack again. Fool! The profounding Ghost King sneered sarcastically. Among the several great evil kings, although the tyrannical Force King's strength was extraordinary, his mind was also the most straightforward. Once he set his mind on something, he would do it no matter who tried to persuade him otherwise. The only exception was Demon Lord Yang Bai. The Demon Lord was not here, so since he wanted to try again, the others did not try to dissuade him. For the third time, the Force King's expression became much more serious, as if he was dealing with something very important. Just as the fist was about to come into contact with the barrier, countless fist shadows suddenly appeared and crashed into the barrier. At that moment, the barrier in front of the Force King actually opened up on its own. Seeing this, Meng Wuya's mouth curled into a strange smile. The Herculean king was stunned and lost control of his momentum for a moment before he stumbled into the barrier, causing the crack in the barrier to quickly close. At the same time, there was a flash of light and a figure quickly flew to the Force King's side, snatching him out of the barrier at the last moment. After the barrier closed, the tyrannical Force King appeared a few dozen meters away, caught by lightning flash Shadow King. So fast. Meng Wuya's eyes narrowed as he stared deeply at lightning flash Shadow King. Just now, even he had almost failed to see through lightning flash Shadow King's movements. Yan Kai was startled for a moment before quickly recovering. The scene just now was obviously Meng Wuya trying to force the Force King into the barrier. Since this barrier was created by Meng Wuya, he must be able to control everything inside and had a way to deal with those who tried to enter. If he could get rid of an evil king here, it would be of great help to their current situation. Unfortunately, Lightning Flash Shadow King had taken action and brought the tyrannical Force King back before the barrier had fully closed. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai also felt it was a pity. You dare play tricks? The Force King shouted, a look of disbelief on his face as he turned to Lightning Flash Shadow King. Why did you bring me back? If this father went in, he could have killed all those people. Lightning Flash Shadow King shook his head indifferently. You can't kill them. If you go in, you'll die. Since the other party had done this, he was definitely confident. All four evil kings could see this, but the Force King was stubborn, so this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing him say so, the Force King didn't waste any more time, curling his lips as he said, This tortoise's shell is really hard, this father has no other choice. Brute force alone was not enough to crush it. Let's try! The Poison King and Ghost King smiled coldly and at the same time used their own methods, filling the air with a poisonous fog and the serene soul's face, covering Yang Kai's mansion in an instant. The people hiding in the barrier looked at the dark green poisonous fog that filled the sky and heard the cries of ghosts and wolves. Everyone was moved. However, the poisonous fog and the serene soul's face were all blocked by the barrier, so no matter how hard the Ghost King and Poison King tried, they couldn't find the slightest gap. After a while, the Poison King and Ghost King stopped, glancing at each other before slowly shaking their heads. There was nothing they could do. After muttering to himself for a while, the Ghost King said, Master will be here soon, we shouldn't delay here. They are hiding inside and don't dare come out, there will be a time to deal with them. Let's first clean up the rest of the trash. Good. The Poison King nodded. Once Master arrives, this barrier will definitely be broken. The five evil kings looked at each other before flashing out at the same time, disappearing from sight. Even the giant spider mother followed the thunderbolt beast king to fight. It was only after they left that the people in the residence were finally able to relax their hearts. Yang Kai glanced over at Meng Wuya and asked, "Treasurer Meng, can this barrier stop the demon lord?" Meng Wuya proudly replied, "No one can break this old master's heavenly palace. What does the demon lord count for?" "Heavenly palace?" Ling Tai-su raised his brow. "Is that the name of an artifact?" "It's quite appropriate, haha, no wonder you were so confident, it turns out you had such an artifact." With the protection of this heavenly palace, the people hiding inside were extremely safe. "How long can this barrier last?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "There's no limit." Yang Kai was startled, only now realizing how powerful this heavenly palace was. However, even if it was safe to hide inside, Yang Kai's face still showed a trace of worry. It was impossible for him to hide here forever. Glancing in the direction of the central capital, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little worried. The news of the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion should already be known to the central capital, but Yang Kai didn't know how they would resist or what the result would be if the two sides really fought. Although his father and mother's current strength wasn't bad, compared to those evil kings, they were still heaven and earth apart. War City had been destroyed, and its people had been plunged into misery and suffering. After the 5 great evil kings led a large number of monster beasts to War City, within an hour, besides Yang Kai's mansion, there was no one left alive in War City. Even the cultivator who had escaped before had been hunted down by the 5 great evil kings and the monster beast. Only a small number of masters had safely escaped back to the central capital. After spying on this news, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Meng Wuya's heavenly palace was protecting them. If it wasn't for Meng Wuya, whether it was leaving with his people or staying in War City, his cultivator would have suffered heavy losses. As Meng Wuya said, if they had left before, at most only 10% of them would have survived. The ash-gray cloud evil land's heavy blow this time had caught the 8 great families off guard. As the sky darkened, a large number of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator, led by Demon Lord Yang Bai, finally arrived in War City. Accompanying him was the beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo. Looking around at the scarred War City, where blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help showing a trace of sadness. At the same time, she was also secretly anxious because she had sensed that Yang Kai had remained in place and hadn't moved. She didn't know whether Yang Kai had been captured or not. After meeting up with the other 5 great evil kings and listening to their reports to Yang Bai, Shan Qing Luo breathed a sigh of relief. "A barrier that even the few of you couldn't break?" Yang Bai stared at the 5 great evil kings and asked in a deep voice, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied with them. The 5 great evil kings all wore awkward expressions as the Poison King said, "Master, that barrier is very strange, we have no way to break it. In this world I'm afraid only you can break it." Chapter 568. The 5 evil kings obviously had great confidence in Yang Bai. Yang Bai's expression remained indifferent as he casually said, "Let's go take a look." He was also interested in the barrier artifact that could block the 5 evil kings. Arriving outside Yang Kai's house, Yang Bai stared at the transparent heavenly palace with a dignified expression, his tyrannical divine sense probing it again and again, but he still didn't show any intention of taking action. The 5 evil kings waited quietly, not in a hurry. After a while Yang Bai shook his head and said, "I can't do anything about this thing." "What?" everyone exclaimed, their expressions becoming strange. They had all personally experienced the power of evil King Yang Bai and had always considered him the most powerful master in the world, but now hearing such an answer from his mouth, all of them couldn't believe it. Even their master couldn't break this barrier? Interesting, this artifact is beyond the scope of this world, it's not something people of our realm can possess. Who took it out? Yang Bai asked with a faint smile on his face. That person. The Poison King motioned to Meng Wuya. Yang Bai immediately cast his gaze towards Meng Wuya. The two of them stared at each other from a few dozen meters away, the demon lord's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of respect and yearning. On the other hand, Meng Wuya, even when looking at the demon lord, still maintained a calm expression, as if he was standing high above the clouds, overlooking the other party. Yang Bai then turned his head towards the old demon in the crowd and smiled, a trace of cordiality appearing on his face as he nodded gently. "Hello? Jiji Jaiji." The old demon laughed strangely. No one knew why the two of them would have such a casual conversation. Only Yang Kai had a pensive look on his face. If his guess was right, the reason why Demon Lord Yang Bai's evil secret art had reached the grand accomplishment stage was because of the Demon Lord's corpse under the coiling dragon stream. During the years he was trapped in the coiling dragon stream, Yang Bai must have obtained some cultivation methods from the corpse and inherited its legacy, allowing his strength to progress so rapidly and allowing him to obtain his divine technique. As for that corpse, it belonged to the old demon. The old demon's soul avatar had entered the corpse and absorbed all of the demonic chi in the coiling dragon stream, successfully seizing the body. One had inherited the mantle of that devil, while the other had occupied that devil's corpse. Since they came from the same source, it was only natural that there would be some subtle connection between the two. Yang Bai turned his head again, his expression becoming serious as he bowed slightly. "Honored master!" Ling Tai Su snorted, his face ashen. "I am not your master." Yang Bai stood up and said lightly. A master for life. Whether I admit it or not, I, Yang Bai, in this life, only have one honored master." The people of Yang Kai's mansion suddenly remembered that Ling Tai Su and the evil lord were master and disciple. Although being able to raise such a disciple was something to be proud of, anyone could hear the annoyance and regret in Ling Tai Su's voice. If he had directly killed this traitorous disciple of his, instead of wasting his cultivation and leaving him in the coiling dragon stream, there wouldn't be so many innocent sacrifices and bloodshed today. Hearing that honored master has resolved the knot in his heart and successfully broken through, Yang Bai is very happy. The evil lord stared at Ling Tai Su, his expression calm. "Thanks to you, this old master has also profited from a disaster." Ling Tai Su's expression sank. "Honored master has taught this disciple for many years, so this disciple should also make some contributions to honored master." When Yang Bai said this, he didn't show the slightest trace of guilt, causing everyone from High Heaven Pavilion to feel disgruntled. Ling Tai Su coldly snorted, his eyes cold. In the past, he had great expectations for this second disciple of his, secretly believing that he and his eldest brother would be able to achieve great heights, so he had carefully cultivated him. But now, he was extremely disappointed with this second disciple. "You're that martial nephew, right?" Yang Bai suddenly turned to Yang Kai in the crowd, his eyes shining brightly. "Speaking of which, this should be the first time we've met. Martial uncle, I've heard so much about you." Yang Kai grinned at him. Yang Bai nodded gently. "How is your father?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes as cold as a blade. "Thanks to martial uncle's blessing, my father is safe and sound." "That's good." Yang Bai took a deep breath and no longer said anything. All that needed to be said had been said, and all that needed to be said had been said, so there was nothing he could do about the other party hiding inside the barrier. Continuing to be entangled here would only be a waste of time. "Qing Luo, you stay here and watch over them, the rest of you come with me." Yang Bai ordered faintly before immediately saluting Ling Tai Su and leading the other 5 evil kings away. Only Shan Qing Luo was left behind, standing in place with a strange expression on her face. She didn't know if Yang Bai had arranged for her to stay behind to monitor this place for some reason. Soon, gathered in War City, the cultivator and monster beast from the ash-gray cloud evil land gathered together, and under the leadership of Yang Bai and the 5 great evil kings, rushed towards the central capital. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that the central capital's defenses were not good to launch a fierce surprise attack. After these people really left, Shan Qing Luo glanced over at Yang Kai and immediately began walking towards Yang Kai's house. Bai Luo suddenly appeared out of nowhere and followed closely behind Shan Qing Luo. Everyone in Yang Kai's house, whether they were men, women, old, or young, all stared at the world-famous beguiling demon queen. Even if she wasn't using any kind of seductive technique, the seductive aura she exuded was not something ordinary people could bear. Many young men wore dull expressions, as if their souls had been sucked away. The women were secretly comparing themselves with her, but no matter who they were, they couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of inferiority. In this house, perhaps only Su Yan's seductive charms could compare to Shan Qing Luo. Perhaps Xia Ning Chang could also compare, but no one had ever seen her true face, not even Yang Kai, so naturally there was no way to compare. However, in terms of seductive charms, no woman could compare to Shan Qing Luo. This seductive beauty! The Hu sisters curled their lips together, their hearts filled with resentment, wondering just how this woman had grown up to be so devastatingly beautiful. Her supple waist, like a boneless water snake, swayed gracefully, sending out a series of breathtaking ripples. Her buttocks were firm and full, and her fiery red robes gave her a fanatical look. Shan Qing Luo smiled lightly as she arrived outside the barrier and stared towards Yang Kai. "Treasurer Meng, let her in," Yang Kai said. Meng Wuya was stunned and stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "She and I are old acquaintances, she won't do us any harm," Yang Kai explained. In an instant, countless eyes stared towards them in shock, none of them daring to believe that Yang Kai actually had a relationship with such a woman. "You little brat." Meng Wuya also couldn't help admiring him, waving his hand and opening a small gap in the barrier. Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo didn't have the slightest intention of guarding themselves and simply walked straight in, the barrier quickly closing behind them. Arriving in front of everyone, Shan Qing Luo gracefully bowed. "Greetings, Senior Ling." Ling Tai Su frowned and faintly said, "This Ling wouldn't dare, the beguiling demon queen is famous far and wide, you and I are both above immortal ascension boundary masters, this Ling cannot accept such courtesy." He was still very wary of the evil king who followed Yang Bai, so although Shan Qing Luo didn't show any hostility, Ling Tai Su was still wary of her. Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior Ling is Yang Kai's Grand Master, so that makes him my senior. Me and Yang Kai, haha." Shan Qing Luo didn't finish her words, but the profound meaning behind them was quite intriguing. Everyone in the house suddenly wore ambiguous expressions, as if they had just discovered something incredible. Hui Xing and Dong Qing Han couldn't help laughing strangely. "Don't say such words that can easily be misunderstood." Yang Kai frowned. Shan Qing Luo couldn't help pursing her lips, her bright red cheeks extremely alluring. Bai Luo, behind her, glared at Yang Kai and gnashed her teeth. "What's going on this time?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "What do you mean, what's going on? It's just like what you see," Shan Qing Luo said innocently. "What, the ash-gray cloud evil land suddenly attacked?" This time, things had happened too suddenly, so suddenly that no one had expected it. Shan Qing Luo sighed. "It was you who created such a good opportunity for Master, you can't blame anyone else." "You mean the Inheritance War?" "Naturally. The development of the Inheritance War has divided the strength of the 8 great families into 2 halves, giving people space to attack one by one. Last time, when you besieged the Holy Land, your losses were not small. Now that Yuan Qi has not yet recovered, such a good opportunity, of course Master must seize it. Can you succeed?" Yang Kai sneered. "Whether we succeed or not, I don't know." Shan Qing Luo shook her head. "But what I know is that with Master's current achievements and cultivation, none of your 8 great families can resist him." Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. "How strong is he?" "The first under heaven." Meng Wuya followed up, his expression somewhat gloomy. "Moreover, your 8 great families aren't an iron plate. The central capital is too big, and the 8 great families are scattered across the 8 corners. If the Holy Land attacks one of them, would the other 7 families not hesitate to lend a hand?" Shan Qing Luo looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her tone somewhat mischievous. Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Your ash-gray cloud evil land is also not an iron plate." Shan Qing Luo nodded. "And the Holy Land's people are indeed more selfish than your 8 great families. If not for the current master's coordination, the 6 great evil kings of the Holy Land would even be enemies with each other. But with master, the situation is different. Yang Kai, don't be too optimistic about the situation. His lord is determined to win this time. He doesn't care about the life or death of the cultivator in the Holy Land. Even the life or death of us 6 great evil kings are not in his eyes. If necessary, I believe he will not hesitate to sacrifice us, as long as he can destroy your 8 great families. Are you so willing to be driven around by him? Not willing, but unable to resist. Shan Qing Luo shook her head bitterly. Yang Kai looked at her and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Stay here, Yang Bai can't do anything to you." Shan Qing Luo smiled bitterly. "If I stay here, I am indeed safe, but what about the people in my palace and fragrant city?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered the 3 women who had served him in Shan Qing Luo's palace. The beautiful woman Yunli, the 2 girls Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing. Chapter 569. If Shan Qing Luo really turned traitor, then the women in her palace as well as the people in Fragrance City would definitely be retaliated against. Based on the style of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator, this kind of revenge would definitely be horrifying. Shan Qing Luo was different from the other evil kings in that she was not a cold-blooded person. She had scruples, so naturally she couldn't agree to Yang Kai's request, even if she wanted to. "You should take advantage of this opportunity to leave this place quickly, or hide here and never come out." Shan Qing Luo sighed faintly. "Only in this way can you be safe. Take care of yourselves." Saying so, Shan Qing Luo stared deeply at Yang Kai, a trace of sadness flashing across her beautiful eyes before leading Bai Luo back the way they had come. In her heart, Yang Kai had inadvertently planted a seed of love that had now sprouted and matured, and it wouldn't be long before it fully matured. When that time came, the drawbacks of her poison widow physique would completely erupt. Shan Qing Luo would desperately try to possess Yang Kai, but once she did that with him, with the overbearing and insidious nature of the poison widow physique, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Shan Qing Luo didn't dare to linger around Yang Kai for too long, because the more she came into contact with him, the faster her seed of love would grow. She had to leave here and get as far away from Yang Kai as possible. Meng Wuya didn't make things difficult for her, simply opening the barrier and allowing her to leave. After Shan Qing Luo left, everyone's heart sank. As she had said, there were only 2 ways out for everyone. One was to hide inside this heavenly palace's barrier, and the other was to take advantage of the fact that the Demon Lord and the other evil kings weren't here and quickly leave this place. Either way, they could ensure their own safety. "Do you want to go?" Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and asked. "Go where?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. If even the central capital was destroyed, no matter how big this world was, there would be no safe haven for them. Fleeing in panic like a stray dog was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. "If you don't want to leave, then stay. However, the strength of the people in the residence needs to be improved quickly." Meng Wuya turned his head and glanced around. In the inheritance war, with the strength of this mansion, they could indeed occupy a complete and overwhelming advantage. However, in the face of the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion, such a force was still too weak. Many people had personally witnessed the powerful battle prowess of the great evil kings. Their profound moves and heaven-defying abilities were still vivid in their minds, causing their blood to boil. They couldn't wait to quickly increase their strength so that they could compete with the evil kings. "No matter what happens to the 8 great families and the central capital, we must have the strength to protect ourselves." Yang Kai's thoughts gradually became clear, and his confused eyes quickly became firm. He grinned and said, "If that's the case, then let's cultivate." Everyone nodded in agreement. With the protection of the Skyer Palace's barrier, they could indeed raise their strength without any worries. "Seniorly, after this crisis passes, I will definitely return all the things the Endless Sea Island sects have given us. During this time, please stay here." Yang Kai turned to look at Li Yuan-chun. Li Yuan-chun was startled, and although he was somewhat reluctant, he could only nod. Very well. He had lived in the Endless Sea Islands for a long time, so he was quite concerned about the inland. Now that he had seen an artifact he had never heard of before, as well as masters he had never seen before in the Endless Sea Islands, he naturally wanted to stay and take a look. This was not an opportunity he could easily obtain. Especially that Meng Wuya, Li Yuan-chun was quite concerned about him, always feeling that there was something different about this person. The mansion quickly restored its calm. Among the ruins, only Yang Kai's mansion remained intact. Everyone carried out their respective duties and seemed to be cultivating as usual, and there wasn't a trace of worry before a great calamity. On the same day, Yang Kai transferred a large amount of myriad drug liquid to Xia Ningchang for her alchemy use. He also gathered all the blood warriors in the mansion and gave each of them a small piece of myriad drug cream. Meng Wuya had said that this myriad drug cream contained some mysterious heavenly Tao principles, and with its help, one could easily comprehend the heavenly way. Although the myriad drug cream was extremely precious and Yang Kai didn't have much on hand, now was the time to take it out and give it to those he trusted. Yang Kai hoped that these blood warriors who had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary could use the myriad drug cream to pry into the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary and break through their current realms in one fell swoop. Once they succeeded, these blood warriors would become the strongest trump card he could grasp. At that time, even without Meng Wuya's heavenly palace, Yang Kai's mansion would have the ability to protect itself from the ash-gray cloud evil land's invasion. A day later, Ingjiu returned from the central capital with news that shocked Yang Kai. A large number of the ash-gray cloud evil land's cultivator and monster beast had attacked the central capital from the northwest gate, exterminating all life within a few dozen kilometers. The Gao family, who had been stationed in that corner, had suffered heavy losses. An above immortal ascension boundary grand elder had been killed by the demon lord and the family had suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to retreat to the north of the central capital where the Kong family resided. The ash-gray cloud evil land's momentum and strength were beyond everyone's expectations. The other 6 families had also sent reinforcements and gathered in the Kong family territory, preparing to meet the ash-gray cloud evil land head-on. When Ingjiu left the central capital, the two sides were still confronting each other and had not yet started fighting, but the current situation was unknown. "What's the situation with the Yang family?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. "The family is fine. The ash-gray cloud evil land has not attacked the south gate, so there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Fourth Master and Madam are safe, the family didn't send them out to fight." Hearing that his parents didn't need to fight, Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and asked, "Didn't you ask them to come to War City to meet with me?" Ingjiu shook his head. "The central capital knows nothing about the situation in War City, but Fourth Master and Madam are very worried about your safety." Yang Kai nodded gently. This side of the central capital was already in a terrible situation. Besides the people in his house, there was no one left alive, so it was impossible for the central capital to receive any news. "I understand, you can go now," Yang Kai said, taking out a small piece of myriad drug cream and telling Ingjiu to take it. Ingjiu took it and quickly withdrew. After thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned the Golden Feather Eagle and wrote a letter to deliver to the central capital's Yang family to inform his parents that he was safe and that if possible, they should come to War City as soon as possible. However, Yang Kai estimated that with the personality of Fourth Master Yang, he wouldn't leave the family. However, since the ash-gray cloud evil land had entered the central capital from the northwest corner, the Yang family shouldn't have any problems in the short term. On top of that, the 8 great families weren't vegetarians, so once they adapted, the ash-gray cloud evil land wouldn't be able to advance so smoothly. After arranging everything, Yang Kai hurriedly entered secluded retreat. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged while holding his breath. His divine sense entered his knowledge sea and his soul avatar appeared, staring blankly at the large mass of pure spiritual energy floating above his knowledge sea. This large mass of pure spiritual energy was left behind after the solitary golden eye killed the soul avatar of the Yi family's square-faced old man. After 2 or 3 days had passed, Yang Kai still couldn't believe that the solitary golden eye had destroyed an above immortal ascension boundary master's soul avatar with just a single beam of golden light. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai had the time and energy to investigate this mass of pure spiritual energy left behind after his death. Carefully probing it, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this mass of spiritual energy was not only tyrannical and pure, but also contained many wonderful principles. These principles should be the insights of the Yi family's master into the heavenly way and martial Tao over the years. After his soul avatar was destroyed by the solitary golden eye, all of his thoughts were completely purified, leaving behind only this mass of pure spiritual energy that contained his insights. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected that the solitary golden eye's attack would bring him such great benefits. The spiritual energy of an above immortal ascension boundary master was the result of decades or even hundreds of years of hard work, but now, it was left behind in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's soul avatar walked over to the mass of spiritual energy, and sat down facing it. With a single thought, a huge amount of pure spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into his body. In an instant, Kai Yang felt as if he had been starving for many days and suddenly had the illusion of being able to eat a big meal. His soul avatar was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The knowledge sea below also fluctuated along with Yang Kai's mood, rolling up waves. This huge mass of spiritual energy no longer contained the thoughts of the Yi family's master when he was alive. It was extremely pure and could be easily absorbed by anyone to strengthen themselves. Moreover, there were no drawbacks. Yang Kai gladly accepted it. As Yang Kai absorbed this energy, the island transformed from the five-colored soul-warming lotus also became brighter and more colorful. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally completely absorbed the mass of spiritual energy in his knowledge sea. Only then did he slowly return to his senses. After probing his body slightly, Yang Kai was shocked. This time's retreat had actually allowed him to break through a minor realm again, silently reaching the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage, and was currently on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage. The pure spiritual energy left behind by an above immortal ascension boundary master was actually able to reach such a level, Yang Kai couldn't help imagining. If he could kill a few more above immortal ascension boundary masters and absorb all of their spiritual energy after they died, wouldn't his strength rapidly improve? With this idea in mind, Yang Kai suddenly became excited and couldn't help feeling a little restless. Finally suppressing this idea, Yang Kai calmed his mood. Last time, he was able to kill the master of the Yi family because of the solitary golden eye. Until now, he still did not know how to control the solitary golden eye. If he could enslave the power of the solitary golden eye, then his idea might be possible. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly used his divine sense to communicate with the closed solitary golden eye, wanting to see if he could refine it. This thing should be a soul-type artifact. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined it, but since it was able to kill an above immortal ascension boundary master with a single blow, it was definitely not mysterious grade. Mysterious grade artifacts didn't have such power. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, a legendary grade. Yang Kai had a spirit grade artifact. What kind of concept was that? This soul-type artifact was no weaker than Meng Wuya's Heavenly Palace. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.